Book 5, Canto 5 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Canto 5.
Artegall fights with Radicund, and is subdued by guile. He is by her imprisoned, but wrought by Claren's wile. So soon as day forth dawning from the east, night's humid curtain from the heavens withdrew, and early calling forth both man and beast, commanded them their daily works renew. These noble warriors, mindful to pursue the last day's purpose of their vowed fight, themselves thereto prepared in order due. The night, as best was seeming for a night, and th' Amazon, as best it liked herself to dight. All in a camus light of purple silk, woven upon with silver, subtly wrought, and quilted upon satin white as milk, trailed with ribbons diversely distraught, like as the workmen had their courses taught, which was short tucked for light motion up to her ham, but when she list, it wrought down to her lowest heel, and thereupon she wore for her defence a mailed habergeon. And on her legs she painted buskins wore, basted with bends of gold on every side, and mails between, and laced close afore. Upon her thigh her scimitar was tied, with an embroidered belt of mickle pride, and on her shoulder hung her shield, bedecked upon the boss with stones that shined wide, as the fair moon in her most full aspect, that to the moon it mote be like in each respect. So forth she came out of the city gate, with stately port and proud magnificence, guarded with many damsels that did wait upon her person for her sure defence, playing on shawms and trumpets, that from hence their sound did reach unto the heavens' height. So forth into the field she marched thence, where was a rich pavilion ready pight, her to receive, till time they should begin the fight. Then forth came Artegall out of his tent, all armed to point, and first the lists did enter. Soon after eke came she, with fell intent, and countenance fierce, as having fully bent her, that battle's utmost trial to adventure. The lists were closed fast, to bar the rout from rudely pressing to the middle centre, which in great heaps them circled all about, waiting how fortune would resolve that dangerous doubt. The trumpet sounded, and the field began. With bitter strokes it both began and ended. She at the first encounter on him ran with furious rage, as if she had intended out of his breast the very heart have rended. But he, that had like tempests often tried, from that first flaw himself right well defended. The more she raged, the more he did abide. She hewed, she foined, she lashed, she laid on every side, yet still her blows he bore, and her forbore, weening at last to win advantage new. Yet still her cruelty increased more, and though power failed, her courage did accrue, which failing, he gan fiercely her pursue, like as a smith that to his cunning feet the stubborn metal seeketh to subdue. Soon as he feels it mollified with heat, with his great iron sledge doth strongly on it beat. So did Sir Artegall upon her lay, as if she had an iron anvil been, that flakes of fire, bright as the sunny ray, out of her steely arms were flashing seen, that all on fire ye would her surely ween. But with her shield so well herself she warded from the dread danger of his weapon keen, that all that while her life she safely guarded. But he that help from her against her will discarded. For with his trenchant blade at the next blow, half of her shield he shared quite away, that half her side itself did naked show, and thenceforth unto danger opened way. Much was she moved with the mighty sway of that sad stroke, that half enraged she grew, and like a greedy bear unto her prey, with her sharp scimitar at him she flew, that glancing down his thigh the purple blood forth drew. Thereat she gan to triumph with great boast, and to upbraid that chance which him misfell, as if the prize she gotten had almost, with spiteful speeches fitting with her well. that his great heart gan inwardly to swell with indignation at her vaunting vain, and at her strook with puissance fearful fell. Yet with her shield she warded it again, that shattered all to pieces round about the plain. Having her thus disarmed of her shield, upon her helmet he again her strook, that down she fell upon the grassy field in senseless swoon, as if her life forsook, and pangs of death her spirit overtook. Whom when he saw before his foot prostrated, he to her leapt with deadly dreadful look, and her sunshiny helmet soon unlaced, thinking at once both head and helmet to have raced. But when as he discovered had her face, he saw his senses' strange astonishment, a miracle of nature's goodly grace in her fair visage, void of ornament, but bathed in blood and sweat together meant, which in the rudeness of that evil plight bewrayed the signs of feature excellent, like as the moon in foggy winter's night doth seem to be herself, though darkened be her light. At sight thereof, his cruel-minded heart empierced was with pitiful regard, that his sharp sword he threw from him apart, cursing his hand that had that visage marred. No hand so cruel, nor no heart so hard, but ruth of beauty will it mollify. By this, upstarting from her swoon, she stared a while about her with confused eye, like one that from his dream is waked suddenly. Soon as the knight she there by her did spy, standing with empty hands, all weaponless, with fresh assault upon him she did fly, and gan renew her former cruelness. And though he still retired, yet natheless with huge redoubled strokes she on him laid, and more increased her outrage merciless, the more that he with meek entreaty prayed her wrathful hand from greedy vengeance to have stayed. Like as a puttock, having spied in sight a gentle falcon, sitting on an hill, whose other wing, now made unmeet for flight, was lately broken by some fortune ill, the foolish kite, led with licentious will, doth beat upon the gentle bird in vain, with many idle stoops her troubling still. Even so did Radigan, with bootless pain, annoy this noble knight, and sorely him constrain. Naught could he do but shun the dread despite of her fierce wrath, and backward still retire, and with his single shield, well as he might, bear off the burden of her raging ire. And evermore he gently did desire to stay her strokes, and he himself would yield, yet nold she hark, ne let him once respire, till he to her delivered had his shield, and to her mercy him submitted in plain field. So was he overcome, not overcome, but to her yielded of his own accord. Yet was he justly damned by the doom of his own mouth, that spake so wareless word, to be her thrall, and service her afford. For though that he first victory obtained, yet after, by abandoning his sword, he wilful lost that he before attained. No fairer conquest than that with good will is gained. Though with her sword on him she flatling strook, in sign of true subjection to her power, and as her vassal him to thraldom took. But Turpin, born to more unhappy hour, as he on whom the luckless stars did lower, she caused to be attached, and forthwith led unto the crook, to bide the baleful stour from which he lately had through rescue fled, where he full shamefully was hanged by the head. But when they thought on Talus hands to lay, he with his iron flail amongst them thundered, that they were fain to let him scape away, glad from his company to be so sundered, whose presence all their troops so much encumbered, that the heaps of those which he did wound and slay, besides the rest dismayed, might not be numbered. Yet all the while he would not once essay to rescue his own lord, but thought it just to obey. Then took the Amazon this noble knight, left to her will by his own wilful blame, and caused him to be disarmed quite of all the ornaments of knightly name, with which whilome he gotten had great fame. instead whereof she made him to be dight in woman's weeds, that is to manhood shame, and put before his lap a napron white, instead of cuirass and bases fit for fight. So being clad, she brought him from the field, in which he had been trained many a day, unto a long large chamber, which was sealed with monuments of many a night's decay, by her subdued in victorious fray. Amongst the which she caused his warlike arms be hanged on high, that mote his shame bewray, and broke his sword for fear of further harms, with which he wont to stir up battleless alarms. There entered in, he round about him saw many brave knights, whose names right well he knew, there bound to obey that Amazon's proud law, spinning and carding all in comely rue, that his big heart loathed so uncomely view. But they were forced through penury and pine to do those works to them appointed due. For naught was given them to sup or dine, but what their hands could earn by twisting linen twine. Amongst them all she placed him most low, and in his hand a distaff to him gave, that he thereon should spin both flax and tow, a sordid office for a mind so brave. So hard it is to be a woman's slave. Yet he it took in his own self's despite, and thereto did himself right well behave, her to obey, sith he his faith had plight, her vassal to become, if she him won in fight. Who had him seen, imagine mote thereby, that whilome hath of Hercules been told, how for Iola's sake he did apply his mighty hands the distaff vile to hold, for his huge club, which had subdued of old so many monsters which the world annoyed. His lion's skin changed to a pall of gold, in which, forgetting wars, he only joyed in combats of sweet love, and with his mistress toyed. Such is the cruelty of womankind, when they have shaken off the shamefast band with which wise nature did them strongly bind, to obey the hests of man's well-ruling hand, that then all rule and reason they withstand to purchase a licentious liberty. But virtuous women wisely understand that they were born to base humility, unless the heavens them lift to lawful sovereignty. Thus there long while continued Artegall, serving proud Radegund with true subjection. However it his noble heart did gall to obey a woman's tyrannous direction, that might have had of life or death election. But having chosen, now he might not change. During which time the warlike Amazon, whose wandering fancy after lust did range, gan cast a secret liking to this captive strange, which long concealing in her covered breast, she chawed the cud of lover's careful plight, yet could it not so thoroughly digest, being fast fixed in her wounded sprite, but it tormented her both day and night. Yet would she not thereto yield free accord, to serve the lowly vassal of her might, and of her servant make her sovereign lord, so great her pride, that she such baseness much abhorred. So much the greater still her anguish grew, through stubborn handling of her lovesick heart, and still the more she strove it to subdue, the more she still augmented her own smart, and wider made the wound of hidden dart. At last, when long she struggled had in vain, she gan to stoop, and her proud mind convert to meek obeisance of love's mighty reign, and him entreat for grace that had procured her pain. And to herself in secret she did call her nearest handmaid, whom she most did trust, and to her said, Clorinda, whom of all I trust alive, sith I thee fostered first, now is the time that I untimely must thereof make trial in my greatest need. It is so happened that the heavens unjust, spiting my happy freedom, have agreed to thrall my looser life, or my last bale to breed. With that She turned her head as half abashed to hide the blush which in her visage rose, and through her eyes like sudden lightning flashed, decking her cheek with a vermilion rose. But soon she did her countenance compose, and to her turning thus began again. This grief's deep wound I would to thee disclose, thereto compelled through heart-murdering pain, but dread of shame my doubtful lips doth still restrain. Ah, my dear dread, said then the faithful maid, can dread of aught your dreadless heart withhold, that many hath with dread of death dismayed, and dare even death's most dreadful face behold? Say on, my sovereign lady, and be bold. Doth not your handmaid's life at your foot lie? Therewith, much comforted, she gan unfold the cause of her conceived malady, as one that would confess, yet fain would it deny. Clarence, said she, thou seest yon fairy knight, whom not my valour, but his own brave mind subjected hath to my unequal might. What right is it that he should thraldom find for lending life to me, a wretch unkind, that for such good him recompense with ill? Therefore I cast how I may him unbind, and by his freedom get his free good will, yet so as bound to me he may continue still. Bound unto me, but not with such hard bands of strong compulsion and strait violence, as now in miserable state he stands, but with sweet love and sure benevolence, void of malicious mind or foul offence, to which, if thou canst win him any way, without discovery of my thoughts' pretence, both goodly meed of him it purchase may, and eke with grateful service me right well apay. Which that thou mayst the better bring to pass, lo, here this ring, which shall thy warrant be, and token true to old Eumenius, from time to time, when thou it best shalt see, that in and out thou mayst have passage free. Go now, Clorinda, well thy wits advise, and all thy forces gather unto thee, armies of lovely looks and speeches wise, with which thou canst even Jove himself to love entice. The trusty maid, conceiving her intent, did with sure promise of her good endeavour give her great comfort, and some heart's content. So from her parting, she thenceforth did labour by all the means she might to curry favour with Delphin knight, her lady's best beloved. With daily show of courteous kind behaviour, even at the mark white of his heart she roved, and with wide glancing words one day she thus him proved. Unhappy knight, upon whose hopeless state fortune, envying good, hath fellly frowned, and cruel heavens have heaped an heavy fate, I rue that thus thy better days are drowned in sad despair, and all thy senses swounded in stupid sorrow, sith thy juster merit might else have with felicity been crowned. Look up at last, and wake thy dulled spirit, to think how this long death thou mightest disinherit. Much did he marvel at her uncouth speech, whose hidden drift he could not well perceive, and gan to doubt lest she him sought to peach of treason, or some guileful train did weave, through which she might his wretched life bereave. Both which to bar, he with this answer met her. Fair damsel, that with ruth, as I perceive, of my mishaps art moved to wish me better, for such your kind regard I can but rest your debtor. Yet weet ye well, that to a courage great it is no less beseeming well to bear the storm of fortune's frown, or heaven's threat, than in the sunshine of her countenance clear timely to joy, and carry comely cheer. For though this cloud have now me overcast, yet do I not of better times despair, and though unlike they should for ever last, yet in my truth's assurance I rest fixed fast. But what so stony mind, she then replied, but if in his own power occasion lay, would to his hope a window open wide, and to his fortune's help make ready way? Unworthy sure, quoth he, of better day, that will not take the offer of good hope, and eke pursue, if he attain it may. Which speeches she, applying to the scope of her intent, this further purpose to him shope. Then why dost not, thou ill-advised man, make means to win thy liberty forlorn, and try if thou by fair entreaty can move Radegund, who, though she still have worn her days in war, yet, weet thou, was not born of bears and tigers, nor so salvage-minded as that, albeit all love of men she scorn, she yet forgets that she of men was kinded, and sooth oft seen that proudest hearts base love hath blinded. Certes, Clorinda, not of cankered will, said he, nor obstinate disdainful mind, I have forbore this duty to fulfill, for well I may this ween, by that I find, that she a queen, and come of princely kind, both worthy is for to be sued unto, chiefly by him whose life her law doth bind, and eke of power her own doom to undo, and alls of princely grace to be inclined thereto. But want of means hath been mine only let from seeking favour where it doth abound, which if I might by your good office get, I to yourself should rest for ever bound, and ready to deserve what grace I found. She, feeling him thus bite upon the bait, yet doubting lest his hold was but unsound and not well fastened, would not strike him straight, but drew him on with hope, fit leisure to await. But, foolish maid, whiles heedless of the hook she thus oft times was beating off and on, through slippery footing fell into the brook, and there was caught to her confusion. For seeking thus to salve the Amazon, she wounded was with her deceit's own dart, and gan thenceforth to cast affection, conceived close in her beguiled heart to Artegall, through pity of his causeless smart. Yet durst she not disclose her fancy's wound, ne to himself, for doubt of being stained, ne yet to any other wight on ground, for fear her mistress should have knowledge gained, but to herself it secretly retained, within the closet of her covered breast, the more thereby her tender heart was pained. Yet to await fit time she weened best, and fairly did dissemble her sad thoughts unrest. One day her lady, calling her apart, gan to demand of her some tidings good, touching her love's success, her lingering smart. Therewith she gan at first to change her mood, as one adawed and half confused stood. But quickly she it overpassed, so soon as she her face had wiped, to fresh her blood. Though gan she tell her all that she had done, and all the ways she sought his love for to have won, but said that he was obstinate and stern, scorning her offers and conditions vain, ne would be taught with any terms to learn so fond a lesson as to love again. Die rather would he in penurious pain, and his abridged days in dolour waste, than his foes' love or liking entertain. His resolution was, both first and last, his body was her thrall, his heart was freely placed. Which when the cruel Amazon perceived, she gan to storm and rage and rend her gall for very fell despite, which he conceived to be so scorned of a base-born thrall, whose life did lie in her least eyelid's fall, of which she vowed with many a cursed threat, that she therefore would him ere long forestall. Natheless, when calmed was her furious heat, she changed that threatful mood, and mildly gan entreat. What now is left, Clorinda? What remains, that we may compass this our enterprise? Great shame to lose so long employed pains, and greater shame to bide so great misprise, with which he dares our offers thus despise. Yet that his guilt the greater may appear, and more my gracious mercy by this wise, I will a while with his first folly bear, till thou have tried again, and tempted him more near. Say and do all that may thereto prevail, leave naught unpromised that may him persuade, life, freedom, grace, and gifts of great avail, with which the gods themselves are milder made. thereto add art, even women's witty trade, the art of mighty words that men can charm, with which in case thou canst not him invade, let him feel hardness of thy heavy arm. Who will not stoop with good shall be made stoop with harm. Some of his diet do from him withdraw, for I him find to be too proudly fed. Give him more labour, and with straighter law, that he with work may be forwearied. Let him lodge hard, and lie in straw in bed, that may pull down the courage of his pride, and lay upon him, for his greater dread, cold iron chains, with which let him be tied, and let whatever he desires be him denied. When thou hast all this done, then bring me news of his demean. Thenceforth, not like a lover, but like a rebel stout, I will him use. For I resolve this siege not to give over, till I the conquest of my will recover. So she departed, full of grief and stain, which inly did to great impatience move her. But the false maiden shortly turned again into the prison, where her heart did thrall remain. There all her subtle net she did unfold, and all the engines of her wit display, in which she meant him wareless to enfold, and of his innocence to make her prey. So cunningly she wrought her crafts assay, that both her lady and herself withal, and eke the knight at once she did betray. But most the knight, whom she with guileful call did cast for to allure into her trap to fall. As a bad nurse, which feigning to receive in her own mouth the food meant for her child, withholds it to herself, and doth deceive the infant, so for want of nurture spoiled, even so Clorinda her own dame beguiled, and turned the trust which was in her fide to feeding of her private fire, which boiled her inward breast, and in her entrails fried, the more that she had sought to cover and to hide. For coming to this night, she purpose feigned how earnest suit she erst for him had made unto her queen his freedom to have gained, but by no means could her thereto persuade, but that instead thereof she sternly bade his misery to be augmented more, and many iron bands on him to laid, all which nathless she for his love forbore, so praying him to accept her service evermore. And more than that, she promised that she would, in case she might find favour in his eye, devise how to enlarge him out of hold. The fairy, glad to gain his liberty, can yield great thanks for such her courtesy, and with fair words fit for the time and place to feed the humour of her malady, promised, if she would free him from that case, he would, by all good means he might, deserve such grace. So daily he fair semblant did her shew, yet never meant he in his noble mind to his own absent love to be untrue. Ne ever did deceitful Clarin find in her false heart his bondage to unbind, but rather how she mote him faster tie. Therefore unto her mistress most unkind she daily told her love he did defy, and him she told her dame his freedom did deny. Yet thus much friendship she to him did show, that his scarce diet somewhat was amended, and his work lessened, that his love mote grow. Yet to her dame him still she discommended, that she with him mote be the more offended. Thus he long while in thraldom there remained, of both beloved well, but little friended, until his own true love his freedom gained, which in another canto will be best contained.
End of Canto 5. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 6 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 6. Talus brings news to Britomart of Artegall's mishap. She goes to seek him. Dolon meets, who seeks her to entrap. Some men, I wot, will deem in Artegall great weakness, and report of him much ill, for yielding so himself a wretched thrall to th' insolent command of women's will, that all his former praise doth foully spill. But he, the man, that say or do so dare, Be well advised that he stands steadfast still, for never yet was wight so well aware, but he at first or last was trapped in women's snare. Yet in the straitness of that captive state, this gentle knight himself so well behaved, that notwithstanding all the subtle bait, with which those Amazons his love still craved, to his own love his loyalty he saved, whose character in that adamantine mould of his true heart so firmly was engraved, that no new love's impression ever could bereave it thence, such blot his honour blemish should. Yet his own love, the noble Britomart, scarce so conceived in her jealous thought, what time sad tidings of his baleful smart in woman's bondage Talus to her brought in untimely hour, ere it was sought. For after that the utmost state, assigned for his return, she waited had for naught, she gan to cast in her misdoubtful mind 1,000 fears that love-sick fancies fain to find. Sometimes she feared lest some hard mishap had him misfallen in his adventurous quest, sometime lest his false foe did him entrap in traitorous train, or had unwares oppressed. But most she did her troubled mind molest, and secretly afflict with jealous fear, lest some new love had him from her possessed. Yet loath she was, since she no ill did hear, to think of him so ill, yet could she not forbear. One while she blamed herself, another while she him condemned as trustless and untrue, and then, her grief with error to beguile, she feigned to count the time again anew, as if before she had not counted true. For hours but days, for weeks that passed were, she told but months to make them seem more few. Yet when she reckoned them, still drawing near, each hour did seem a month, and every month a year. But when as yet she saw him not return, she thought to send some one to seek him out, but none she found so fit to serve that turn as her own self, to ease herself of doubt. Now she devised
amongst the warlike rout of errant knights to seek her errant knight,
and then again resolved to hunt him out amongst loose ladies, lapid in delight, and then both knights envied, and ladies eke did spite. One day, when as she long had sought for ease in every place, and every place thought best, yet found no place that could her liking please, she to a window came that opened west, towards which coast her love his way addressed. There looking forth, she in her heart did find many vain fancies working her unrest, and sent her winged thoughts more swift than wind to bear unto her love the message of her mind. There, as she looked long, at last she spied one coming towards her with hasty speed. Well weened she then, ere she him plain descried, that it was one sent from her love indeed, who, when he nigh approached, she mote read that it was Talus, Artegall his groom, whereat her heart was filled with hope and dread. Nor would she stay till he in place could come, but ran to meet him forth, to know his tidings some. Even in the door him meeting, she begun, "And where is he thy lord, and how far hence? Declare at once, and hath he lost or won?" The iron man, albeit he wanted sense and sorrows feeling, yet with conscience of his ill news, did inly chill and quake, and stood still mute, as one in great suspense, as if that by his silence he would make her rather read his meaning than himself it spake, till she again thus said, "Talus, be bold, and tell whatever it be, good or bad, that from thy tongue thy heart's intent doth hold." To whom he thus at length, "The tidings sad that I would hide, needs will I see be rad. My lord your love by hard mishap doth lie in wretched bondage, woefully bestad." "Ay me," quoth she, "what wicked destiny! And is he vanquished by his tyrant enemy?" "Not by that tyrant his intended foe, but by a tyranness," he then replied, "that him captived hath in hapless woe." "Cease, thou bad newsman, badly dost thou hide thy maester's shame in harlot's bondage tied. The rest myself too readily can spell. With that in rage she turned from him aside, forcing in vain the rest to her to tell, and to her chamber went like solitary cell. There she began to make her mournful plaint against her knight, for being so untrue, and him to touch with falsehood's foul attaint, that all his other honour overthrew. Oft did she blame herself, and often rue, for yielding to a stranger's love so light, whose life and manners strange she never knew, and evermore she did him sharply twite, for breach of faith to her, which he had firmly plight. And then she in her wrathful will did cast how to revenge that blot of honour blent, to fight with him and goodly die her last. And then again she did herself torment, inflicting on herself his punishment. Awhile she walked and chafed, awhile she threw herself upon her bed and did lament. Yet did she not lament with loud allure as women want, but with deep sighs and sin-gulfs few. Like as a wayward child, whose sounder sleep is broken with some fearful dreams affright, with froward will doth set himself to weep, ne can be stilled for all his nurse's might, but kicks and squalls and shrieks for fell despite, now scratching her and her loose locks misusing, now seeking darkness and now seeking light, then craving suck and then the suck refusing. Such was this lady's fit in her love's fond accusing. But when she had with such unquiet fits herself there close afflicted long in vain, yet found no easement in her troubled wits, she unto Talus forth returned again, by change of place seeking to ease her pain, and gan inquire of him with milder mood the certain cause of Artegal's detain, and what he did, and in what state he stood, and whether he did woo, or whether he were wooed. Ah, well away, said then the iron man, that he is not the while in state to woo, but lies in wretched thraldom, weak and wan, not by strong hand compelled thereunto, but his own doom, that none can now undo. Said I not then, quoth she, erewhile aright, that this is thing compact betwixt you two, me to deceive, of faith unto me plight, since that he was not forced, nor overcome in fight. With that he gan at large to her dilate the whole discourse of his captiving sad, in sort as ye have heard the same of late. All which, when she with hard endurance had heard to the end, she was right sore bestead, with sudden stounds of wrath and grief at one, ne would abide till she had answer made, but straight herself did dight, and armoured on, and mounting to her steed, bade Talus guide her on. So forth she rode upon her ready way to seek her knight, as Talus did her guide. Sadly she rode, and never word did say, nor good nor bad, ne ever looked aside, but still right down, and in her thought did hide the fellness of her heart, right fully bent to fierce avengement of that woman's pride, which had her lord in her base prison pent, and so great honour with so foul reproach had blent. So as she thus melancholic did ride, chawing the cud of grief and inward pain, she chanced to meet toward the eventide a knight that softly paced on the plain, as if himself to solace he were fain. Well shot in years he seemed, and rather bent to peace, the needless trouble to constrain, as well by view of that his vestiment, as by his modest semblant, that no evil meant. He, coming near, gan gently her salute with courteous words, in the most comely wise, who, though desirous rather to rest mute than terms to entertain of common guise, yet rather than she kindness would despise, she would herself displease, so him requite. Then gan the other further to devise of things abroad, as next to hand did light, and many things demand, to which she answered light. For little lust had she to talk of aught, or aught to hear that mote delightful be. Her mind was whole possessed of one thought, that gave none other place, which when as he by outward signs, as well he might, did see, he list no longer to use loathful speech, but her besought to take it well in gree, sith shady damp had dimmed the heavens' reach, to lodge with him that night, unless good cause impeach. The championess, now seeing knight at door, was glad to yield unto his good request, and with him went without gainsaying more. Not far away, but little wide by west, his dwelling was, to which he him addressed, where soon arriving they received were in seemly wise, as them beseemed best. For he their host them goodly well did cheer, and talked of pleasant things the night away to wear. Thus passing the evening well, till time of rest, then Britomart unto a bower was brought, where grooms awaited her to have undressed. But she ne would undressed be for aught, ne doff her arms, though he her much besought. For she had vowed, she said, not to forego those warlike weeds, till she revenge had wrought of a late wrong upon a mortal foe, which she would sure perform, betide her weal or woe. Which when her host perceived, right discontent in mind he grew, for fear lest by that art he should his purpose miss, which close he meant. Yet taking leave of her he did depart. There all that night remained Britomart, restless, recomfortless, with heart deep grieved, not suffering the least twinkling sleep to start into her eye, which the heart mote have relieved. But if the least appeared, her eyes she straight reprieved. Ye guilty eyes, said she, the which with guile my heart at first betrayed, will ye betray my life now too, for which a little while ye will not watch? False watches, well away! I wot when ye did watch both night and day unto your loss, and now needs will ye sleep? Now ye have made my heart to wake alway, now will ye sleep? Ah, wake, and rather weep, to think of your night's want, that should ye waking keep. Thus did she watch, and wear the weary night in wailful plaints, that none was to appease. Now walking soft, now sitting still upright, as sundry change her seemed best to ease. Ne less did Talus suffer sleep to seize his eyelid sad, but watched continually, lying without her door in great disease, like to a spaniel waiting carefully, lest any should betray his lady treacherously. What time the native bellman of the night, the bird that warned Peter of his fall, first rings his silver bell to each sleepy wight, that should their minds up to devotion call, she heard a wondrous noise below the hall. All suddenly the bed where she should lie, by a false trap was letted down to fall into a lower room, and by the loft was raised again, that no man could it spy.
With sight whereof she was dismayed right sore,
perceiving well the treason which was meant, yet stirred not at all for doubt of more, but kept her place with courage confident, waiting what would ensue of that event. It was not long before she heard the sound of armed men coming with close intent towards her chamber, at which dreadful sound she quickly caught her sword and shield about her bound. With that there came unto her chamber door 2 knights, all armed ready for to fight, and after them full many other more, a rascal rout with weapons rudely dight. Whom soon as Talus spied by glimpse of night, he started up, there where on ground he lay, and in his hand his thresher ready kite. They seeing that, let drive at him straightway, and round about him press in riotous array. But soon as he began to lay about with his rude iron flail, they gan to fly, both armed knights and eke unarmed rout. Yet Talus after them apace did ply, wherever in the dark he could them spy, that here and there like scattered sheep they lay. Then back returning, where his dame did lie, he to her told the story of that fray, and all that treason there intended did bewray. Wherewith, though wondrous wroth, and inly burning to be avenged for so foul a deed, yet being forced to bide the day's returning, she there remained, but with right wary heed, lest any more such practice should proceed. Now mote ye know, that which to Britomart unknown was, whence all this did proceed, and for what cause so great mischievous smart was meant to her that never evil meant in heart. The goodman of this house was Dolon hight, a man of subtle wit and wicked mind. that whilome in his youth had been a knight, and arms had borne, but little good could find, and much less honour by that warlike kind of life. For he was nothing valorous, but with sly shifts and wiles did undermine all noble knights which were adventurous, and many brought to shame by treason treacherous. He had 3 sons, all 3 like father's sons, like treacherous, like full of fraud and guile, of all that on this earthly compass wons, the eldest of the which was slain erewhile by Artegall through his own guilty wile. His name was Gizor, whose untimely fate, for to avenge, full many treasons vile his father Dolon had devised of late with these his wicked sons, and showed his cankered hate. For sure he weened that this his present guest was Artegall, by many tokens plain, but chiefly by that iron page he guessed, which still was wont with Artegall remain, and therefore meant him surely to have slain. But by God's grace and her good heediness, she was preserved from this traitorous train. Thus she all night wore out in watchfulness, ne suffered slothful sleep her eyelids to oppress. The morrow next, so soon as dawning hour discovered had the light to living eye, she forth issued out of her loathed bower, with full intent to venge that villainy on that viled man and all his family. And coming down to seek them where they wand, nor sire, nor sons, nor any could she spy. Each room she sought, but them all empty fond. They all were fled for fear, but whether, nether conned. She saw it vain to make their lenger stay, but took her steed, and thereon mounting light, gan her address unto her former way. She had not rid the mountenance of a flight, but that she saw there present in her sight those 2 false brethren on that perilous bridge on which Polent with Artegall did fight. Straight was the passage, like a ploughed ridge, that if 2 met, the one mote needes fall over the lidge. There they did think themselves on her to wreak, who, as she nigh unto them drew, the one these vile reproaches gan unto her speak. Thou recreant false traitor, that with loan of arms hast knighthood stol'n, yet knight art none. No more shall now the darkness of the night defend thee from the vengeance of thy foe, but with thy blood thou shalt appease the sprite of Gizor by thee slain and murdered by thy sleight. Strange were the words in Britomartis' ear, yet stayed she not for them, but forward fared, till to the perilous bridge she came. And there Talus desired that he might have prepared the way for her, and those 2 losels scared. But she thereat was wroth, that for despite the glancing sparkles through her beaver glared, and from her eyes did flash out fiery light, like coals that through a silver censer sparkle bright. She stayed not to advise which way to take, but putting spurs into her fiery beast, thorough the midst of them she way did make. The one of them, which most her wrath increased, upon her spear she bore before her breast, till to the bridge's further end she passed, where falling down his challenge he released. The other overside the bridge she cast into the river, where he drunk his deadly last. As when the lightning levin haps to light upon 2 stubborn oaks, which stand so near that way betwixt them none appears in sight, the engine fiercely flying forth doth tear one from the earth, and through the air doth bear. The other it with force doth overthrow upon one side, and from his roots doth rear. So did the championess those 2 there strow, and to their sire their carcasses left to bestow.
End of Canto 6. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 7 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 7. Britomart comes to Isis' church, where she strange visions sees. She fights with Radegund, her slays, and Artegall thence frees. Naught is on earth more sacred or divine, that gods and men do equally adore, than this same virtue that doth right define. For the heavens themselves, whence mortal men implore right in their wrongs, are ruled by righteous lore of highest Jove, who doth true justice deal to his inferior gods, and evermore therewith contains his heavenly commonweal, the skill whereof to princes' hearts he doth reveal. Well therefore did the antique world invent that justice was a god of sovereign grace, and altars unto him and temples lent, and heavenly honours in the highest place, calling him great Osiris, of the race of th' old Egyptian kings that whilom were, with feigned colours shading a true case. For that Osiris, whilst he lived here, the justest man alive and truest did appear. His wife was Isis, whom they likewise made a goddess of great power and sovereignty, and in her person cunningly did shade that part of justice which is equity, whereof I have to treat here presently. Unto whose temple, when as Britomart arrived, she with great humility did enter in, ne would that night depart, but Talus mote not be admitted to her part. There she received was in goodly wise of many priests, which duly did attend upon the rites and daily sacrifice, all clad in linen robes with silver hemmed. And on their heads, with long locks comely kemmed, they wore rich mitres shaped like the moon, to show that Isis doth the moon portend, like as Osiris signifies the sun, for that they both like race in equal justice run. The championess them greeting as she could, was thence by them into the temple led, whose goodly building when she did behold, borne upon stately pillars, all dispread with shining gold, and arched overhead, she wondered at the workman's passing skill, whose like before she never saw nor read, and thereupon long while stood gazing still, but thought that she thereon could never gaze or fill. Thence forth unto the idol they her brought, the which was framed all of silver fine, so well as could with cunning hand be wrought, and clothed all in garments made of line, hemmed all about with fringe of silver twine. Upon her head she wore a crown of gold, to show that she had power in things divine, and at her feet a crocodile was rolled, that with his wreathed tail her middle did enfold. One foot was set upon the crocodile, and on the ground the other fast did stand, so meaning to suppress both forged guile and open force. And in her other hand she stretched forth a long white slender wand. Such was the goddess, whom when Britomart had long beheld, herself upon the land she did prostrate, and with right humble heart unto herself her silent prayers did impart. To which the idol, as it were inclining, her wand did move with amiable look, by outward show her inward sense defining. Who well perceiving how her wand she shook, it as a token of good fortune took. By this the day with damp was overcast, and joyous light the house of Jove forsook. Which when she saw her helmet she unlaced, and by the altar's side herself to slumber placed. For other beds the priests there used none, but on their mother earth's dear lap did lie, and bake their sides upon the cold hard stone, tenure themselves to sufferance thereby, and proud rebellious flesh to mortify. For by the vow of their religion they tied were to steadfast chastity and continence of life, that all forgone they mote the better tend to their devotion. Therefore they mote not taste of fleshly food, ne feed on aught the which doth blood contain, ne drink of wine, for wine they say is blood, even the blood of giants, which were slain by thundering Jove in the Phlegrean plain, for which the earth, as they the story tell, wroth with the gods, which to perpetual pain had damned her sons, which gainst them did rebel, with inward grief and malice did against them swell. And of their vital blood, the which was shed into her pregnant bosom, forth she brought the fruitful vine, whose liquor bloody red, having the minds of men with fury fraught, mote in them stir up old rebellious thought, to make new war against the gods again. Such is the power of that same fruit, that naught the fell contagion may thereof restrain, ne within reason's rule her madding mood contain. There did the warlike maid herself repose, under the wings of Isis all that night, and with sweet rest her heavy eyes did close, after that long day's toil and weary plight. where whilst her earthly parts with soft delight of senseless sleep did deeply drowned lie, there did appear unto her heavenly sprite a wondrous vision, which did close imply the course of all her fortune and posterity. Her seemed as she was doing sacrifice to Isis, decked with mitre on her head and linen stole, after those priestess guise. All suddenly she saw transfigured her linen stole to robe of scarlet red, and moon-like mitre to a crown of gold, that even she herself much wondered at such a change, and joyed to behold herself adorned with gems and jewels manifold. And in the midst of her felicity, an hideous tempest seemed from below to rise through all the temple suddenly, that from the altar all about did blow the holy fire, and all the embers strow upon the ground, which kindled privily into outrageous flames unwares did grow, that all the temple put in jeopardy of flaming, and herself in great perplexity. With that the crocodile, which sleeping lay under the idol's feet in fearless bower, seemed to awake in horrible dismay, as being troubled with that stormy stour, and gaping greedy wide did straight devour both flames and tempest, with which grown great and swollen with pride of his own peerless power, he gan to threaten her likewise to eat, but that the goddess with her rod him back did beat. Though, turning all his pride to humblest meek, himself before her feet he lowly threw, and gan for grace and love for her to seek, which she accepting, he so near her drew, that of his game she soon enwombed grew, and forth did bring a lion of great might, that shortly did all other beasts subdue. With that she waked, full of dreadful fright, and doubtfully dismayed through that so uncouth sight. So thereupon long while she musing lay, with thousand thoughts feeding her fantasy, until she spied the lamp of lightsome day uplifted in the porch of heaven high. Then up she rose, fraught with melancholy, and forth into the lower parts did pass, whereas the priests she found full busily about their holy things for morrow mass, whom she saluting fair resaluted was. But by the change of her uncheerful look they might perceive she was not well in plight, or that some pensiveness to heart she took. Therefore thus one of them, who seemed in sight to be the greatest and the gravest wight, to her bespake, Sir Knight, it seems to me that there are evil rest of this last night, or ill apaid, or much dismayed ye be, that by your change of cheer is easy for to see. Certes, said she, sith ye so well have spied the troublous passion of my pensive mind, I will not seek the same from you to hide, but will my cares unfold, in hope to find your aid to guide me out of error blind. Say on, quoth he, the secret of your heart, for by the holy vow which me doth bind, I am adjured by counsel to impart to all that shall require my comfort in their smart. Then gan she to declare the whole discourse of all that vision which to her appeared, as well as to her mind it had recourse, all which when he unto the end had heard, like to a weak faint-hearted man he fared, through great astonishment of that strange sight, and with long locks upstanding, stiffly stared like one adawed with some dreadful sprite, so filled with heavenly fury, thus he her behight, Magnific Virgin, that in quaint disguise of British arms dost mask thy royal blood, so to pursue a perilous emprise, how couldst thou ween through that disguised hood to hide thy state from being understood? Can from the immortal gods aught hidden be? They do thy lineage and thy lordly brood, they do thy sire lamenting sore for thee, they do thy love forlorn in women's thraldom see. The end whereof, and all the long event they do to thee in this same dream discover. For that same crocodile doth represent the righteous knight that is thy faithful lover, like to Osiris in all just endeavour. For that same crocodile Osiris is, that under Isis' feet doth sleep for ever, to show that clemence oft in things amiss restrains those stern behests and cruel dooms of his. That night shall all the troublous storms assuage, and raging flames that many foes shall rear to hinder thee from the just heritage of thy sire's crown, and from thy country dear. Then shalt thou take him to thy loved fere, and join in equal portion of thy realm, and afterwards a son to him shalt bear, that lion-like shall show his powers extreme. So bless thee God, and give thee joyance of thy dream. All which, when she unto the end had heard, she much was eased in her troublous thought, and on those priests bestowed rich reward, and royal gifts of gold and silver wrought she for a present to their goddess brought. Then taking leave of them, she forward went to seek her love, where he was to be sought, ne rested till she came without relent unto the land of Amazons, as she was bent. Whereof when news to Radegund was brought, not with amaze, as women wonted be, she was confused in her troublous thought, but filled with courage and with joyous glee, as glad to hear of arms, the which now she had long surceased. She bade to open bold, that she the face of her new foe might see. But when they of that iron man had told, which late her folk had slain, she bade them forth to hold. So there without the gate, as seemed best, she caused her pavilion to be pight, in which stout Britomart herself did rest, whilst Talus watched at the door all night. All night likewise they of the town in fright upon their wall good watch and ward did keep. The morrow next, so soon as dawning light bade do away the damp of drowsy sleep, the warlike Amazon out of her bower did peep, and caused straight a trumpet loud to shrill, to warn her foe to battle soon be pressed. Who long before awoke, for she full ill could sleep all night, that in unquiet breast did closely harbour such a jealous guest, was to the battle whilome ready dight. Eftsoons that warrioress with haughty crest did issue forth, all ready for the fight. On the other side her foe appeared soon in sight. But ere they reared hand, the Amazon began the straight conditions to propound, with which she used still to tie her foe, to serve her so, as she the rest had bound. Which when the other heard, she sternly frowned for high disdain of such indignity, and would no longer treat, but bade them sound. For her no other terms should ever tie than what prescribed were by laws of chivalry. The trumpet sound, and they together run with greedy rage, and with their falchions smot. Nay, either sought the other's strokes to shun, but through great fury both their skill forgot, and practic use in arms, ne spared not their dainty parts, which nature had created so fair and tender, without stain or spot, for other uses than they them translated, which they now hacked and hewed, as if such use they hated. As when a tiger and a lioness are met at spoiling of some hungry prey, both challenge it with equal greediness. But first the tiger claws thereon did lay, and therefore, loath to lose her right away, doth in defence thereof full stoutly stand. To which the lion strongly doth gainsay, that she to hunt the beast first took in hand, and therefore ought it have, wherever she it fond. Full fiercely laid the Amazon about, and dealt her blows unmercifully sore, which Britomart withstood with courage stout, and them repaid again with double more. So long they fought, that all the grassy floor was filled with blood, which from their sides did flow, and gushed through their arms, that all in gore they trod, and on the ground their lives did strow, like fruitless seed, of which untimely death should grow. At last proud Radegund, with fell despite, having by chance espied advantage near, let drive at her with all her dreadful might, and thus upbraiding said, "This token bear unto the man whom thou dost love so dear, and tell him for his sake thy life thou gavest." Which spiteful words she sore in grieved to hear, thus answered, "Lewdly thou my love depravest, who shortly must repent that now so vainly bravest." Nathless that stroke so cruel passage found, that glancing on her shoulder plate it bit into the bone, and made a grisly wound, that she her shield through raging smart of it could scarce uphold. Yet soon she it requit,
For having force increased through furious pain, she her so rudely on the helmet smit, that it impierced to the very brain, and her proud person low prostrated on the plain. Where being laid, the wrathful Britoness stayed not till she came to herself again, but in revenge both of her love's distress, and her late vile reproach, though vaunted vain, and also of her wound, which sore did pain, she with one stroke both head and helmet cleft. Which dreadful sight, when all her warlike train there present saw, each one of sense bereft fled fast into the town, and her sole victor left. But yet so fast they could not home retreat, but that swift Talus did the foremost win, and pressing through the press unto the gate, pell-mell with them at once did enter in. There then a piteous slaughter did begin, for all that ever came within his reach, he with his iron flail did thresh, so thin that he no work at all left for the leech, like to an hideous storm which nothing may impeach. And now, by this, the noble conqueress herself came in, her glory to partake, where, though revengeful vow she did profess, yet when she saw the heaps which he did make of slaughtered carcasses, her heart did quake for very ruth, which did it almost rive, that she his fury willed him to slake, for else he sure had left not one alive, but all in his revenge of spirit would deprive. Though when she had his execution stayed, she for that iron prison did inquire, in which her wretched love was captive laid, which breaking open with indignant ire, she entered into all the parts entire, where when she saw that loathly uncouth sight of men disguised in womanish attire, her heart gan grudge for very deep despite of so unmanly mask, in misery misdight. At last, when as to her own love she came, whom like disguise no less deformed had, at sight thereof abashed with secret shame, she turned her head aside, as nothing glad to have beheld a spectacle so bad. And then too well believed that which tofore jealous suspect, as true untruly dread, which vain conceit now nourishing no more, she sought with ruth to salve his sad misfortune sore. Not so great wonder and astonishment did the most chaste Penelope possess to see her lord, that was reported drent, and dead long since in dolorous distress, come home to her in piteous wretchedness, after long travel of full 20 years, that she knew not his favour's likeliness, for many scars and many hoary hairs, but stood long staring on him, mongst uncertain fears. "Ah, my dear lord, what sight is this?" quoth she. "What May game hath misfortune made of you? Where is that dreadful manly look? Where be those mighty palms, the which ye wont embrue in blood of kings, and great hosts to subdue? Could aught on earth so wondrous change have wrought, as to have robbed you of that manly hue? Could so great courage stooped have to aught? Then farewell fleshly force, I see thy pride is naught." Thenceforth she straight into a bower him brought, and caused him those uncomely weeds undight, and in their stead for other raiment sought, whereof there was great store and armours bright, which had been reft from many a noble knight, whom that proud Amazon subdued had, whilst fortune favoured her success in fight. In which, whenas she him anew had clad, she was revived, and joyed much in his semblance glad. So there a while they afterwards remained, him to refresh, and her late wounds to heal. During which space she there as princess reigned, and changing all that form of commonweal, the liberty of women did repeal, which they had long usurped, and them restoring to men's subjection, did true justice deal. That all they, as a goddess her adoring, her wisdom did admire, and hearken to her loring. For all those knights, which long in captive shade had shrouded been, she did from thraldom free, and magistrates of all that city made, and gave to them great living and large fee. And that they should for ever faithful be, made them swear fealty to Artegall, who, when himself now well recured did see, he purposed to proceed, whatso befall, upon his first adventure, which him forth did call. Full sad and sorrowful was Britomart for his departure, her new cause of grief, yet wisely moderated her own smart, seeing his honour which she tendered chief consisted much in that adventure's brief. The care whereof and hope of his success gave unto her great comfort and relief, that womanish complaints she did repress, and tempered for the time her present heaviness. There she continued for a certain space, till through his want her woe did more increase. Then, hoping that the change of air and place would change her pain, and sorrow somewhat ease, she parted thence, her anguish to appease. Meanwhile her noble lord Sir Artegall went on his way, ne ever hour did cease, till he redeemed had that lady thrall, that for another canto will more fitly fall.
End of Canto 7. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 8 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 8. Prince Arthur and Sir Artegall free Samiant from fear. They slay the Soudan, drive his wife Adicia to despair. Not under heaven so strongly doth allure the sense of man, and all his mind possess, as beauty's lovely bait, that doth procure great warriors oft their rigour to repress, and mighty hands forget their manliness, drawn with the power of an heart-robbing eye, and wrapped in fetters of a golden tress, that can with melting pleasance mollify their hardened hearts, inured to blood and cruelty. So whilome learned that mighty Jewish swain, each of whose locks did match a man in might, to lay his spoils before his leman's train, so also did that great Aeaean knight for his love's sake his lion's skin undight, and so did warlike Antony neglect the world's whole rule for Cleopatra's sight. Such wondrous power hath women's fair aspect to captive men, and make them all the world reject. Yet could it not stern Artegall retain, nor hold from sweet of his avowed quest, which he had undertaken to gloryain, but left his love, albe her strong request, fair Britomart, in languor and unrest, and rode himself upon his first intent. Ne day nor night did ever idly rest, ne wight but only Talus with him went, the true guide of his way and virtuous government. So travelling, he chanced far off to heed a damsel, flying on a palfrey fast before two knights, that after her did speed with all their power, and her full fiercely chast, in hope to have her overhent at last. Yet fled she fast, and both them far outwent, carried with wings of fear like fowl aghast, with locks all loose and raiment all to rent, and ever as she rode her eye was backward bent. Soon after these he saw another knight, that after those two former rode apace, with spear in rest, and pricked with all his might. So ran they all, as they had been at base, they being chased that did others chase. At length he saw the hindmost overtake one of those two, and force him turn his face. However loath he were his way to slake, yet mote he all gates now abide, and answer make. But th' other still pursued the fearful maid, who still from him as fast away did fly, ne once for aught her speedy passage stayed, till that at length she did before her spy Sir Artegall, to whom she straight did hie with gladful haste, in hope of him to get succour against her greedy enemy, who, seeing her approach, gan forward set to save her from her fear, and him from force to let. But he, like hound full greedy of his prey, being impatient of impediment, continued still his course, and by the way thought with his spear him quite have overwent. So both together, like fellly bent, like fiercely met. But Artegall was stronger, and better skilled in tilt and tournament, and bore him quite out of his saddle, longer than 2 spears' length, so mischief overmatched the wronger. And in his fall misfortune him mistook, for on his head unhappily he pight, that his own weight his neck asunder broke, and left there dead.
Meanwhile the other knight, defeated, had the other fate or quite, and all his bowels in his body brast, whom leaving there in that dispiteous plight, he ran still on, thinking to follow fast his other fellow pagan, which before him passed. Instead of whom, finding there ready pressed Sir Artegall, without discretion he at him ran, with ready spear in rest, who seeing him come still so fiercely on, against him made again. So both anon together met, and strongly either strook and broke their spears, yet neither has forgone his horse's back, yet to and fro long shook, and tottered like two towers, which through a tempest quoke. But when again they had recovered sense, they drew their swords in mind to make amends for what their spears had failed of their pretence, which when the damsel, who those deadly ends of both her foes had seen, and now her friends, for her beginning a more fearful fray, she to them runs in haste, and her hair rends, crying to them their cruel hands to stay, until they both do hear what she to them will say. They stayed their hands, when she thus gan to speak. Ah, gentle knights, what mean ye thus unwise upon yourselves another's wrong to wreak? I am the wronged, whom ye did enterprise both to redress, and both redressed likewise. Witness the paynims both whom ye may see there dead on ground. What do ye then devise of more revenge? If more, then I am she which was the root of all, and your revenge on me. Whom when they heard so say, they looked about to weet if it were true as she had told, where when they saw their foes dead out of doubt, eftsoons they gan their wrathful hands to hold, and ventails rear, each other to behold. Though, when as Artegall did Arthur view, so fair a creature and so wondrous bold, he much admired both his heart and hue, and touched with entire affection, nigh him drew, saying, Sir Knight, of pardon I you pray, that all unweeting have you wronged thus sore, suffering my hand against my heart to stray, which if ye please forgive, I will therefore yield for amends myself yours evermore, or whatso penance shall by you be read. To whom the prince, Certes, me needeth more to crave the same, whom error so misled, as that it did mistake the living for the dead. But sith ye please that both our blames shall die, amends may for the trespass soon be made, since neither is endamaged much thereby. So can they both themselves full eath persuade to fair accordance, and both faults to shade, either embracing other lovingly, and swearing faith to either on his blade, never thenceforth to nourish enmity, but either other's cause to maintain mutually. Then Artegall gan of the prince inquire, what were those knights which there on ground were laid, and had received their folly's worthy hire, and for what cause they chased so that maid? Certes, I wot not well, the prince then said, but by adventure found them faring so, as by the way unweetingly I strayed. And lo, the damsel's self, whence all did grow, of whom we may at will the whole occasion know. Then they that damsel called to them nigh, and asked her what were those to her phone, from whom she erst so fast away did fly, and what was she herself so woe begone, and for what cause pursued of them at one. To whom she thus, Then wot ye well that I do serve a queen, that not far hence doth won, a princess of great power and majesty, famous through all the world, and honoured far and nigh. Her name Mercilla most men use to call, that is a maiden queen of high renown, for her great bounty known over all, and sovereign grace, with which her royal crown she doth support, and strongly beateth down the malice of her foes, which her envy, and at her happiness do fret and frown. Yet she herself the more doth magnify, and even to her foes her mercies multiply. Mongst many which malign her happy state, there is a mighty man which ones hereby, that with most fell despite and deadly hate seeks to subvert her crown and dignity, and all his power doth thereunto apply, and her good knights, of which so brave a band serves her as any princess under sky, he either spoils, if they against him stand, or to his part allures and bribeth underhand. Nay, him sufficeth all the wrong and ill which he unto her people does each day, but that he seeks by traitorous trains to spill her person, and her sacred self to slay. That, O ye heavens, defend, and turn away from her unto the miscreant himself, that neither hath religion nor fae, and makes his god of his ungodly pelf, and idols serves, so let his idols serve the elf. To all which cruel tyranny, they say, he is provoked and stirred up day and night by his bad wife, that hight Edicea, who counsels him, through confidence of might, to break all bonds of law and rules of right. For she herself professeth mortal foe to justice, and against her still doth fight, working to all that love her deadly woe, and making all her knights and people to do so. Which my liege lady seeing, thought it best with that his wife in friendly wise to deal, for stint of strife and stablishment of rest, both to herself and to her common weal, and all for past displeasures to repeal. So me in message unto her she sent, to treat with her by way of interdeal, of final peace and fair atonement, which might concluded be my mutual consent. All times have want safe passage to afford to messengers that come for causes just, but this proud dame, disdaining all accord, not only into bitter terms forth brust, reviling me and railing as she lust, but lastly, to make proof of utmost shame, me like a dog she out of doors did thrust, miscalling me by many a bitter name, that never did her ill, no once deserved blame. And lastly, that no shame might wanting be, when I was gone, soon after me she sent these 2 false knights, whom there ye lying see, to be by them dishonoured and shent. But thanked be God, and your good hardiment, they have the price of their own folly paid. So said this damsel that hight Samient, and to those knights, for their so noble aid, herself most grateful showed, and heaped thanks repaid. But they, now having throughly heard and seen all those great wrongs, the which that maid complained to have been done against her lady queen by that proud dame, which her so much disdained, were moved much thereat, and twixt them feigned with all their force to work avengement strong upon the Soldan self, which it maintained, and on his lady, the author of that wrong, and upon all those knights that did to her belong. But thinking best by counterfeit disguise to their design, to make the easier way, they did this complot twixt themselves devise. First, that Sir Artegall should him array, like one of those 2 knights which dead there lay, and then that damsel the sad Samient should, as his purchased prize, with him convey unto the Soldan's court, her to present unto his scornful lady, that for her had sent. So, as they had devised, Sir Artegall him clad in armour of a pagan knight, and taking with him, as his vanquished thrall, that damsel, led her to the Soldan's right, where, soon as his proud wife of her had sight, forth of her window as she looking lay, she weened straight it was her Paynim knight, which brought that damsel as his purchased prey, and sent to him a page that mote direct his way. Who, bringing them to their appointed place, offered his service to disarm the knight, but he, refusing him to let unlace, for doubt to be discovered by his sight, kept himself still in his strange armour dight. Soon after whom the prince arrived there, and sending to the Soldan in despite a bold defiance, did of him require that damsel whom he held as wrongful prisoneer. Wherewith the Soldan, all with fury fraught, swearing and banning most blasphemously, commanded straight his armour to be brought, and, mounting straight upon a chariot high, with iron wheels and hooks, armed dreadfully, and drawn of cruel steeds, which he had fed with flesh of men, whom through fell tyranny he slaughtered had, and ere they were half dead, their bodies to his beasts for provender did spread, so forth he came, all in a coat of plate, burnished with bloody rust, whiles on the green the Briton prince him ready did await, in glistering arms right goodly well beseen, that shone as bright as doth the heaven sheen, and by his stirrup Talus did attend, playing his page's part, as he had been before directed by his lord, to the end he should his flail to final execution bend. Thus go they both together to their gear, with like fierce minds, but meanings different. For the proud Soldan, with presumptuous cheer, and countenance sublime and insolent, sought only slaughter and avengement. But the brave prince, for honour and for right, 'gainst tortious power and lawless regiment, in the behalf of wrong and weak did fight. More in his cause's truth he trusted than in might. Like to the Thracian tyrant, who, they say, unto his horses gave his guests for meat, till he himself was made their greedy prey, and torn in pieces by Alcides great, so thought the Soldan in his folly's threat, either the prince in pieces to have torn with his sharp wheels in his first rage's heat, or under his fierce horse's feet have borne, and trampled down in dust his thoughts' disdained scorn. But the bold child, that peril well espying, if he too rashly to his chariot drew, gave way unto his horse's speedy flying, and their resistless rigour did eschew. Yet as he passed by, the pagan threw a shivering dart with so impetuous force, that had he not it shunned with heedful view, it had himself transfixed or his horse, or made them both one mass withouten more remorse. Oft drew the prince unto his chariot nigh, in hope some stroke to fasten on him near. But he was mounted in his seat so high, and his wing-footed coursers him did bear so fast away, that ere his ready spear he could advance, he far was gone and past. Yet still he him did follow everywhere, and followed was of him likewise full fast, so long as in his steeds the flaming breath did last. Again the pagan threw another dart, of which he had with him abundant store on every side of his embattled cart, and of all other weapons less or more, which warlike uses had devised of yore. The wicked shaft, guided through the airy wind by some bad spirit, that it to mischief bore, stayed not, till through his curate it did glide, and made a grisly wound in his enriven side. Much was he grieved with that hapless throw, that opened had the wellspring of his blood. But much the more that to his hateful foe he mote not come, to wreak his wrathful mood, that made him rave like to a lion would, which, being wounded of the huntsman's hand, cannot come near him in the covered wood, where he with boughs hath built his shady stand, and fenced himself about with many a flaming brand. Still when he sought to approach unto him nigh, his chariot wheels about him whirled round, and made him back again as fast to fly. And eke his steeds, like to an hungry hound, that hunting after game hath carrion found, so cruelly did him pursue and chase, that his good steed, all were he much renowned for noble courage and for hardy race, durst not endure their sight, but fled from place to place. Thus long they traced and traversed to and fro, seeking by every way to make some breach. Yet could the prince not nigh unto him go, that one sure stroke he might unto him reach, whereby his strength's assay he might him teach. At last, from his victorious shield, he drew the veil which did his powerful light impeach, and coming full before his horse's view, as they upon him pressed, it plain to them did shew. Like lightning flash that hath the gazer burned, so did the sight thereof their sense dismay, that back again upon themselves they turned, and with their rider ran perforce away. They could the Soldan them from flying stay, with reins or wonted rule, as well he knew. Naught feared they what he could do or say, but the only fear that was before their view, from which like mazed deer dismayfully they flew. Fast did they fly as them their feet could bear, high over hills and lowly over dales, as they were followed of their former fear. In vain the pagan bans and swears and rails, and back with both his hands unto him hails the resty reins, regarded now no more. He to them calls and speaks, yet naught avails. They hear him not, they have forgot his lore, but go which way they list, their guide they have for lore. As when the fiery-mouthed steeds, which drew the sun's bright wane to Phaeton's decay, soon as they did the monstrous scorpion view, with ugly crapples crawling in their way, the dreadful sight did them so sore affray, that their well-known courses they forwent, and, leading the ever-burning lamp astray, this lower world nigh all to ashes brent, and left their scorched path yet in the firmament. Such was the fury of these headstrong steeds, soon as the infant's sun-like shield they saw, that all obedience both to words and deeds they quite forgot, and scorned all former law. Through woods, through rocks, and mountains they did draw the iron chariot, and the wheels did tear, and tossed the Paynim without fear or awe. From side to side they tossed him here and there, crying to them in vain, that nold his crying here. Yet still the prince pursued him close behind, oft making offer him to smite, but found no easy means according to his mind. At last they have all overthrown to ground quite topsy-turvy, and the pagan hound, amongst the iron hooks and grapples keen, torn all to rags, and rent with many a wound, that no whole piece of him was to be seen, but scattered all about, and strowed upon the green. Like as the cursed son of Theseus, that following his chase in dewy morn, to fly his stepdame's loves outrageous, of his own steeds was all to pieces torn, and his fair limbs left in the woods forlorn, that for his sake Diana did lament, and all the woody nymphs did wail and mourn. So was this Soldan wrapped, and all to rent, that of his shape appeared no little monument. Only his shield and armour, which there lay, though nothing whole, but all to bruised and broken, he up did take, and with him brought away, that mote remain for an eternal token to all mongst whom this story should be spoken, how worthily, by heaven's high decree, justice that day of wrong herself had wroken, that all men which that spectacle did see, by like ensample mote for ever warned be. So on a tree before the tyrant's door he caused them be hung in all men's sight, to be a monument for evermore, which when his lady from the castle's height beheld, it much appalled her troubled sprite. Yet not as women wont, in doleful fit she was dismayed, or fainted through affright, but gathered unto her troubled wit, and gan eftsoons devise to be avenged for it. Straight down she ran, like an enraged cow that is berobbed of her youngling deer, with knife in hand, and fatally did vow to wreak her on that maiden messenger, whom she had caused be kept as prisoner by Artegall, misween for her own knight that brought her back. And, coming present there, she at her ran with all her force and might, all flaming with revenge and furious despite, like raging Ino, when with knife in hand she threw her husband's murdered infant out, or fell Medea, when on Colchic strand her brother's bones she scattered all about, or as that madding mother mongst the rout of Bacchus priests her own dear flesh did tear. Yet neither Ino nor Medea stout, nor all the Menades so furious were as this bold woman when she saw that damsel there. But Artegall, being thereof aware, did stay her cruel hand ere she her wrought, and as she did herself to strike prepare, out of her fist the wicked weapon caught. With that, like one enfeloned or distraught, she forth did roam, whither her rage her bore, with frantic passion and with fury fraught, and breaking forth out at a postern door, unto the wild wood ran her dolours to deplore. As a mad bitch, when, as the frantic fit her burning tongue with rage and flame it hath, doth run at random, and with furious bit snatching at everything, doth wreak her wrath on man and beast that cometh in her path. There they do say that she transformed was into a tiger, and that tiger's scath in cruelty and outrage she did pass, to prove her surname true that she imposed has. Then Artegall himself discovering plain, did issue forth 'gainst all that warlike rout of knights and armed men which did maintain that lady's part, and to the Soldan lout, all which he did assault with courage stout. All were they 900 knights of name, and like wild goats them chased all about, flying from place to place with cowherd shame, so that with final force them all he overcame. Then caused he the gates be opened wide, and there the prince, as victor of that day, with triumph entertained and glorified, presenting him with all the rich array and royal pomp which there long hidden lay, purchased through lawless power and tortious wrong of that proud Soldan, whom he erst did slay. So both, for rest there having stayed not long, marched with that maid, fit matter for another song.
End of Canto 8. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 9 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 9. Arthur and Artegall catch guile, whom Talus doth dismay. They to Mercilla's palace come, and see her rich array. What tiger, or what other savage wight is so exceeding furious and fell as wrong, when it hath armed itself with might? Not fit mongst men that do with reason mell, but mongst wild beasts and savage woods to dwell, where still the stronger doth the weak devour, and they that most in boldness do excel are dreaded most, and feared for their power. Fit for Adicia there to build her wicked bower. There let her one far from resort of men, where righteous Artegall her late exiled. There let her ever keep her damned den, where none may be with her lewd parts defiled, nor none but beasts may be of her despoiled. And turn we to the noble prince, where late we did him leave, after that he had foiled the cruel Soldan, and with dreadful fate had utterly subverted his unrighteous state. Where, having with Sir Artegall a space well solaced in that Soldan's late delight, they both resolving now to leave the place, both it and all the wealth therein behight, unto that damsel in her lady's right, and so would have departed on their way. But she them wooed by all the means she might, and earnestly besought to wend that day with her, to see her lady thence not far away. By whose entreaty both they overcomen, agreed to go with her, and by the way, as often falls, of sundry things they common. Mongst which that damsel did to them bewray a strange adventure, which not far thence lay, to weet a wicked villain, bold and stout, which wonned in a rock not far away, that robbed all the country thereabout, and brought the pillage home, whence none could get it out. Thereto both his own wily wit she said, and eke the fastness of his dwelling place, both unassailable, gave him great aid. For he so crafty was to forge and face, so light of hand and nimble of his pace, so smooth of tongue and subtil of his tale, that could deceive one looking in his face. Therefore by name Melengin they him call, well known by his feats, and famous over all. Through these his sleights he many doth confound, and eke the rock in which he wants to dwell is wondrous strong, and hewn far underground at dreadful depth, how deep no man can tell. But some do say it goeth down to hell, and all within it full of windings is, and hidden ways, that scarce an hound by smell can follow out those false footsteps of his, ne none can back return, that once are gone amiss. Which when those knights had heard, their hearts gan earn to understand that villain's dwelling place, and greatly it desired of her to learn, and by which way they towards it should trace. Were not, said she, that it should let your pace, towards my lady's presence by you met, I would you guide directly to the place. Then let not that, said they, stay your intent, for neither will one foot, till we that carle have hent. So forth they passed, till they approached nigh unto the rock where was the villain's won, which when the damsel near at hand did spy, she warned the knights thereof, who thereupon gan to advise what best were to be done. So both agreed to send that maid afore, where she might sit nigh to the den alone, wailing and raising pitiful uproar, as if she did some great calamity deplore. With noise whereof, when as the caitiff carle should issue forth, in hope to find some spoil, they in a wait would closely him ensnarl, ere to his den he backward could recoil, and so would hope him easily to foil. The damsel straight went as she was directed unto the rock, and there upon the soil, having herself in wretched wise objected, gan weep and wail, as if great grief had her affected. The cry whereof, entering the hollow cave, eftsoons brought forth the villain, as they meant, with hope of her some wishful boot to have. Full dreadful white he was, as ever went upon the earth, with hollow eyes deep pent, and long curled locks that down his shoulders shagged, and on his back an uncouth vestiment made of strange stuff, but all too worn and ragged, and underneath his breech was all too torn and jagged. And in his hand an huge long staff he held, whose top was armed with many an iron hook, fit to catch hold of all that he could weld, or in the compass of his clouches took, and ever round about he cast his look. Alls at his back a great wide net he bore, with which he seldom fished at the brook, but used to fish for fools on the dry shore, of which he in fair weather wont to take great store. Him when the damsel saw fast by her side, so ugly creature, she was nigh dismayed, and now for help aloud in earnest cried. But when the villain saw her so afraid, he gan with guileful words her to persuade to banish fear, and with Sardonian smile laughing on her, his false intent to shade, gan forth to lay his bait her to beguile, that from herself unwares he might her steal the while. Like as the fowler on his guileful pipe charms to the birds full many a pleasant lay, that they the whiles may take less heedy keep, how he his nets doth for their ruin lay. So did the villain to her prate and play, and many pleasant tricks before her show, to turn her eyes from his intent away. For he in sleights and juggling feats did flow, and of legerdemain the mysteries did know. To which, whilst she lent her intentive mind, he suddenly his net upon her threw, that overspread her like a puff of wind, and snatching her soon up, ere well she knew, ran with her fast away unto his mew, crying for help aloud. But when as nigh he came unto his cave, and there did view the armed knights stopping his passage by, he threw his burden down, and fast away did fly. But Artegall him after did pursue, the whiles the prince there kept the entrance still. Up to the rock he ran, and thereon flew like a wild goat, leaping from hill to hill, and dancing on the craggy cliffs at will. That deadly danger seemed in all men's sight, to tempt such steps where footing was so ill. Ne aught availed for the armed knight to think to follow him, that was so swift and light. Which when he saw, his iron man he sent to follow him, for he was swift in chase. He him pursued wherever that he went, both over rocks and hills, and every place whereso he fled, he followed him apace, so that he shortly forced him to forsake the height, and down descend unto the base. There he him coursed afresh, and soon did make to leave his proper form, and other shape to take. Into a fox himself he first did turn, but he him hunted like a fox full fast. Then to a bush himself he did transform, but he the bush did beat, till at the last into a bird it changed, and from him passed, flying from tree to tree, from wand to wand. But he then stones at it so long did cast, that like a stone it fell upon the land. But he then took it up, and held fast in his hand. So he had brought with him unto the knights, and to his lord Sir Artegall it lent, warning him hold it fast for fear of sleights. Who, whilst in hand it griping hard, he hent, into a hedgehog all unwares it went, and pricked him so that he away it threw. Then gan it run away incontinent, being returned to his former hue. But Talus soon him overtook, and backward drew. But when as he would to a snake again have turned himself, he with his iron flail gan drive at him, with so huge might and main, that all his bones as small as sandy grail he broke, and did his bowels disentrail, crying in vain for help, when help was past. So did deceit the self-deceiver fail. There they him left, a carrion outcast, for beasts and fowls to feed upon for their repast. Thenceforth they passed with that gentle maid to see her lady, as they did agree. To which when she approached, thus she said, Lo now, right noble knights, arrived ye be nigh to the place which ye desired to see. There shall ye see my sovereign lady queen, most sacred white, most debonair and free, that ever yet upon this earth was seen, or that with diadem hath ever crowned been. The gentle knights rejoiced much to hear the praises of that prince so manifold, and passing little further, comen were where they a stately palace did behold, of pompous show, much more than she had told, with many towers and terrace mounted high, and all their tops bright glistering with gold, that seemed to outshine the dimmed sky, and with their brightness dazed the strange beholder's eye. There they, alighting, by that damsel were directed in, and showed all the sight, whose porch, that most magnific did appear, stood open wide to all men day and night, yet warded well by one of mickle might, that sate thereby with giant-like resemblance, to keep out guile and malice and despite, that under show oft times of feigned semblance are wont in princes' courts to work great scath and hindrance. His name was Awe, by whom they passing in went up the hall, that was a large wide room, all full of people making troublous din and wondrous noise, as if that there were some which unto them was dealing righteous doom. By whom they passing through the thickest press, the marshal of the hall to them did come. His name hight Order, who commanding peace, them guided through the throng that did their clamours cease. They ceased their clamours upon them to gaze, whom seeing all in armour bright as day, strange there to see, it did them much amaze, and with unwonted terror half affray, for never saw they there the like array. Ne ever was the name of war there spoken, but joyous peace and quietness alway, dealing just judgments that mote not be broken for any bribes or threat of any to be wroken. There, as they entered the skrine, they saw someone whose tongue was for his trespass vile nailed to a post, adjudged so by law, for that therewith he falsely did revile and foul blaspheme that queen for forged guile, both with bold speeches which he blazed had, and with lewd poems which he did compile, for the bold title of a poet bad he on himself had ta'en, and railing rhymes had spread. Thus there he stood, whilst high over his head there written was the purport of his sin, in ciphers strange, that few could rightly read. Bon fond, but bon, that once had written been, was raced out, and mal was now put in. So now malfond was plainly to be read, either for the evil which he did therein, or that he likened was to a well head of evil words, and wicked slanders by him shed. They, passing by, were guided by degree unto the presence of that gracious queen, who sate on high, that she might all men see, and might of all men royally be seen. Upon a throne of gold full bright and sheen, adorned with all gems of endless price, as either might for wealth have gotten been, or could be framed by workman's rare device, and all embossed with lions and with fleur-de-lis. All over her a cloth of state was spread, not of rich tissue, nor of cloth of gold, nor of aught else that may be richest red, but like a cloud, as likest may be told, that her broad-spreading wings did wide unfold, whose skirts were bordered with bright sunny beams glistering like gold amongst the plights enrolled, and here and there shooting forth silver streams, mongst which crept little angels through the glittering gleams. Seemed those little angels did uphold the cloth of state, and on their purpled wings did bear the pendants through their nimblest bold, Besides, 1,000 more, such as sings hymns to high God, and carols heavenly things, encompassed the throne on which she sate. She, angel-like, the heir of ancient kings and mighty conquerors, in royal state, whilst kings and Caesars at her feet did them prostrate. Thus she did sit in sovereign majesty, holding a sceptre in her royal hand, the sacred pledge of peace and clemency, with which high God had blessed her happy land, maugre so many foes which did withstand. But at her feet her sword was likewise laid, whose long rest rusted the bright steely brand. Yet, when as foes enforced, or friends sought aid, she could it sternly draw, that all the world dismayed. And round about before her feet there sate a bevy of fair virgins clad in white, that goodly seemed to adorn her royal state, all lovely daughters of high Jove, that hight Lighty, by him begot in love's delight upon the righteous Themis. Those, they say, upon Jove's judgment seat wait day and night, and when in wrath he threats the world's decay, they do his anger calm, and cruel vengeance stay. They also do by his divine permission upon the thrones of mortal princes tend, and often treat for pardon and remission to suppliants through frailty which offend. Those did upon Mercilli's throne attend, just Dice, wise Eunomie, mild Irene, and them amongst her glories to commend, sate goodly temperance in garments clean, and sacred reverence born of heavenly streen. Thus did she sit in royal rich estate, admired of many, honoured of all, whilst underneath her feet, there as she sate, an huge great lion lay, that mote appall in hardy courage, like captived thrall, with a strong iron chain and collar bound, that once he could not move nor quitch at all. Yet did he murmur with rebellious sound, and softly roin, when savage choler gan redound. So sitting high in dreaded sovereignty, those two strange knights were to her presence brought, who, bowing low before her majesty, did to her mild obeisance as they ought, and meekest boon that they imagine mought. To whom she eke inclining her withal, as a fair stoop of her high soaring thought, a cheerful countenance on them let fall, yet tempered with some majesty imperial. As the bright sun, what time his fiery team towards the western rim begins to draw, gins to abate the brightness of his beam, and fervour of his flames somewhat adaw, so did this mighty lady, when she saw those two strange knights such homage to her make, bate somewhat of that majesty and awe, that whilom wont to do so many quake, and with more mild aspect those two to entertake. Now at that instant, as occasion fell, when these two stranger knights arrived in place, she was about affairs of commonweal, dealing of justice with indifferent grace, and hearing pleas of people mean and base, mongst which, as then, there was for to be heard the trial of a great and weighty case, which on both sides was then debating hard, but at the sight of these, those were a while debarred. But after all her princely entertain, to the hearing of that former cause in hand herself eftsoon she gan convert again, which that those knights likewise mote understand, and witness forth aright in foreign land, taking them up unto her stately throne, where they mote hear the matter throughly scanned, on either part she placed one on one, the other on the other side, and near them none. Then was there brought as prisoner to the bar a lady of great countenance and place, but that she it with foul abuse did mar, yet did appear rare beauty in her face, but blotted with condition vile and base, that all her other honour did obscure, and titles of nobility deface. Yet in that wretched semblant she did sure the people's great compassion unto her allure. Then up arose a person of deep reach, and rare insight hard matters to reveal, that well could charm his tongue, and time his speech to all essays. His name was called Zeal. He gan that lady strongly to appeal of many heinous crimes by her inured, and with sharp reasons rang her such appeal, that those whom she to pity had allured, he now t'abhor and loathe her person had procured. First gan he tell how this, that seemed so fair and royally arrayed, Duessa hight, that false Duessa, which had wrought great care and mickle mischief unto many a knight, by her beguiled and confounded quite. But not for those she now in question came, though also those mote question be aright, but for viled treasons and outrageous shame, which she against the dread Mercilla oft did frame. For she whilome, as ye mote yet right well remember, had her counsels false conspired with faithless Blandimour and Paradel, both to her paramours, both by her hired, and both with hope of shadows vain inspired, and with them practised how for to deprive Mercilla of her crown by her aspired, that she might it unto herself derive, and triumph in their blood whom she to death did drive. But through high heaven's grace, which favour not the wicked drifts of traitorous designs gainst loyal princes, all this cursed plot, ere proof it took, discovered was betimes, and actors won the meed meet for their crimes. Such be the meed of all that by such mean unto the type of kingdoms title climbs. But false Duessa, now untitled queen, was brought to her sad doom, as here was to be seen. Strongly did Zeal her heinous fact enforce, and many other crimes of foul defame against her brought to banish all remorse, and aggravate the horror of her blame. And with him, to make part against her, came many grave persons that against her pled. First was a sage old sire that had to name the kingdom's care, with a white silver head, that many high regards and reasons gainst her read. Then gan authority her to oppose with peremptory power, that made all mute. And then the law of nations gainst her rose, and reasons brought that no man could refute. Next gan religion gainst her to impute high God's behest, and power of holy laws. Then gan the people's cry and common suit importune care of their own public cause. And lastly, justice charged her with breach of laws. But then for her, on the contrary part, rose many advocates for her to plead. First there came pity, with full tender heart, and with her joined regard of womanhead. And then came danger, threatening hidden dread, and high alliance unto foreign power. Then came nobility of birth, that bred great ruth through her misfortune's tragic stour. And lastly grief did plead, and many tears forth pour. With the near touch whereof in tender heart the Briton prince was sore impassionate, and walks inclined much unto her part, through the sad terror of so dreadful fate, and wretched ruin of so high estate, that for great ruth his courage gan relent, which when as Zeal perceived to abate, he gan his earnest fervour to augment, and many fearful objects to them to present. He gan to force the evidence anew, and new accusements to produce in place. He brought forth that old hag of hellish hue, the cursed Ate, brought her face to face, who privy was and party in the case. She, glad of spoil and ruinous decay, did her appeach, and to her more disgrace the plot of all her practice did display, and all her trains and all her treasons forth did lay. Then brought he forth with grisly grim aspect abhorred murder, who with bloody knife, yet dropping fresh in hand, did her detect, and there with guilty bloodshed charged rife. Then brought he forth sedition, breeding strife in troublous wits, and mutinous uproar. Then brought he forth incontinence of life, even foul adultery her face before, and lewd impiety that her accused sore. All which when as the prince had heard and seen, his former fancies ruth he gan repent, and from her party eftsoons was drawn clean. But Artegall, with constant firm intent, for zeal of justice was against her bent. So was she guilty deemed of them all. Then zeal began to urge her punishment, and to their queen for judgment loudly call, unto Mercilla mild, for justice gainst the thrall. But she, whose princely breast was touched near with piteous ruth of her so wretched plight, though plain she saw by all that she did hear that she of death was guilty found by right, yet would not let just vengeance on her light, but rather let instead thereof to fall few purling drops from her fair lamps of light, the which she covering with her purple pall would have the passion hid, and up arose withal.
End of Canto 9. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 10 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 10. Prince Arthur takes the enterprise for Belgi for to fight. Gerioneo's seneschal he slays in Belgi's right. Some clerks do doubt in their deviceful art, whether this heavenly thing whereof I treat, to weaken mercy, be of justice part, or drawn forth from her by divine entreat. This well I wot, that sure she is as great, and meriteth to have as high a place, sith in the Almighty's everlasting seat she first was bred, and born of heavenly race, from thence poured down on men by influence of grace. For if that virtue be of so great might, which from just verdict will for nothing start, but to preserve inviolated right oft spills the principle to save the part, so much more then is that of power and art that seeks to save the subject of her skill, yet never doth from doom of right depart. As it is greater praise to save than spill, and better to reform than to cut off the ill. Who then can thee, Mercilla, throughly praise, that herein dost all earthly princes pass? What heavenly muse shall thy great honor raise up to the skies, whence first derived it was, and now on earth itself enlarged has, from th'utmost brink of the Americ shore unto the margin of the Moluccas? Those nations far thy justice do adore, but thine own people do thy mercy praise much more. Much more it praised was of those two knights, the noble prince and righteous Artegall, when they had seen and heard her doom arights against Duessa, damned by them all, but by her tempered without grief or gall, till strong constraint did her thereto enforce, and yet even then ruing her wilful fall with more than needful natural remorse, and yielding the last honor to her wretched course. During all which those knights continued there, both doing and receiving courtesies of that great lady, who with goodly cheer them entertained, fit for their dignities, approving daily to their noble eyes royal examples of her mercies rare, and worthy patterns of her clemencies, which till this day mongst many living are, who them to their posterities do still declare. Amongst the rest, which in that space befell, there came two springles of full tender years, far thence from foreign land where they did dwell, to seek for succor of her, and of her peers, with humble prayers and entreatful tears, sent by their mother, who a widow was, wrapped in great dolours, and in deadly fears, by a strong tyrant, who invaded has her land, and slain her children ruefully, alas. Her name was Belgi, who in former age a lady of great worth and wealth had been, and mother of a fruitful heritage, even 17 goodly sons, which who had seen in their first flower, before this fatal teen them overtook, and their fair blossoms blasted, more happy mother would her surely wean than famous Niobe, before she tasted Latona's children's wrath, that all her issue wasted. But this fell tyrant, through his tortious power, had left her now but 5 of all that brood. For 12 of them he did by times devour, and to his idol sacrifice their blood, whilst he of none was stopped nor withstood. For soothly he was one of matchless might, of horrible aspect and dreadful mood, and had 3 bodies in one waist empite, and arms and legs of 3 to succour him in fight. And sooth they say that he was born and bred of giants' race, the son of Geryon, he that whilome in Spain so sore was dread for his huge power and great oppression, which brought that land to his subjection through his 3 bodies' power in one combined. And he calls strangers in that region arriving to his kine for food assigned, the fairest kine alive, but of the fiercest kind. For they were all, they say, of purple hue, kept by a cowherd, hight Eurytion, a cruel carle, the which all strangers slew, ne day nor night did sleep to tend them on, but walked about them ever and anon with his 2-headed dog, that Orthrus hight. Orthrus begotten by great Typhoon, and foul Echidna in the house of night, but Hercules them all did overcome in fight.
His son was this, Gerioneo hight,
who, after that his monstrous father fell under Alcides' club, straight took his flight from that sad land, where he his sire did quell, and came to this, where Belgi then did dwell, and flourish in all wealth and happiness, being then new-made widow as befell, after her noble husband's late decease, which gave beginning to her woe and wretchedness. Then this bold tyrant, of her widowhead taking advantage, and her yet fresh woes, himself in service to her offered her to defend against all foreign foes, that should their power against her right oppose. Whereof she glad, now needing strong defence, him entertained, and did her champion chose, which long he used with careful diligence, the better to confirm her fearless confidence. By means whereof she did at last commit all to his hands, and gave him sovereign power to do whatever he thought good or fit, which having got, he gan forth from that hour to stir up strife, and many a tragic stour, giving her dearest children one by one unto a dreadful monster to devour, and setting up an idol of his own, the image of his monstrous parent Geryon. So tyrannizing and oppressing all, the woeful widow had no means now left, but unto gracious great Mercilla call for aid against that cruel tyrant's theft, ere all her children he from her had reft. Therefore these 2 her eldest sons she sent to seek for succour of this lady's gift, to whom their suit they humbly did present, in the hearing of full many knights and ladies gent. Amongst the which then fortunate to be the noble Britain prince with his brave peer, who, when he none of all those knights did see, hastily bent that enterprise to hear, nor undertake the same for coward fear, he stepped forth with courage bold and great, admired of all the rest in presence there, and humbly gan that mighty queen entreat to grant him that adventure for his former feat. She gladly granted it. Then he straightway himself unto his journey gan prepare, and all his armours ready dight that day, that not the morrow next mote stay his fare. The morrow next appeared with purple hair, yet dropping fresh out of the Indian fount, and bringing light into the heavens fair, when he was ready to his steed to mount unto his way, which now was all his care and count. Then, taking humble leave of that great queen, who gave him royal gifts and riches rare, as tokens of her thankful mind beseen, and leaving Artegall to his own care, upon his voyage forth he gan to fare, with those 2 gentle youths, which him did guide, and all his way before him still prepare. Nay, after him did Artegall abide, but on his first adventure forward forth did ride. It was not long till that the prince arrived within the land where dwelt that lady sad, whereof that tyrant had her now deprived, and into moors and marshes banished had, out of the pleasant soil and cities glad, in which she wont to harbour happily. But now his cruelty so sore she dread, that to those fens for fastness she did fly, and there herself did hide from his hard tyranny.
There he her found in sorrow and dismay, all solitary, without living wight. For all her other children through a fray had hid themselves, or taken further flight. And eke herself, through sudden strange affright, when one in arms she saw, began to fly. But when her own 2 sons she had in sight, she gan take heart, and look up joyfully, for well she wist this night came succour to supply. And running unto them with greedy joys, fell straight about their necks as they did kneel, and bursting forth in tears, "Ah, my sweet boys," said she, "yet now I gin new life to feel, and feeble spirits that can faint and reel, now rise again at this your joyous sight. Already seems that fortune's headlong wheel begins to turn, and sun to shine more bright than it was wont, through comfort of this noble knight." Then turning unto him, "And you, Sir Knight," said she, "that taken have this toilsome pain for wretched woman, miserable wight, may you in heaven immortal guerdon gain, for so great travel as you do sustain. For other meed may hope for none of me, to whom naught else but bare life doth remain, and that, so wretched one as you do see, is liker lingering death than loathed life to be." Much was he moved with their piteous plight, and low dismounting from his lofty steed, gan to recomfort her all that he might, seeking to drive away deep-rooted dread, with hope of help in that her greatest need. So thence he wished her with him to wend unto some place where they mote rest and feed, and she take comfort, which God now did send. Good heart in evils doth the evils much amend. "Ay me," said she, "and whither shall I go? Are not all places full of foreign powers? My palaces possessed of my foe, my cities sacked, and their sky-threating towers raced, and made smooth fields now full of flowers. Only these marishes and miry bogs, in which the fearful eufts do build their bowers, yield me an hostelry mongst the croaking frogs, and harbour here in safety from those ravenous dogs." "Nathless," said he, "dear lady, with me go. Some place shall us receive, and harbour yield. If not, we will at force maugre your foe, and purchase it to us with spear and shield. And if all fail, yet farewell open field. The earth to all her creatures lodging lends." With such his cheerful speeches he doth wield her mind so well, that to his will she bends, and binding up her locks and weeds, forth with him wends. They came unto a city far upland, the which whilome that lady's own had been, but now by force extort out of her hand by her strong foe, who had defaced clean her stately towers and buildings' sunny sheen, shut up her haven, marred her merchants' trade, robbed her people that full rich had been, and in her neck a castle huge had made, the which did her command without needing persuade. That castle was the strength of all that state, until that state by strength was pulled down, and that same city, so now ruinate, had been the key of all that kingdom's crown, both goodly castle and both goodly town, till that th' offended heavens list to lower upon their bliss, and baleful fortune frown. When those gainst states and kingdoms do conjure, who then can think their headlong ruin to recure? But he had brought it now in servile bond, and made it bear the yoke of inquisition, striving long time in vain it to withstand, yet glad at last to make most base submission, and life and joy for any composition. So now he hath new laws and orders new imposed on it, with many a hard condition, enforced it the honour that is due to God, to do unto his idol most untrue. To him he hath before this castle green built a fair chapel, and an altar framed of costly ivory, full rich beseen, on which that cursed idol far proclaimed he hath set up, and him his God hath named, offering to him in sinful sacrifice the flesh of men, to God's own likeness framed, and pouring forth their blood in brutish wise, that any iron eyes to see it would agrise.
And for more horror and more cruelty, under that cursed idol's altar stone an hideous monster doth in darkness lie, whose dreadful shape was never seen of none that lives on earth, but unto those alone the which unto him sacrificed be. Those he devours, they say, both flesh and bone. What else they have is all the tyrant's fee, so that no whit of them remaining one may see. There eke he placed a strong garrison, and set a seneschal of dreaded might, that by his power oppressed every one, and vanquished all venturous knights in fight, to whom he once show all the shame he might, after that them in battle he had won. To which, when now they gan approach in sight, the lady counselled him that place to shun, whereas so many knights had foully been fordone. Her fearful speeches naught he did regard, but riding straight under the castle wall, called it aloud unto the watchful ward, which there did wait, willing them forth to call into the field their tyrant seneschal. To whom, when tidings thereof came, he straight calls for his arms, and arming him withal, eftsoons forth pricked proudly in his might, and gan with courage fierce address him to the fight. They both encounter in the middle plain, and their sharp spears do both together smite amid their shields, with so huge might and main that seemed their souls they would have riven quite out of their breasts, with furious despite. Yet could the seneschals no entrance find into the prince's shield, where it impight, so pure the metal was, and well refined, but shivered all about, and scattered in the wind. Not so the prince's, but with restless force into his shield it ready passage found, both through his habergeon and eke his course, which, tumbling down upon the senseless ground, gave leave unto his ghost, from thraldom bound, to wander in the grisly shades of night. There did the prince him leave in deadly swound, and thence unto the castle marched right, to see if entrance there as yet obtain he might. But as he nigher drew, 3 knights he spied, all armed to point, issuing forth apace, which towards him with all their power did ride, and meeting him right in the middle race, did all their spears at once on him enchase. As 3 great culverings for battery bent, and levelled all against one certain place, do all at once their thunders rage forth rent, that makes the walls to stagger with astonishment. So all at once they on the prince did thunder, who from his saddle swerved not aside, ne to their force gave way, that was great wonder, but like a bulwark firmly did abide, rebutting him which in the midst did ride, with so huge rigour, that his mortal spear passed through his shield, and pierced through either side, that down he fell upon his mother dear, and poured forth his wretched life in deadly drear. Whom when his other fellows saw, they fled as fast as feet could carry them away, and after them the prince as swiftly sped, to be avenged of their unknightly play. There, whilst they entering, the one did the other stay, the hindmost in the gate he overhent, and as he pressed in, him there did slay. His carcass, tumbling on the threshold, sent his groaning soul unto her place of punishment. The other, which was entered, laboured fast to spare the gate, but that same lump of clay, whose grudging ghost was thereout fled and passed, right in the middest of the threshold lay, that it the postern did from closing stay, the whiles the prince hard pressed in between, and entrance won. Straight the other fled away, and ran into the hall, where he did ween himself to save. But he there slew him at the screen. Then all the rest, which in that castle were, seeing that sad ensample them before, durst not abide, but fled away for fear, and them conveyed out at a postern door. Long sought the prince, but when he found no more to pose against his power, he forth eschewed unto that lady, where he her had lore, and her gan cheer with what she there had viewed, and what she had not seen within unto her shewed. Who with right humble thanks him goodly greeting, for so great prowess as he there had proved, much greater than was ever in her weeting, with great admirance inwardly was moved, and honoured him with all that her behooved. Thenceforth into that castle he her led, with her 2 sons, right dear of her beloved, where all that night themselves they cherished, and from her baleful mind all care he banished.
End of Canto 10. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 11 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 11. Prince Arthur overcomes the great Gerineo in fight, doth slay the monster, and restore Belgia unto her right. It often falls in course of common life, that right long time is overborne of wrong, through avarice or power or guile or strife, that weakens her, and makes her party strong. But justice, though her doom she do prolong, yet at the last she will her own cause right, as by sad Belgia seems, whose wrongs, though long she suffered, yet at length she did requite, and sent redress thereof by this brave Briton knight. Whereof, when news was to that tyrant brought, how that the Lady Belgia now had found a champion, that had with his champion fought, and laid his seneschal low on the ground, and eke himself did threaten to confound, he gan to burn in rage, and freeze in fear, doubting sad end of principle unsound. Yet, sith he heard but one that did appear, he did himself encourage, and take better cheer. Natheless himself he armed all in haste, and forth he fared with all his many bad, ne stayed step till that he came at last unto the castle which they conquered had. There with huge terror, to be more adrad, he sternly marched before the castle gate, and with bold vaunts and idle threatening bade deliver him his own, ere yet too late, to which they had no right nor any wrongful state. The prince stayed not his answer to devise, but opening straight the spar, forth to him came, full nobly mounted in right warlike wise, and asked him if that he were the same who all that wrong unto that woeful dame so long had done, and from her native land exiled her, that all the world spake shame. He boldly answered him, he there did stand that would his doings justify with his own hand. With that, so furiously at him he flew, as if he would have overrun him straight, and with his huge great iron axe gan hew so hideously upon his armor bright, as he to pieces would have chopped it quite, that the bold prince was forced foot to give to his first rage, and yield to his despite, the whilst at him so dreadfully he drive, that seemed a marble rock asunder could have rive. Thereto a great advantage eke he has, through his 3 double hands, thrice multiplied, besides the double strength which in them was. For still, when fit occasion did betide, he could his weapon shift from side to side, from hand to hand, and with such nimblest sly could wield about, that ere it were espied, the wicked stroke did wound his enemy behind, beside, before, as he had list apply. Which uncouth use, when as the prince perceived, he gan to watch the wielding of his hands, lest by such sleight he were unwares deceived. And ever ere he saw the stroke to land, he would it meet, and warily withstand. One time, when he his weapon feigned to shift as he was wont, and changed from hand to hand, he met him with a counterstroke so swift, that quite smit off his arm, as he it up did lift. Therewith, all fraught with fury and disdain, he brayed aloud for very fell despite, and suddenly, to venge himself again, gan into one assemble all the might of all his hands, and heave them up on height, thinking to pay him with that one for all. But the sad steel seized not where he was hight upon the child, but somewhat short did fall, and lighting on his horse's head, him quite did maul. Down straight to ground fell his astonished steed, and eke to the earth his burden with him bare. But he himself full lightly from him freed, and gan himself to fight on foot prepare. Whereof, when as the giant was aware, he walks right blithe, as he had got thereby, and laughed so loud, that all his teeth wide bare one might have seen and ranged disorderly, like to a rank of piles that pitched are awry. Eftsoons again his axe he wrought on high, ere he were throughly buckled to his gear, and can let drive at him so dreadful that had he chanced not his shield to rear, ere that huge stroke arrived on him near, he had him surely cloven quite in twain.
But that adamantine shield which he did bear so well was tempered, that for all his main it would no passage yield unto his purpose vain. Yet was the stroke so forcibly applied, that made him stagger with uncertain sway, as if he would have tottered to one side, where with full wrath he fiercely gan assay that courtesy with like kindness to repay, and smote at him with so importune might, that 2 more of his arms did fall away, like fruitless branches, which the hatchet slight hath pruned from the native tree, and cropped quite. With that, all mad and furious he grew, like a fell mastiff, through enraging heat, and cursed and banned and blasphemies forththrew against the gods, and fire to them did threat, and hell unto himself with horror great. Thenceforth he cared no more which way he strook, nor where it light, but gan to chafe and sweat, and gnashed his teeth, and his head at him shook, and sternly him beheld with grim and ghastly look. Naught feared the child his looks, ne yet his threats, but only wexed now the more aware to save himself from those his furious heats, and watch advantage how to work his care. The which good fortune to him offered fair, for as he in his rage him overstrook, he, ere he could his weapon back repair, his side all bare and naked overtook, and with his mortal steel quite through the body struck. Through all 3 bodies he him struck at once, that all the 3 at once fell on the plain. Else should he thrice have needed for the nonce them to have stricken, and thrice to have slain. So now all 3 one senseless lump remain, and wallowed in his own black bloody gore, and biting thirst for very death's disdain, who, with a cloud of night him covering, bore down to the house of dole, his days there to deplore. Which when the lady from the castle saw, where she with her 2 sons did looking stand, she towards him in haste herself did draw, to greet him the good fortune of his hand. And all the people, both of town and land, which there stood gazing from the city's wall upon those warriors, greedy to understand to whether should the victory befall, now when they saw it fall'n, they eke him greeted all. But Belgie with her sons prostrated low before his feet, in all that people's sight, mongst joys mixing some tears, mongst weal some woe, him thus bespake. O most redoubted knight, the which hast me of all most wretched wight that erst was dead, restored to life again, and these weak imps replanted by thy might, what guerdon can I give thee for thy pain, but even that which thou savest, thine still to remain? He took her up for by the lily hand, and her recomforted the best he might, saying, Dear lady, deeds ought not be scanned by the author's manhood, nor the doer's might, but by their truth and by the causes right. That same is it which fought for you this day. What other meed then need me to requite, but that which yieldeth virtue's meed alway, that is the virtue's self, which her reward doth pay. She humbly thanked him for that wondrous grace, and further said, Ah, sir, but mote ye please, sith ye thus far have tendered my poor case, as from my chiefest foe me to release, that your victorious arm will not yet cease, till ye have rooted all the relics out of that filed race, and stablished my peace. What is there else, said he, left of their rout? Declare it boldly, dame, and do not stand in doubt. Then wot you, sir, that in this church hereby there stands an idol of great note and name, the which this giant reared first on high, and of his own vain fancies thought did frame, to whom for endless horror of his shame he offered up for daily sacrifice my children and my people burnt in flame, with all the tortures that he could devise, the more to grate his God with such his bloody guise. And underneath this idol there doth lie an hideous monster, that doth it defend, and feeds on all the carcasses that die in sacrifice unto that cursed fiend, whose ugly shape none ever saw, nor kenned that ever scaped. For of a man they say it has the voice, that speeches forth doth send, even blasphemous words, which she doth bray out of her poisonous entrails fraught with dire decay. Which when the prince heard tell, his heart gan earn for great desire that monster to assay, and prayed the place of her abode to learn. Which being showed, he gan himself straightway there to address, and his bright shield display. So to the church he came, where it was told the monster underneath the altar lay. There he that idol saw of massy gold most richly made, but there no monster did behold. Upon the image with his naked blade 3 times as in defiance there he strook, and the 3rd time out of an hidden shade there forth issued from under the altar's smook a dreadful fiend with foul deformed look, that stretched itself as it had long lain still, and her long tail and feathers strongly shook, that all the temple did with horror fill, yet him not terrified that feared nothing ill. And huge great beast it was, when it in length was stretched forth, that nigh filled all the place, and seemed to be of infinite great strength. Horrible, hideous, and of hellish race, born of the brooding of Echidna base, or other like infernal furies kind. For of a maid she had the outward face, to hide the horror which did lurk behind, the better to beguile whom she so fond did find. There too the body of a dog she had, full of fell ravin and fierce greediness, a lion's claws with power and rigour clad, to rend and tear whatso she can oppress, a dragon's tail, whose sting without redress full deadly wounds whereso it is impite, and eagle's wings for scope and speediness, that nothing may escape her reaching might, whereto she ever list to make her hardy flight. Much like in foulness and deformity unto that monster whom the Theban knight, the father of that fatal progeny, made kill herself for very heart's despite, that he had read her riddle, which no wight could ever lose, but suffered deadly dool. So also did this monster use like sleight to many a one which came unto her school, whom she did put to death, deceived like a fool. She coming forth, when as she first beheld the armed prince, with shield so blazing bright, her ready to assail, was greatly quelled, and much dismayed with that dismayful sight, that back she would have turned for great affright. But he gan her with courage fierce assay, that forced her turn again in her despite, to save herself, lest that he did her slay, and sure he had her slain, had she not turned her way. Though when she saw that she was forced to fight, she flew at him like to an hellish fiend, and on his shield took hold with all her might, as if that it she would in pieces rend, or reeve out of the hand that did it hend. Strongly he strove out of her greedy gripe to loose his shield, and long while did contend. But when he could not quite it, with one stripe her lion's claws he from her feet away did wipe. With that aloud she gan to bray and yell, and foul blasphemous speeches forth did cast, and bitter curses, horrible to tell, that even the temple wherein she was placed did quake to hear, and nigh asunder brast. Though with her huge long tail she at him strook, that made him stagger, and stand half aghast with trembling joints, as he for terror shook, who not was terrified, but greater courage took. As when the mast of some well-timbered hulk is with the blast of some outrageous storm blown down, it shakes the bottom of the bulk, and makes her ribs to crack as they were torn, whilst still she stands astonished and forlorn, so was he stound with stroke of her huge tail. But ere that it she back again had borne, he with his sword it strook, that without fail he jointed it, and marred the swinging of her flail. Then gan she cry much louder than afore, that all the people there without it heard, and Belgi's self was therewith stunned sore, as if the only sound thereof she feared. But then the fiend herself more fiercely reared upon her wide great wings, and strongly flew with all her body at his head and beard, that had he not foreseen with heedful view, and thrown his shield atween, she had him done to rue. But as she pressed on him with heavy sway, under her womb his fatal sword he thrust, and for her entrails made an open way to issue forth, the which once being brust, like to a great mill dam, forth fiercely gushed, and poured out of her infernal sink most ugly filth, and poison therewith rushed, that him nigh choked with the deadly stink. Such loathly matter were small lust to speak or think. Then down to ground fell that deformed mass, breathing out clouds of sulphur, foul and black, in which a puddle of contagion was, more loath than Lerna or than Stygian lake, that any man would nigh a wappet make. Whom when he saw on ground, he was full glad, and straight went forth his gladness to partake with Belgi, who watched all this while, full sad, waiting what end would be of that same danger dread. Who when she saw so joyously come forth, she gan rejoice, and through triumphant cheer, lauding and praising his renowned worth by all the names that honourable were. Then in he brought her, and her showed there the present of his pains, that monster's spoil, and eke that idol deemed so costly dear, whom he did all to pieces break, and foil in filthy dirt, and left so in the loathly soil. Then all the people which beheld that day gan shout aloud, that unto heaven it rung, and all the damsels of the town in ray came dancing forth, and joyous carols sung. So him they led through all their streets along, crowned with girlands of immortal bays, and all the vulgar did about them throng, to see the man whose everlasting praise they all were bound to all posterities to raise. There he with Belgi did a while remain, making great feast and joyous merriment, until he had her settled in her reign, with safe assurance and establishment. Then to his first emprise his mind he lent, full loath to Belgi, and to all the rest, of whom yet taking leave, thenceforth he went, and to his former journey him addressed, on which long way he rode, ne ever day did rest. But turn we now to noble Artegall, who having left Mercilla, straightway went on his first quest, the which him forth did call, to wit, to work Irene's franchisement, and eke Grand Torto's worthy punishment. So forth he fared, as his manner was, with only Talus waiting diligent, through many perils and much way did pass, till nigh unto the place at length approached he has. There as he travelled by the way, he met an aged wight, wayfaring all alone, who through his years long since aside hath set the use of arms, and battle quite forgone. To whom as he approached, he knew anon that it was he which whilome did attend on fair Irene in her affliction, when first to Faerie court he saw her wend, unto his sovereign queen her suit for to commend. Whom by his name saluting, thus he gan, Hail, good Sir Sergius, truest knight alive, well tried in all thy lady's troubles, than when her that tyrant did of crown deprive. What new occasion doth thee hither drive, while she alone is left, and thou here found? Or is she thrall, or doth she not survive? To whom he thus, She liveth sure and sound, but by that tyrant is in wretched thraldom bound. For she, presuming on the pointed tide, in which he promised, as he were a knight, to meet her at the salvage island's side, and then and there for trial of her right with her unrighteous enemy to fight, did thither come, where she, afraid of naught, by guileful treason and by subtle sleight surprised was, and to Grand Torto brought, who her imprisoned hath, and her life often sought. And now he hath to her prefixed a day, by which if that no champion do appear, which will her cause in battleless array against him justify, and prove her clear of all those crimes that he gainst her doth rear, she death shall buy. Those tidings sad did much abash Sir Artegall to hear, and grieved sore that through his fault she had fallen into that tyrant's hands, and usage bad. Then thus replied, Now sure and by my life too much am I to blame for that fair maid, that have her drawn to all this troublous strife, through promise to afford her timely aid, which by default I have not yet defrayed. But witness unto me, ye heavens, that know how clear I am from blame of this upbraid. For ye into like thraldom did me throw, and kept me from accomplishing the faith which I did owe. But now read, Sir Sergius, how long space hath he her lent, a champion to provide? 10 days, quoth he granted hath of grace, for that he weeneth well before that tide none can have tidings to assist her side. For all the shores which to the sea accost, he day and night doth ward both far and wide, that none can there arrive without an host. So her he deems already but a damned ghost. Now turn again, Sir Artegall then said, for if I live till those 10 days have end, assure yourself, Sir Knight, she shall have aid, though I this dearest life for her do spend. So backward he at one with him did wend. Then, as they rode together on their way, a rout of people they before them kenned, flocking together in confused array, as if that there were some tumultuous affray. To which as they approached, the cause to know, they saw a knight in dangerous distress, of a rude rout him chasing to and fro, that sought with lawless power him to oppress, and bring in bondage of their brutishness. And far away, amid their rake-hell bands, they spied a lady left all succourless, crying, and holding up her wretched hands to him for aid, who long in vain their rage withstands. Yet still he strives, nay any peril spares, to rescue her from their rude violence, and like a lion wood amongst them fares, dealing his dreadful blows with large dispense, gainst which the pallid death finds no defence. But all in vain, their numbers are so great, that naught may boot to banish them from thence. For soon as he their outrage back doth beat, they turn afresh, and oft renew their former threat. And now they do so sharply him assay, that they his shield in pieces battered have, and forced him to throw it quite away, fro dangers dread his doubtful life to save. Albeit that it most safety to him gave, and much did magnify his noble name. For from the day that he thus did it leave, amongst all knights he blotted was with blame, and counted but a recreant knight, with endless shame. Whom when they thus distressed did behold, they drew unto his aid. But that rude rout them also gan assail, with outrage bold, and forced them, however strong and stout they were, as well approved in many a doubt, back to recule, until that iron man with his huge flail began to lay about, from whose stern presence they diffused ran, like scattered chaff, the which the wind away doth fan. So when that knight from peril clear was freed, he drawing near began to greet them fair, and yield great thanks for their so goodly deed, in saving him from dangerous despair of those which sought his life for to impair. Of whom Sir Artegall gan then inquire the whole occasion of his late misfare, and who he was, and what those villains were, the which with mortal malice him pursued so near. To whom he thus: My name is Bourbonhite, well known, and far renowned heretofore, until late mischief did upon me light, that all my former praise hath blemished sore, and that fair lady which in that uproar ye with those catives saw, Flordelis hight, is mine own love, though she me have forlore, whether withheld from me by wrongful might, or with her own good will, I cannot read aright. But sure to me her faith she first did plight, to be my love, and take me for her lord, till that a tyrant which grand Torto hight, with golden gifts and many a guileful word, enticed her to him for to accord. Oh, who may not with gifts and words be tempted? Sith which she hath me ever since abhorred, and to my foe hath guilefully consented. Ay me, that ever guile in women was invented. And now he hath this troop of villains sent, by open force to fetch her quite away, gainst whom myself I long in vain have bent to rescue her, and daily means assay, yet rescue her thence by no means I may. For they do me with multitude oppress, and with unequal might do overlay, that oft I driven am to great distress, and forced to forego the tempt remedialess. And why have ye, said Artegall, forborne your own good shield in dangerous dismay? That is the greatest shame and foulest scorn which unto any knight behappen may, to lose the badge that should his deeds display. To whom Sir Bourbon, blushing half for shame, That shall I unto you, quoth he, bewray, lest ye therefore mote happily me blame, and deem it done of will, that through enforcement came. True is that I at first was dubbed a knight by a good knight, the Knight of the Red Cross, who when he gave me arms in field to fight, gave me a shield, in which he did endoss his dear Redeemer's badge upon the boss. the same long while I bore, and therewithal fought many battles, without wound or loss. There with grand Torto's self I did appall, and made him oftentimes in field before me fall. But for that many did that shield envy, and cruel enemies increased more, to stint all strife and troublous enmity, that bloody scutcheon, being battered sore, I laid aside, and have of late forbore, hoping thereby to have my love obtained. Yet can I not my love have, now the more, for she by force is still for me detained, and with corruptful bribes is to untruth mistrained. To whom thus Artegall: Certes, Sir Knight, hard is the case the which ye do complain, yet not so hard, for not so hard may light that it to such a strait mote you constrain, as to abandon that which doth contain your honour's style, that is your warlike shield. All peril ought be less, and less all pain, than loss of fame in disadventurous field. Die rather than do aught that mote dishonour yield. Not so, quoth he, for yet, when time doth serve, my former shield I may resume again. To temporize is not from truth to swerve, ne for advantage term to entertain, when as necessity doth it constrain. Fie on such forgery, said Artegall, under one hood to shadow faces twain. Knights ought be true, and truth is one in all. Of all things to dissemble foully may befall. Yet let me you of courtesy request, said Bourbon, to assist me now at need against these peasants which have me oppressed, and forced me to so infamous deed, that yet my love may from their hands be freed. Sir Artegall, albeit he erst did white his wavering mind, yet to his aid agreed, and buckling him eftsoons unto the fight, did set upon those troops with all his power and might, who, flocking round about them, as a swarm of flies upon a birchen bough doth cluster, did them assault with terrible alarm, and over all the fields themselves did muster, with bills and glaives, making a dreadful lustre, that forced at first those knights back to retire, as when the wrathful Boreas doth bluster, naught may abide the tempest of his ire. Both man and beast do fly, and succour to inquire. But when as overblowen was that brunt, those knights began afresh them to assail, and all about the fields like squirrels hunt. But chiefly Talus, with his iron flail, 'gainst which no flight nor rescue mote avail, made cruel havoc of the baser crew, and chased them both over hill and dale. The rascal many soon they overthrew, but the two knights themselves their captains did subdue. At last they came whereas that lady bode, whom now her keepers had forsaken quite, to save themselves, and scattered were abroad. Her half dismayed they found, in doubtful plight, as neither glad nor sorry for their sight. Yet wondrous fair she was, and richly clad in royal robes, and many jewels dight. But that those villains, through their usage bad, them foully rent, and shamefully defaced had. But Bourbon, straight dismounting from his steed, unto her ran with greedy great desire, and catching her fast by her ragged weed, would have embraced her with heart entire. But she, back starting with disdainful ire, bade him avaunt, ne would unto his lore allured be for prayer, ne for meed. Whom when those knights so froward and forlore beheld, they her rebuked and upbraided sore. Said Artegall, what foul disgrace is this, to so fair lady as ye seem in sight, to blot your beauty, that unblemished is, with so foul blame as breach of faith once plight, or change of love for any world's delight? Is aught on earth so precious or dear as praise and honour? Or is aught so bright and beautiful as glory's beams appear, whose goodly light than Phoebus' lamp doth shine more clear? Why then will ye, fond dame, attempted be unto a stranger's love, so lightly placed, for gifts of gold, or any worldly glee, to leave the love that ye before embraced, and let your fame with falsehood be defaced? Fie on the pelf, for which good name is sold, and honour with indignity debased. Dearer is love than life, and fame than gold, but dearer than them both your faith once plighted hold. Much was the lady in her gentle mind abashed at his rebuke, that bit her near, ne aught to answer thereunto did find, but hanging down her head with heavy cheer, stood long amazed, as she amated were. Which Bourbon seeing, her again assayed, and clasping twixt his arms, her up did rear upon his steed, while she no whit gainsayed. So bore her quite away, nor well nor ill apaid. Natheless the Iron Man did still pursue that rascal many with unpitied spoil, ne ceased not till all their scattered crew into the sea he drove quite from that soil, the which they troubled had with great turmoil. But Artegall, seeing his cruel deed, commanded him from slaughter to recoil, and to his voyage gan again proceed, for that the term approaching fast required speed.
End of Canto 11. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Canto 12 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 12. Artegall doth Sir Bourbon aid, and blames for changing shield. He with the great Grantorto fights, and slayeth him in field. O sacred hunger of ambitious minds, and impotent desire of men to reign, whom neither dread of God that devils binds, nor laws of men that commonweals contain, nor bands of nature that wild beasts restrain, can keep from outrage and from doing wrong, where they may hope a kingdom to obtain. No faith so firm, no trust can be so strong, no love so lasting then, that may endure in long. Witness may Bourbon be, whom all the bands which may a knight assure had surely bound, until the love of lordship and of lands made him become most faithless and unsound. And witness be Gerioneo found, who for like cause fair Belgie did oppress, and right and wrong most cruelly confound. And so be now Grantorto, who no less than all the rest burst out to all outrageousness. Against whom Sir Artegall, long having since taken in hand th' exploit, being thereto appointed by that mighty fairy prince great Gloriane, that tyrant to fordo, through other great adventures hitherto had it forslacked. But now, time drawing nigh, to him assigned, her high behest to do, to the seashore he gan his way apply, to weet if shipping ready he mote there descry. Though when they came to the sea coast, they found a ship already, as good fortune fell, to put to sea, with whom they did compound to pass them over, where they list to tell. The wind and weather served them so well, that in one day they with the coast did fall. Whereas they ready found them to repel great hosts of men in order martial, which them forbade to land, and footing did forestall. But na the more would they from land refrain, but when as nigh unto the shore they drew, that foot of man might sound the bottom plain, Talus into the sea did forth eschew, though darts from shore and stones they at him threw, and wading through the waves with steadfast sway, maugre the might of all those troops in view, did win the shore, whence he them chased away, and made to fly like doves whom the eagle doth affray. The while Sir Artegall with that old knight did forth descend, there being none them near, and forward marched to a town in sight. By this came tidings to the tyrant's ear, by those which erst did fly away for fear of their arrival. Wherewith troubled sore, he all his forces straight to him did rear, and forth issuing with his scouts afore, meant them to have encountered, ere they left the shore. But ere he marched far, he with them met, and fiercely charged them with all his force. But Talus sternly did upon them set, and brushed and battered them without remorse, that on the ground he left full many a corse. Ne any able was him to withstand, but he them overthrew, both man and horse, that they lay scattered over all the land, as thick as doth the seed after the sower's hand. Till Artegall, him seeing so to rage, willed him to stay, then sign of truce did make. to which all hearkening did a while assuage their forces' fury and their terror slake, till he an herald called, and to him spake, willing him wend unto the tyrant straight, and tell him that not for such slaughter's sake he thither came, but for to try the right of fair Irene's cause with him in single fight, and willed him for to reclaim with speed his scattered people, ere they all were slain, and time and place convenient to a rede, in which they to the combat might darraign. Which message, when Grantorto heard, full fain and glad he was the slaughter so to stay, and pointed for the combat twixt them twain the morrow next, ne gave him longer day. So sounded the retreat, and drew his folk away. That night Sir Artegall did cause his tent there to be pitched on the open plain, for he had given straight commandment that none should dare him once to entertain, which none durst break, though many would right fain for fair Irene, whom they loved dear. But yet old Sergius did so well him pain, that from close friends that dared not to appear, he all things did purvey, which for them needful were. The morrow next, that was the dismal day appointed for Irene's death before, so soon as it did to the world display his cheerful face, and light to men restore, the heavy maid, to whom none tidings bore of Artegall's arrival, her to free, looked up with eyes full sad, and heart full sore, weening her life's last hour then near to be, sith no redemption nigh she did nor hear nor see. Then up she rose, and on herself did dight most squalid garments, fit for such a day, and with dull countenance and with doleful sprite she forth was brought in sorrowful dismay, for to receive the doom of her decay. But coming to the place, and finding there Sir Artegall in battleless array waiting his foe, it did her dead heart cheer, and new life to her lent in midst of deadly fear. Like as a tender rose in open plain, that with untimely drought nigh withered was, and hung the head, soon as few drops of rain thereon distil, and dew her dainty face, gins to look up, and with fresh wonted grace dispreads the glory of her levas gay. Such was Irene's countenance, such her case, when Artegall she saw in that array, there waiting for the tyrant till it was far day, who came at length with proud, presumptuous gait into the field, as if he fearless were, all armed in a coat of iron plate, of great defence to ward the deadly fear, and on his head a steel cap he did wear, of colour rusty brown, but sure and strong, and in his hand an huge poleaxe did bear, whose steel was iron-studded, but not long, with which he wont to fight to justify his wrong. Of stature huge and hideous he was, like to a giant for his monstrous height, and did in strength most sorts of men surpass, ne ever any found his match in might. Thereto he had great skill in single fight. His face was ugly, and his countenance stern, that could have frayed one with the very sight, and gaped like a gulf when he did girn, that whether man or monster one could scarce discern. Soon as he did within the lists appear, with dreadful look he Artegall beheld, as if he would have daunted him with fear, and, grinning grisly, did against him weld his deadly weapon, which in hand he held. But th' elfin swain, that oft had seen like sight, was with his ghastly countenance nothing quelled, but gan him straight to buckle to the fight, and cast his shield about to be in ready plight. The trumpet sound, and they together go, with dreadful terror and with fell intent, and their huge strokes full dangerously bestow, to do most damage, whereas most they meant. But with such force and fury violent, the tyrant thundered his thick blows so fast, that through the iron walls their way they rent, and even to the vital parts they passed, ne aught could them endure, but all they cleft or brast. Which cruel outrage, when as Artegall did well avise, thenceforth with wary heed he shunned his strokes, wherever they did fall, and way did give unto their graceless speed. As when a skilful mariner doth read a storm approaching, that doth peril threat, He will not bide the danger of such dread, but strikes his sails, and veereth his main sheet, and lends it leave unto the empty air to beat. So did the fairy knight himself abear, and stooped oft his head from shame to shield. No shame to stoop, one's head more high to rear, and, much to gain, a little for to yield. So stoutest knights done oftentimes in field. But still the tyrant sternly at him laid, and did his iron axe so nimbly wield, that many wounds into his flesh it made, and with his burdenous blows him sore did overlaid. Yet, when as fit advantage he did spy, the whiles the cursed felon high did rear his cruel hand to smite him mortally, under his stroke he to him stepping near, right in the flank him strook with deadly drear, that the gore blood, thence gushing grievously, did underneath him like a pond appear, and all his armour did with purple dye. Thereat he brayed loud, and yelled dreadfully. Yet the huge stroke, which he before intended, kept on his course, as he did it direct, and with such monstrous poise adown descended, that seemed naught could him from death protect. But he it well did ward with wise respect, and twixt him and the blow his shield did cast, which thereon seizing took no great effect, but biting deep therein did stick so fast, that by no means it back again he forth could wrast. Long while he tugged and strove to get it out, and all his power applied thereunto, that he therewith the knight drew all about. Natheless, for all that ever he could do, his axe he could not from his shield undo. Which Artegall perceiving, strook no more, but loosing soon his shield, did it forego, and whiles he cumbered was therewith so sore, he gan at him let drive more fiercely than afore. So well he him pursued, that at the last he stroke him with crisere on the head, that with the souse thereof full sore aghast, he staggered to and fro in doubtful stead. Again, whiles he him saw so ill bestead, he did him smite with all his might and main, that falling on his mother earth he fed, whom when he saw prostrated on the plain, he lightly reft his head to ease him of his pain. Which when the people round about him saw, they shouted all for joy of his success, glad to be quit from that proud tyrant's awe, which with strong power did them long time oppress. And running all with greedy joyfulness to fair Irena, at her feet did fall, and her adored with due humbleness, as their true liege and princess natural. And eke her champion's glory sounded over all, who straight her leading with meet majesty unto the palace where their kings did reign, did her therein establish peaceably, and to her kingdom seat restore again. And all such persons as did late maintain that tyrant's part, with close or open aid, he sorely punished with heavy pain, that in short space, whiles there with her he stayed, not one was left that durst her once have disobeyed. During which time that he did there remain, his study was true justice how to deal, and day and night employed his busy pain, how to reform that ragged commonweal. And that same iron man, which could reveal all hidden crimes, through all that realm he sent, to search out those that used to rob and steal, or did rebel against lawful government, on whom he did inflict most grievous punishment. But ere he could reform it thoroughly, he through occasion called was away to Faerie Court, that of necessity his course of justice he was forced to stay, and Talus to revoke from the right way, in which he was that realm for to redress. But envy's cloud still dimmeth virtue's ray. So having freed Irena from distress, he took his leave of her, there left in heaviness. Though, as he back returned from that land, and there arrived again whenceforth he set, he had not passed far upon the strand, when as two old ill-favoured hags he met, by the wayside being together set, two grisly creatures, and, to that their faces most foul and filthy were, their garments yet, being all ragged and tattered, their disgraces did much the more augment, and made most ugly cases. The one of them that elder did appear, with her dull eyes did seem to look askew, that her misshape much helped, and her foul hair hung loose and loathsomely,
Thereto her hue was wan and lean, that all her teeth a rue, and all her bones might through her cheeks be red. Her lips were like raw leather, pale and blue, and as she spake, therewith she slavered. Yet spake she seldom, but thought more the less she said. Her hands were foul and dirty, never washed in all her life, with long nails overwrought like puttock's claws, with one of which she scratched her cursed head, although it itched not. The other held a snake with venom fraught, on which she fed and gnawed hungrily, as if that long she had not eaten aught. That round about her jaws one might descry the bloody gore and poison dropping loathsomely. Her name was Envy, known well thereby, whose nature is to grieve and grudge at all that ever she sees done praiseworthily, whose sight to her is greatest cross may fall, and vexeth so that makes her eat her gall. For when she wanteth other thing to eat, she feeds on her own maw unnatural, and of her own foul entrails makes her meat fit for such a monster's monstrous diet. And if she happed of any good to hear, that had to any happily betid, then would she inly fret and grieve, and tear her flesh for fellness, which she inward hid. But if she heard of ill that any did, or harm that any had, then would she make great cheer, like one unto a banquet bid, and in another's loss great pleasure take, as she had got thereby, and gained a great stake. The other nothing better was than she, agreeing in bad will and cankered kind, but in bad manner they did disagree. For whatso envy, good or bad, did find, she did conceal, and murder her own mind. But this, whatever evil she conceived, did spread abroad, and throw in th' open wind. Yet this in all her words might be perceived, that all she sought was men's good name to have bereaved. For whatsoever good by any said or done she heard, she would straightways invent how to deprave or slanderously upbraid, or to misconstrue of a man's intent, and turn to ill the thing that was well meant. Therefore she used often to resort to common haunts and companies frequent, to hark what any one did good report, to blot the same with blame, or rest in wicked sort. And if that any ill she heard of any, she would it eke, and make much worse by telling, and take great joy to publish it to many, that every matter worse was for her melling. Her name was hight Detraction, and her dwelling was near to Envy, even her neighbor next, a wicked hag, and Envy self excelling in mischief, for herself she only vexed, but this same both herself and others eke perplexed. Her face was ugly, and her mouth distort, foaming with poison round about her gills, in which her cursed tongue, full sharp and short, appeared like aspis sting that closely kills, or cruelly does wound whomso she wills. A distaff in her other hand she had, upon the which she little spins, but spills, and feigns to weave false tales and leasings bad, to throw amongst the good, which others had disprad. These two now had themselves combined in one, and linked together gainst Sir Artegall, for whom they waited as his mortal foe, how they might make him into mischief fall, for freeing from their snares Irena thrall. Besides, unto themselves they gotten had a monster, which the blatant beast men call, a dreadful fiend of gods and men ydrad, whom they by sleights allured, and to their purpose lad. Such were these hags, and so unhandsome dressed, who, when they nigh approaching had espied Sir Artegall returned from his late quest, they both arose, and at him loudly cried, as it had been two shepherds' curs had scried a ravenous wolf amongst the scattered flocks. And Envy first, as she that first him eyed, towards him runs, and with rude flaring locks about her ears does beat her breast and forehead knocks. Then from her mouth the gobbet she does take, the which whileere she was so greedily devouring, even that half-gnawen snake,
and at him throws it most despitefully. The cursed serpent, though she hungrily erst chawed thereon, yet was not all so dead, but that some life remained secretly, and as he passed afore withouten dread, bit him behind, that long the mark was to be read. Then t'other, coming near, gan him revile and foully rail, with all she could invent, saying that he had with unmanly guile and foul abusion both his honour blent, and that bright sword, the sword of justice lent, had stained with reproachful cruelty in guiltless blood of many an innocent. As for Grand Torto, him with treachery and trains having surprised, he foully did to die. Thereto the blatant beast, by them set on, at him began aloud to bark and bay, with bitter rage and fell contention, that all the woods and rocks nigh to that way began to quake and tremble with dismay, and all the air rebellowed again, so dreadfully his 100 tongues did bray. And evermore those hags themselves did pain to sharpen him, and their own cursed tongues did strain. And still among most bitter words they spake, most shameful, most unrighteous, most untrue, that they the mildest man alive would make forget his patience, and yield vengeance due to her that so false slanders at him threw. And more to make them pierce and wound more deep, she with the sting which in her vile tongue grew did sharpen them, and in fresh poison steep. Yet he passed on, and seemed of them to take no keep. But Talus, hearing her so lewdly rail, and speak so ill of him that well deserved, would her have chastised with his iron flail, if her Sir Artegall had not preserved, and him forbidden, who his hest observed. So much the more at him still did she scold, and stones did cast. Yet he for naught would swerve from his right course, but still the way did hold to Faerie Court, where what him fell shall else be told.
End of Canto 12. Recording by Thomas Copeland. End of the Faerie Queene, Book 5, by Edmund Spenser. Book 6, Canto 1 of the Faerie Queene, by Edmund Spenser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 6. The sixth book of the Faerie Queene, containing the legend of Sir Calidore, or of courtesy. The ways through which my weary steps I guide in this delightful land of Faerie are so exceeding spacious and wide, and sprinkled with such sweet variety of all that pleasant is to ear or eye, that I, nigh ravished with rare thoughts' delight, my tedious travel do forget thereby. And when I 'gin to feel decay of might, its strength to me supplies, and cheers my dulled sprite. Such secret comfort, and such heavenly pleasures, ye sacred imps that on Parnasso dwell, and there the keeping have of learning's treasures, which do all worldly riches far excel, into the minds of mortal men do well, and goodly fury into them infuse. Guide ye my footing, and conduct me well in these strange ways, where never foot did use, ne none can find but who was taught them by the Muse. Reveal to me the sacred nursery of virtue, which with you doth there remain, where it in silver bowers does hidden lie from view of men and wicked world's disdain. Since it at first was by the gods with pain planted in earth, being derived at first from heavenly seeds of bounty sovereign, and by them long with careful labour nursed, till it to ripeness grew, and forth to honour burst. Amongst them all grows not a fairer flower than is the blossom of comely courtesy, which, though it on a lowly stalk do bower, yet brancheth forth in brave nobility, and spreads itself through all civility, of which though present age do plenteous seem, yet being matched with plain antiquity, he will them all but feigned shows esteem, which carry colours fair, that feeble eyes misdeem. But in the trial of true courtesy, it's now so far from that which then it was, that it indeed is naught but forgery, fashioned to please the eyes of them that pass, which see not perfect things but in a glass.
Yet is that glass so gay, that it can blind the wisest sight, to think gold that is brass. But virtue's seat is deep within the mind, and not in outward shows, but inward thoughts defined. But where shall I in all antiquity so fair a pattern find, where may be seen the goodly praise of princely courtesy, as in yourself, O sovereign Lady Queen, in whose pure mind, as in a mirror sheen, it shows, and with her brightness doth inflame the eyes of all which thereon fixed been, but meriteth indeed an higher name, yet so from low to high uplifted is your fame. Then pardon me, most dreaded sovereign, that from yourself I do this virtue bring, and to yourself do it return again. So from the ocean all rivers spring, and tribute back repay as to their king. Right so from you all goodly virtues well into the rest which round about you ring, fair lords and ladies which about you dwell, and do adorn your court, where courtesies excel. Canto 1. Calidore saves from Malafort a damsel used viled, doth vanquish Crudor, and doth make Brianna wax more mild. Of court it seems men courtesy do call, for that it there most useth to abound, and well beseemeth that in princes' hall that virtue should be plentifully found, which of all goodly manners is the ground and root of civil conversation. Right so in Faerie Court it did redound, where courteous knights and ladies most did won of all the earth, and made a matchless paragon. But mongst them all was none more courteous knight than Calidore, beloved over all, in whom it seems that gentleness of sprite and manners mild were planted natural, to which he adding comely guise withal, and gracious speech, did steal men's hearts away. Natheless thereto he was full stout and tall, and well approved in battleless affray, that him did much renown, and far his fame display. Ne was there knight, ne was there lady found in Faerie Court, but him did dear embrace for his fair usage and condition sound, the which in all men's liking gained place, and with the greatest purchased greatest grace, which he could wisely use, and well apply, to please the best, and the evil to embase. For he loathed leasing and base flattery, and loved simple truth and steadfast honesty. And now he was in travel on his way upon an hard adventure sore bestead, when as by chance he met upon a day with Artegall, returning yet half sad from his late conquest which he gotten had. Who, whenas each of other had the sight, they knew themselves, and both their persons rad, when Calidore thus first: Hail, noblest knight of all this day on ground that breathen living sprite. Now tell, if please you, of the good success which ye have had in your late enterprise. To whom Sir Artegall gan to express his whole exploit and valorous emprise, in order as it did to him arise. Now, happy man, said then Sir Calidore, which have, so goodly as ye can devise, achieved so hard a quest as few before. That shall you most renowned make for evermore. But where ye ended have, now I begin to tread an endless trace withouten guide, or good direction how to enter in, or how to issue forth in ways untried, in perils strange, in labours long and wide, in which, although good fortune may befall, yet shall it not by none be testified. What is that quest, quoth then Sir Artegall, that you into such perils presently doth call? The blatant beast, quoth he, I do pursue, and through the world incessantly do chase, till I him overtake, or else subdue. Yet know I not, or how, or in what place to find him out, yet still I forward trace. What is that blatant beast? Then he replied, It is a monster bred of hellish race. Then answered he, which often hath annoyed good knights and ladies true, and many else destroyed. Of Cerberus whilome he was begot, and fell Chimera in her darksome den, through foul commixture of his filthy blot, where he was fostered long in Stygian fen, till he to perfect ripeness grew, and then into this wicked world he forth was sent, to be the plague and scourge of wretched men, whom with vile tongue and venomous intent he sore doth wound and bite, and cruelly torment. Then, since the savage island I did leave, Sir Artegall, I such a beast did see, the which did seem 1,000 tongues to have, that all in spite and malice did agree, with which he bayed and loudly barked at me, as if that he at once would me devour. But I, that knew myself from peril free, did not regard his malice, nor his power, but he the more his wicked poison forth did pour. That surely is that beast, said Calidore, which I pursue, of whom I am right glad to hear these tidings, which of none afore through all my weary travel I have had. Yet now some hope your words unto me add. Now God you speed, quoth then Sir Artegall, and keep your body from the danger dread, for ye have much ado to deal withal. So both took goodly leave, and parted several. Sir Calidore thence travelled not long, when as by chance a comely squire he found, that thorough some more mighty enemy's wrong, both hand and foot unto a tree was bound, who, seeing him from far, with piteous sound of his shrill cries, him called to his aid, to whom approaching in that painful stound, when he him saw, for no demands he stayed, but first him loosed, and afterwards thus to him said, Unhappy squire, what hard mishap thee brought into this bay of peril and disgrace? What cruel hand thy wretched thraldom wrought, and thee captived in this shameful place? To whom he answered thus, My hapless case is not occasioned through my misdesert, but through misfortune, which did me abase unto this shame, and my young hopes subvert, ere that I in her guileful trains was well expert. Not far from hence, upon yond rocky hill, hard by a strait, there stands a castle strong, which doth observe a custom lewd and ill, and it hath long maintained with mighty wrong. For may no knight nor lady pass along that way, and yet they needs must pass that way by reason of the strait and rocks among, but they that lady's locks do shave away, and that knight's beard for toll, which they for passage pay. A shameful use as ever I did hear, said Calidore, and to be overthrown. But by what means did they at first it rear, and for what cause? Tell, if thou have it known. Said then that squire, The lady which doth own this castle is by name Brianna hight, than which a prouder lady liveth none. She long time hath dear loved a doughty knight, and sought to win his love by all the means she might. His name is Crudor, who, through high disdain and proud despite of his self-pleasing mind, refused hath to yield her love again, until a mantle she for him do find, with beards of knights and locks of ladies lined. Which to provide, she hath this castle dight, and therein hath a seneschal assigned, called Malefort, a man of mickle might, who executes her wicked will with worse despite. He this same day, as I that way did come with a fair damsel, my beloved dear, in execution of her lawless doom, did set upon us, flying both for fear, for little boots against him hand to rear. Me first he took, unable to withstand, and whiles he her pursued everywhere, till his return unto this tree he bond, ne wot I surely whether her he yet have fond. Thus whiles they spake, they heard a rueful shriek of one loud crying, which they straightway guessed that it was she, the which for help did seek. Though looking up unto the cry to lest, they saw that carle from far, with hand unblessed, hailing that maiden by the yellow hair, that all her garments from her snowy breast, and from her head her locks he nigh did tear, ne would he spare for pity, no refrain for fear. Which heinous sight when Calidore beheld, eftsoons he loosed that squire, and so him left with heart's dismay and inward dolour quelled, for to pursue that villain which had reft that piteous spoil by so injurious theft. Whom overtaking, loud to him he cried, Leave Faetor quickly that misgotten weft to him that hath it better justified, and turn thee soon to him of whom thou art defied. Who, hearkening to that voice, himself upreared, and seeing him so fiercely towards make, against him stoutly ran, as not afeared, but rather more enraged for those words' sake, and with stern countenance thus unto him spake,
Art thou the caitiff that defiest me, and for this maid whose party thou dost take, wilt give thy beard, though it but little be? Yet shall it not her locks for ransom from me free. With that he fiercely at him flew, and laid on hideous strokes with most importune might, that oft he made him stagger as unstayed, and oft recoil to shun his sharp despite. But Calidore, that was well skilled in fight, him long forbore, and still his spirit spared, lying in wait how him he damage might. But when he felt him shrink and come toward, he greater grew, and gan to drive at him more hard. Like as a water stream whose swelling source shall drive a mill, within strong banks is pent, and long restrained of his ready course, so soon as passage is unto him lent, breaks forth, and makes his way more violent. Such was the fury of Sir Calidore, when once he felt his foeman to relent. He fiercely him pursued, and pressed sore, who as he still decayed, so he increased more. The heavy burden of whose dreadful might, when as the carle no longer could sustain, his heart gan faint, and straight he took his flight towards the castle, where, if need constrain, his hope of refuge used to remain. Whom Calidore perceiving fast to fly, he him pursued, and chased through the plain, that he for dread of death gan loud to cry upon the ward to open to him hastily. They from the wall him seeing so aghast, the gate soon opened to receive him in. But Calidore did follow him so fast, that even in the porch he him did win, and cleft his head asunder to the chin. The carcass, tumbling down within the door, did choke the entrance with a lump of sin, that it could not be shut, whilst Calidore did enter in, and slew the porter on the floor. With that the rest, the which the castle kept, about him flocked, and hard at him did lay, but he them all from him full lightly swept, as doth a steer in heat of summer's day with his long tail the brises brush away. Thence passing forth into the hall he came, where of the lady's self in sad dismay he was ymet, who with uncomely shame gan him salute, and foul upbraid with faulty blame.
False traitor knight, said she, no knight at all, but scorn of arms, that hast with guilty hand murdered my men, and slain my seneschal. Now comest thou to rob my house unmanned, and spoil myself, that cannot thee withstand? Yet doubt thou not, but that some better knight than thou, that shall thy treason understand, will it avenge, and pay thee with thy right, and if none do, yet shame shall thee with shame requite.
Much was the knight abashed at that word, yet answered thus: Not unto me the shame, but to the shameful doer it afford. Blood is no blemish, for it is no blame to punish those that do deserve the same. But they that break bands of civility, and wicked customs make, those do defame both noble arms and gentle courtesy. No greater shame to man than inhumanity. Then do yourself, for dread of shame, forego this evil manner which ye here maintain, and do instead thereof mild courtesy show to all that pass. That shall you glory gain more than his love, which thus ye seek to obtain. Wherewith, all full of wrath, she thus replied: Vile recreant, know that I do much disdain thy courteous lore, that dost my love deride, who scorns thy idle scoff, and bids thee be defied. To take defiance at a lady's word, quoth he, I hold it no indignity. But were he here, that would it with his sword abet, perhaps he mote it dearer buy. Cowherd, quoth she, were not that thou wouldst fly ere he do come, he should be soon in place. If I do so, said he, then liberty I leave to you, for me to disgrace with all those shames that erst ye spake me to deface. With that a dwarf she called to her in haste, and taking from her hand a ring of gold, a privy token which between them passed, bade him to fly with all the speed he could to Crudor, and desire him that he would vouchsafe to rescue her against a knight, who through strong power had now herself in hold, having late slain her seneschal in fight, and all her people murdered with outrageous might. The dwarf his way did haste, and went all night, but Calidore did with her there abide the coming of that so much threatened knight. Where that discourteous dame with scornful pride and foul entreaty him indignified, that
iron heart it hardly could sustain. Yet he that could his wrath full wisely guide, did well endure her womanish disdain, and did himself from frail impatience refrain.
The morrow next, before the lamp of light above the earth upreared his flaming head, the dwarf, which bore that message to her knight, brought answer back, that ere he tasted bread he would her succour, and alive or dead her foe deliver up into her hand. Therefore he willed her do away all dread, and that of him she mote assured stand, he sent to her his basenet as a faithful band. Thereof full blithe the lady straight became, and gan to augment her bitterness much more. Yet no whit more appalled for the same, ne aught dismayed was Sir Calidore, but rather did more cheerful seem therefore, and having soon his arms about him dight, did issue forth to meet his foe afore, where long he stayed not, when as a knight he spied come pricking on with all his power and might. Well weened he straight that he should be the same which took in hand her quarrel to maintain, ne stayed to ask if it were he by name, but couched his spear and ran at him amain. They been met in middest of the plain, with so fell fury and dispiteous force, that neither could the other's stroke sustain, but rudely rolled to ground both man and horse, neither of other taking pity nor remorse. But Calidore uprose again full light, whiles yet his foe lay fast in senseless sound. Yet would he not him hurt, although he might, for shame he weened a sleeping wight to wound. But when Brianna saw that dreary stound, there where she stood upon the castle wall, she deemed him sure to have been dead on ground, and made such piteous mourning therewithal, that from the battlements she ready seemed to fall. Natheless at length himself he did uprear in lustless wise, as if against his will, ere he had slept his fill, he wakened were, and gan to stretch his limbs, which feeling ill of his late fall, a while he rested still. But when he saw his foe before in view, he shook off luskishness, and courage chill kindling afresh, gan battle to renew, to prove if better foot than horseback would ensue. There then began a fearful cruel fray betwixt them two, for mastery of might. For both were wondrous practic in that play, and passing well expert in single fight, and both inflamed with furious despite, which as it still increased, so still increased their cruel strokes and terrible affright. Ne once for ruth their rigor they released, ne once to breathe a while their anger's tempest ceased. Thus long they traced and traversed to and fro, and tried all ways how each mote entrance make into the life of his malignant foe. They hewed their helms and plates asunder break, as they had potshares been, for naught mote slake their greedy vengeances, but gory blood, that at the last, like to a purple lake of bloody gore, congealed about them stood, which from their riven sides forth gushed like a flood. At length it chanced that both their hands on high at once did heave, with all their power and might, thinking the utmost of their force to try, and prove the final fortune of the fight. But Calidore, that was more quick of sight, and nimbler handed than his enemy, prevented him before his stroke could light, and on the helmet smote him formerly, that made him stoop to ground with meek humility. And ere he could recover foot again, he, following that fair advantage fast, his stroke redoubled with such might and main, that him upon the ground he groveling cast, and leaping to him light, would have unlaced his helm to make unto his vengeance way, who, seeing in what danger he was placed, cried out, "Ah, mercy, sir, do me not slay, but save my life, which lot before your foot doth lay." With that his mortal hand a while he stayed, and having somewhat calmed his wrathful heat with goodly patience, thus he to him said, "And is the boast of that proud lady's threat, that menaced me from the field to beat, now brought to this? By this Now may ye learn strangers no more so rudely to entreat, but put away proud look and usage stern, the which shall not to you but foul dishonour yearn. For nothing is more blameful to a knight, that courtesy doth as well as arms profess, however strong and fortunate in fight, than the reproach of pride and cruelness. In vain he seeketh others to suppress, who hath not learned himself first to subdue. All flesh is frail and full of fickleness, subject to fortune's chance, still changing new. What haps today to me, tomorrow may to you. Who will not mercy unto others shew, how can he mercy ever hope to have? To pay each with his own is right and due, yet since ye mercy now do need to crave, I will it grant, your hopeless life to save. With these conditions, which I will propound: first, that ye better shall yourself behave unto all errant knights whereso on ground. Next, that ye ladies aid in every stead and stound. The wretched man, that all this while did dwell in dread of death, his hests did gladly hear, and promised to perform his precept well, and whatsoever else he would require. So, suffering him to rise, he made him swear by his own sword, and by the cross thereon, to take Brianna for his loving fear, withouten dower or composition, but to release his former foul condition. All which accepting, and with faithful oath binding himself most firmly to obey, he up arose, however lief or loath, and swore to him true fealty for aye. Then forth he called from sorrowful dismay the sad Brianna, which all this beheld, who coming forth yet full of late affray, Sir Calidore upcheered, and to her telled all this accord, to which he Crudor had compelled. Whereof she now more glad than sorry erst, all overcome with infinite effect for his exceeding courtesy, that pierced her stubborn heart with inward deep effect. Before his feet herself she did project, and him adoring as her life's dear lord, with all due thanks and dutiful respect, herself acknowledged bound for that accord, by which he had to her both life and love restored. So all returning to the castle glad, most joyfully she them did entertain, where goodly glee and feast to them she made, to show her thankful mind and meaning fain, by all the means she mote it best explain. And after all unto Sir Calidore she freely gave that castle for his pain, and herself bound to him for evermore, so wondrously now changed from that she was afore. But Calidore himself would not retain nor land nor fee for hire of his good deed, but gave them straight unto that squire again, whom from her seneschal he lately freed, and to his damsel as their rightful meed, for recompense of all their former wrong. There he remained with them right well agreed, till of his wounds he wexed whole and strong, and then to his first quest he passed forth along.
End of Canto 1. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 2 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 2. Calidore sees young Tristram slay a proud discourteous knight. He makes him squire, and of him learns his state and present plight. What virtue is so fitting for a knight, or for a lady whom a knight should love, as courtesy, to bear themselves aright to all of each degree as doth behove? For whether they be placed high above or low beneath, yet ought they well to know their good, that none them rightly may reprove of rudeness, for not yielding what they owe. Great skill it is such duties timely to bestow. Thereto great help Dame Nature's self doth lend, for some so goodly gracious are by kind, that every action doth them much commend, and in the eyes of men great liking find, which others that have greater skill in mind, though they enforce themselves, cannot attain. For every thing to which one is inclined doth best become, and greatest grace doth gain. Yet praise likewise deserve good thews, enforced with pain. That well in courteous Calidore appears, whose every deed and word that he did say was like enchantment, that through both the ears and both the eyes did steal the heart away. He now again is on his former way, to follow his first quest, when as he spied a tall young man from thence not far away, fighting on foot, as well he him descried, against an armed knight that did on horseback ride. And then beside a lady fair he saw, standing alone on foot, in foul array, to whom himself he hastily did draw, to weet the cause of so uncomely fray, and to depart them, if so be he may. But ere he came in place, that youth had killed that armed knight, that low on ground he lay, which when he saw, his heart was inly chilled with great amazement, and his thought with wonder filled. Him steadfastly he marked, and saw to be a goodly youth of amiable grace, yet but a tender slip, that scarce did see yet 17 years, but tall and fair a face, that sure he deemed him born of noble race. All in a woodman's jacket he was clad, of Lincoln green, belayed with silver lace, and on his head and hood with aglets spread, and by his side his hunter's horn he hanging had. Buskins he wore of costliest cordwain, pinked upon gold, and paled part per part, as then the guise was for each gentle swain. In his right hand he held a trembling dart, whose fellow he before had sent apart, and in his left he held a sharp boar spear, with which he wont to launch the savage heart of many a lion, and of many a bear, that first unto his hand in chase did happen near. Whom Calidore awhile well having viewed, at length bespake, "What means this, gentle swain? Why hath thy hand, too bold, itself imbrued in blood of night? The which by thee is slain, by thee no knight, which arms impugneth plain." "Certes," said he, "loath were I to have broken the law of arms, yet break it should again, rather than let myself of white be stroken, so long as these two arms were able to be broken. For not I him, as this his lady here may witness well, did offer first to wrong, ne surely thus unarmed I likely were, but he me first, through pride and puissance strong assailed, not knowing what to arms doth long. Perdie great blame." Then said Sir Calidore, "For armed knight, a wight unarmed to wrong. But then areed, thou gentle child, wherefore betwixt you two began this strife and stern uproar?" "That shall I sooth," said he, "to you declare. I, whose unriper years are yet unfit for thing of weight, or work of greater care, do spend my days and bend my careless wit to salvage chase, where I thereon may hit in all this forest and wild woody reign. Where, as this day I was enranging it, I chanced to meet this knight, who there lies slain, together with this lady, passing on the plain. The knight, as ye did see, on horseback was, and this his lady, that him ill became, on her fair feet by his horse side did pass through thick and thin, unfit for any dame. Yet not content, more to increase his shame, when so she lagged, as she needs mote do, he with his spear, that was to him great blame, would thump her forward, and enforce to go, weeping to him in vain, and making piteous woe. Which when I saw, as they me passed by, much was I moved in indignant mind, and gan to blame him for such cruelty towards a lady, whom with usage kind he rather should have taken up behind. Wherewith he wroth, and full of proud disdain, took in foul scorn, that I such fault did find, and me, in lieu thereof, reviled again, threatening to chastise me, as doth to child pertain. Which I, no less disdaining, back returned his scornful taunts unto his teeth again, that he straightway with haughtier choler burned, and with his spear strook me one stroke or twain, which I enforced to bear, though to my pain cast to requite, and with a slender dart, fellow of this I bear, thrown not in vain, strook him, as seemeth, underneath the heart, that through the wound his spirit shortly did depart." Much did Sir Calidore admire this speech, tempered so well, but more admired the stroke, that through the mails had made so strong a breach into his heart, and had so sternly wroke his wrath on him that first occasion broke. Yet rested not, but further gan inquire of that same lady, whether what he spoke were soothly so, and that th' unrighteous ire of her own knight had given him his own due hire. Of all which, when as she could not deny, but cleared that stripling of imputed blame, said then Sir Calidore, neither will I him charge with guilt, but rather do quite claim. For what he spake, for you he spake it, dame, and what he did himself to save. Against both which that knight wrought knightless shame, for knights and all men this by nature have, towards all womenkind them kindly to behave. But sith that he is gone irrevocable, please it you, lady, to us to read what cause could make him so dishonorable, to drive you so on foot, unfit to tread, and lackey by him, gainst all womanhead. Certes, sir knight, said she, full loath I were to raise a living blame against the dead, but since it me concerns myself to clear, I will the truth discover as it chanced whileare. This day, as he and I together rode upon our way, to which we were bent, we chanced to come forby a covert glade within a wood, whereas a lady gent sate with a knight in joyous jolliment of their frank loves, free from all jealous spies. Fair was the lady, sure, that mote content in heart, not carried with too curious eyes, and under him did shew all lovely courtesies. Whom when my knight did see so lovely fair, he inly gan her lover to envy, and wish that he part of his spoil might share. Whereto, when as my presence he did spy to be a let, he bade me by and by for to alight. But when as I was loath my love's own part to leave so suddenly, he with strong hand down from his steed me throwth, and with presumptuous power against that knight straight goeth. Unarmed all was the knight, as then more meet for lady's service and for love's delight, than fearing any foeman there to meet, whereof he taking odds, straight bids him dight himself to yield his love, or else to fight. Whereat the other starting up dismayed, yet boldly answered as he rightly might, to leave his love he should be ill apaid, in which he had good right gainst all that it gainsayed. Yet, since he was not presently in plight her to defend, or his to justify, he him requested, as he was a knight, to lend him day his better right to try, or stay till he his arms, which were thereby, might lightly fetch. But he was fierce and hot, ne time would give, nor any terms aby, but at him flew, and with his spear him smote, from which, to think to save himself, it booted not. Meanwhile his lady, which this outrage saw, whilst they together for the quarry strove, into the covert did herself withdraw, and closely hid herself within the grove. My knight hers soon as seems to danger drove, and left sore wounded. But when her he missed, he walks half mad, and in that rage gan rove and range through all the wood, whereso he wist she hidden was, and sought her so long as him list. But when as her he by no means could find, after long search and chaff, he turned back unto the place where me he left behind. There gan he me to curse and ban for lack of that fair booty, and with bitter wrack to wreak on me the guilt of his own wrong. Of all which I, yet glad to bear the pack, strove to appease him, and persuaded long. But still his passion grew more violent and strong. Then, as it were to venge his wrath on me, when forward we should fare, he flat refused to take me up, as this young man did see, upon his steed, for no just cause accused, but forced to trot on foot, and foul misused, punching me with the butt end of his spear, in vain complaining to be so abused. For he regarded neither plaint nor tear, but more enforced my pain, the more my plaints to hear. So passed we, till this young man us met, and being moved with pity of my plight, spake as was meet for ease of my regret, whereof befell what now is in your sight. Now sure, then, said Sir Calidore, and right meseems that him befell by his own fault. Whoever thinks through confidence of might, or through support of countenance proud and halt, to wrong the weaker, oft falls in his own assault. Then turning back unto that gentle boy, which had himself so stoutly well acquit, seeing his face so lovely stern and coy, and hearing th' answers of his pregnant wit, he praised it much, and much admired it, that sure he weened him born of noble blood, with whom those graces did so goodly fit. And when he long had him beholding stood, he burst into these words, as to him seemed good. Fair gentle swain, and yet as stout as fair, that in these woods amongst the nymphs dost one, which daily may to thy sweet looks repair, as they are wont unto Latona's son after his chase on woody Cynthus done. Well may I certes such an one thee read, as by thy worth thou worthily hast won, or surely born of some heroic seed, that in thy face appears and gracious goodlihead. But should it not displease thee it to tell, unless thou in these woods thyself conceal for love amongst the woody gods to dwell, I would thyself require thee to reveal, for dear affection and unfeigned zeal, which to thy noble personage I bear, and wish thee grow in worship and great weal. For since the day that arms I first did rear, I never saw in any greater hope appear. To whom then thus the noble youth: May be, Sir Knight, that by discovering my estate, harm may arise unweeting unto me. Natheless, sith ye so courteous seemed late, to you I will not fear it to relate. Then wot ye that I am a Briton born, son of a king. However thorough fate or fortune I my country have forlorn, and lost the crown which should my head by right adorn. And Tristram is my name, the only heir of good King Meleagrus, which did reign in Cornwall, till that he through life's despair untimely died, before I did attain ripe years of reason, my right to maintain. After whose death his brother, seeing me an infant, weak a kingdom to sustain, upon him took the royal high degree, and sent me where him list, instructed for to be. The widow queen my mother, which then hight fair Emmeline, conceiving then great fear of my frail safety, resting in the might of him that did the kingly sceptre bear, whose jealous dread enduring not appear, is wont to cut off all that doubt may breed, thought best away me to remove somewhere into some foreign land, where as no need of dreaded danger might his doubtful humour feed. So, taking counsel of a wise man read, she was by him advised to send me quite out of the country wherein I was bred, the which the fertile Lioness is hight, into the land of Faerie, where no wight should weet of me, nor work me any wrong, to whose wise rede she hearkening, sent me straight into this land, where I have woned thus long, since I was 10 years old, now grown to stature strong. All which my days I have not lewdly spent, nor spilt the blossom of my tender years in idleness, but, as was convenient, have trained been with many noble fears in gentle thews, and such like seemly leers. Mongst which my most delight hath always been to hunt the savage chase amongst my peers, of all that rangeth in the forest green, of which none is to me unknown that ever was seen. Nay, is there hawk which mantleth her on perch, whether high towering or a coasting low, but I the measure of her flight do search, and all her prey and all her diet know. Such be our joys which in these forests grow. Only the use of arms, which most I joy, and fitteth most for noble swain to know, I have not tasted yet past a boy, and being now high time these strong joints to employ. Therefore, good sir, sith now occasion fit doth fall, whose like hereafter seldom may, let me this crave, unworthy though of it, that ye will make me squire without delay, that from henceforth in battleless array I may bear arms, and learn to use them right, the rather since that fortune hath this day given me the spoil of this dead knight, these goodly gilden arms which I have won in fight. All which, when well Sir Calidore had heard, him much more now than erst he gan admire, for the rare hope which in his years appeared, and thus replied: Fair child, the high desire to love of arms, which in you doth aspire, I may not certes without blame deny, but rather wish that some more noble hire, though none more noble than is chivalry, I had you to reward with greater dignity. There him he caused to kneel, and made to swear faith to his knight, and truth to ladies all, and never to be recreant, for fear of peril, or of aught that might befall. So he him dubbed, and his squire did call. Full glad and joyous then young Tristram grew, like as a flower whose silken leaf is small, long shut up in the bud from heaven's view, at length breaks forth, and broad displays his smiling hue. Thus when they long had treated to and fro, and Calidore betook him to depart, child Tristram prayed that he with him might go on his adventure, vowing not to start, but wait on him in every place and part. Whereat Sir Calidore did much delight, and greatly joyed at his so noble heart, in hope he sure would prove a doughty knight. Yet for the time this answer he to him behight: Glad would I surely be, thou courteous squire, to have thy presence in my present quests, that mote thy kindled courage set on fire, and flame forth honor in thy noble breast. But I am bound by vow, which I professed to my dread sovereign, when I it essayed, that in achievement of her high behests I should no creature join unto mine aid. For thee I may not grant that ye so greatly prayed. But since this lady is all desolate, and needeth safeguard now upon her way, ye may do well in this her needful state to succour her from danger of dismay. That thankful guerdon may to you repay. The noble imp of such new service fain, it gladly did accept, as he did say. So taking courteous leave they parted twain, and Calidore forth passed to his former pain. But Tristram, then despoiling that dead knight of all those goodly implements of praise, long fed his greedy eyes with the fair sight of the bright metal, shining like sun rays, handling and turning them 1,000 ways. And after having them upon him dight, he took that lady, and her up did raise upon the steed of her own late dead knight. So with her marched forth, as she did him behight. There to their fortune leave we them awhile, and turn we back to good Sir Calidore, who, ere he thence had travelled many a mile, came to the place where, as ye heard afore, this knight whom Tristram slew had wounded sore another knight in his dispiteous pride. There he that night found lying on the floor, with many wounds full perilous and wide, that all his garments and the grass in vermeil dyed. And there beside him sate upon the ground his woeful lady, piteously complaining with loud laments that most unlucky stound, and her sad self with careful hand constraining to wipe his wounds and ease their bitter paining. Which sorry sight when Calidore did view, with heavy eyne, from tears uneath refraining, his mighty heart their mournful case gan rue, and for their better comfort to them nigher drew. Then speaking to the lady, thus he said: Ye doleful dame, let not your grief impeach to tell what cruel hand hath thus arrayed this knight unarmed, with so unknightly breach of arms, that if I yet him nigh may reach, I may avenge him of so foul despite. The lady, hearing his so courteous speech, gan rear her eyes as to the cheerful light, and from her sorry heart few heavy words forth sight, in which she showed how that discourteous knight whom Tristram slew, them in that shadow found, joying together in unblamed delight, and him unarmed as now he lay on ground, charged with his spear and mortally did wound, withouten cause, but only her to reave from him to whom she was for ever bound. Yet when she fled into that covert grieve, he, her not finding, both them thus nigh dead did leave. When Calidore this rueful story had well understood, he gan of her demand what manner wight he was, and how yclad, which had this outrage wrought with wicked hand. She then, like as she best could understand, him thus described to be of stature large, clad all in gilden arms, with azure band quartered athwart, and bearing in his targe a lady on rough waves rowed in a summer barge. Then gan Sir Calidore to guess straightway, by many signs which he described had, that this was he whom Tristram erst did slay, and to her said: Dame, be no longer sad, for he that hath your knight so ill bestad is now himself in much more wretched plight. These eyes him saw upon the cold earth spread, the meed of his desert for that despite, which to yourself he wrought, and to your loved knight. Therefore, fair lady, lay aside this grief which ye have gathered to your gentle heart, for that displeasure, and think what relief were best devised for this your lover's smart, and how ye may him hence, and to what part, convey to be recured. She thanked him dear, both for that news he did to her impart, and for the courteous care which he did bear both to her love and to herself in that sad drear. Yet could she not devise by any wit how thence she might convey him to some place, for him to trouble she had thought unfit, that was a stranger to her wretched case, and him to bear she thought it thing too base, which when as he perceived, he thus bespake: Fair lady, let it not you seem disgrace to bear this burden on your dainty back. Myself will bear a part, co-portion of your pack. So off he did his shield, and downward laid upon the ground, like to an hollow bier, and pouring balm, which he had long purveyed, into his wounds, him up thereon did rear, and twixt them both with parted pains did bear twixt life and death, not knowing what was done. Thence they him carried to a castle near, in which a worthy ancient knight did won, where what ensued shall in next canto be begun.
End of Canto 2. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 3 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Canto 3.
Calidore brings Priscilla home, pursues the blatant beast, saves Serena, whilst Callapine by Turpin is oppressed. True is that whilom that good poet said, the gentle mind by gentle deeds is known. For a man by nothing is so well bewrayed as by his manners, in which plain is shown of what degree and what race he is grown. For seldom seen a trotting stallion get an ambling colt, that is his proper own. So seldom seen that one in baseness set doth noble courage shew with courteous manners met. But evermore contrary hath been tried, that gentle blood will gentle manners breed, as well may be in Calidore descried, by late ensample of that courteous deed done to that wounded knight in his great need, whom on his back he bore, till he him brought unto the castle where they had decreed. There of the knight, the which that castle ought to make abode, that night he greatly was besought. He was to weet a man of full ripe years, that in his youth had been of mickle might, and borne great sway in arms amongst his peers. But now weak age had dimmed his candle light, yet was he courteous still to every wight, and loved all that did to arms incline, and was the father of that wounded knight, whom Calidore thus carried on his kine. And Aldus was his name, and his sons Aladine. Who, when he saw his son so ill bedight with bleeding wounds, brought home upon a bier by a fair lady and a stranger knight, was inly touched with compassion dear, and dear affection of so doleful drear, that he these words burst forth: Ah, sorry boy, is this the hope that to my hoary hair thou brings? Ay me, is this the timely joy which I expected long, now turned to sad annoy? Such is the weakness of all mortal hope, so tickle is the state of earthly things, that ere they come unto their aimed scope, they fall too short of our frail reckonings, and bring us bale and bitter sorrowings, instead of comfort which we should embrace. This is the state of Caesars and of kings. Let none, therefore, that is in meaner place, too greatly grieve at any his unlucky case. So well and wisely did that good old knight temper his grief, and turned it to cheer his guests, whom he had stayed that night, and make their welcome to them well appear. That to Sir Calidore was easy gear. But that fair lady would be cheered for naught, but sighed and sorrowed for her lover dear, and inly did afflict her pensive thought, with thinking to what case her name should now be brought. For she was daughter to a noble lord which dwelt thereby, who sought her to affy to a great peer. But she did disaccord, ne could her liking to his love apply, but loved this fresh young knight, who dwelt her nigh, the lusty Aladine, though meaner born, and of less livelihood and ability, yet full of valour, the which did adorn his meanness much, and make her th'others' riches scorn. So, having both found fit occasion, they met together in that luckless glade, where that proud knight in his presumption the gentle Aladine did erst invade, being unarmed and set in secret shade, whereof she now bethinking gan to advise how great a hazard she at erst had made of her good fame, and further gan devise how she the blame might salve with colourate disguise. But Calidore with all good courtesy feigned her to frolic, and to put away the pensive fit of her melancholy. And that old knight by all means did essay to make them both as merry as he may. So they the evening passed, till time of rest, when Calidore in seemly good array unto his bower was brought, and there undressed did sleep all night through weary travel of his quest. But fair Priscilla, so that lady hight, would to no bed, nor take no kindly sleep, but by her wounded love did watch all night, and all the night for bitter anguish weep, and with her tears his wounds did wash and steep. So well she washed them, and so well she watched him, that of the deadly swound, in which full deep he drenched was, she at the length dispatched him, and drove away the stound which mortally attached him. The morrow next, when day gan to uplook, he also gan uplook with dreary eye, like one that out of deadly dream awoke. Where when he saw his fair Priscilla by, he deeply sighed, and groaned inwardly to think of this ill state in which she stood, to which she for his sake had wittingly now brought herself, and blamed her noble blood. For first, next after life, he tendered her good, which she perceiving did with plenteous tears his care more than her own compassionate, forgetful of her own, to mind his fears. So both conspiring gan to intimate each other's grief with zeal affectionate, and twixt them twain with equal care to cast, how to save whole her hesitant estate, for which the only help now left them last seemed to be Calidore, all other helps were past. Him they did deem, as sure to them he seemed, a courteous knight, and full of faithful trust. Therefore to him their cause they best esteemed whole to commit, and to his dealing just. Early, so soon as Titan's beams forth brust through the thick clouds in which they steeped lay all night in darkness, dulled with iron rust, Calidore, rising up as fresh as day, gan freshly him address unto his former way. But first him seemed fit that wounded knight to visit, after this night's perilous pass, and to salute him, if he were in plight, and eke that lady his fair lovely lass. There he him found much better than he was, and moved speech to him of things of course, the anguish of his pain to overpass, mongst which he namely did to him discourse of former days' mishap, his sorrow's wicked source. Of which occasion Aldine taking hold, gan break to him the fortunes of his love, and all his disadventures to unfold, that Calidore it dearly deep did move. In the end, his kindly courtesy to prove, he him by all the bands of love besought, and as it mote a faithful friend behoove, to safe conduct his love, and not for aught to leave, till to her father's house he had her brought. Sir Calidore his faith thereto did plight it to perform. So after little stay, that she herself had to the journey dight, he passed forth with her in fair array, fearless, who aught did think, or aught did say, sith his own thought he knew most clear from white. So, as they passed together on their way, he gan devise this countercast of sleight, to give fair colour to that lady's cause in sight. Straight to the carcass of that knight he went, the cause of all this evil, who was slain the day before by just avengement of noble Tristram, where it did remain. There he the neck thereof did cut in twain, and took with him the head, the sign of shame. So forth he passed thorough that day's pain, till to that lady's father's house he came, most pensive man through fear what of his child became. There he arriving boldly did present the fearful lady to her father dear, most perfect pure, and guiltless innocent of blame, as he did on his knighthood swear, since first he saw her, and did free from fear of a discourteous knight, who had her reft, and by outrageous force away did bear. Witness thereof he showed his head there left, and wretched life forlorn for vengement of his theft. Most joyful man her sire was, her to see, and hear the adventure of her late mischance. And thousand thanks to Calidore for fee of his large pains for her deliverance did yield. Ne less the lady did advance. Thus, having her restored trustily, as he had vowed, some small continuance he there did make, and then most carefully unto his first exploit he did himself apply. So as he was pursuing of his quest, he chanced to come whereas a jolly knight in covert shade himself did safely rest, to solace with his lady in delight. His warlike arms he had from him undight, for that himself he thought from danger free, and far from envious eyes that mote him spite. And eke the lady was full fair to see, and courteous withal, becoming her degree. To whom Sir Calidore approaching nigh, ere they were well aware of living wight, them much abashed, but more himself thereby, that he so rudely did upon them light, and troubled had their quiet love's delight. Yet, since it was his fortune, not his fault, himself thereof he laboured to acquite, and pardon craved for his so rash assault, that he gainst courtesy so foully did default. With which his gentle words and goodly wit he soon allayed that knight's conceived displeasure, that he besought him down by him to sit, that they mote treat of things abroad at leisure, and of adventures which had in his measure of so long ways to him befallen late. So down he sate, and with delightful pleasure his long adventures gan to him relate, which he endured had through dangerous debate. Of which, whilst they discoursed both together, the fair Serena, so his lady hight, allured with mildness of the gentle weather, and pleasance of the place, the which was dight with divers flowers, distinct with rare delight, wandered about the fields, as liking led her wavering lust after her wandering sight, to make a garland to adorn her head, without suspect of ill or danger's hidden dread. All suddenly out of the forest near, the blatant beast, forth rushing unaware, caught her thus loosely wandering here and there, and in his wide great mouth away her bare, crying aloud in vain, to show her sad misfare unto the knights, and calling oft for aid, who, with the horror of her hapless care, hastily starting up like men dismayed, ran after fast to rescue the distressed maid. The beast, with their pursuit incited more, into the wood was bearing her apace, for to have spoiled her, when Calidore, who was more light of foot and swift in chase, him overtook in middest of his race, and fiercely charging him with all his might, forced to forego his prey there in the place, and to betake himself to fearful flight, for he durst not abide with Calidore to fight. Who, natheless, when he the lady saw there left on ground, though in full evil plight, yet knowing that her knight now near did draw, stayed not to succour her in that affright, but followed fast the monster in his flight. Through woods and hills he followed him so fast, that he no let him breathe nor gather sprite, but forced him gape and gasp with dread aghast, as if his lungs and lights were nigh asunder brast. And now, by this, Sir Calopine, so hight, came to the place where he his lady found in dolorous dismay and deadly plight. All in gore blood there tumbled on the ground, having both sides through gripped with grisly wound. His weapons soon he from him threw away, and stooping down to her in dreary swound, upreared her from the ground whereon she lay, and in his tender arms her forced up to stay. So well he did his busy pains apply, that the faint sprite he did revoke again to her frail mansion of mortality. Then up he took her twixt his armes twain, and setting on his steed, her did sustain with careful hands, soft footing her beside, till to some place of rest they mote attain, where she in safe assurance mote abide, till she recured was of those her woundes wide. Now, when as Phoebus with his fiery wain unto his inn began to draw apace, though waxing weary of that toilsome pain, in travelling on foot so long a space, not wont on foot with heavy arms to trace, down in a dale, for by a river's side, he chanced to spy a fair and stately place, to which he meant his weary steps to guide, in hope there for his love some succour to provide. But coming to the river's side, he found that hardly passable on foot it was. Therefore there still he stood, as in a stound, ne wist which way he through the flood mote pass. Thus, whilst he was in this distressed case, devising what to do, he nigh espied an armed knight approaching to the place, with a fair lady linked by his side, the which themselves prepared thorough the ford to ride. Whom Callapine saluting as became, besought of courtesy, in that his need, for safe conducting of his sickly dame through that same perilous ford with better heed, to take him up behind upon his steed. To whom that other did this taunt return: Perdie, thou peasant knight, mightst rightly read me then to be full base and evil born, if I would bear behind a burden of such scorn. But as thou hast thy steed forlorn with shame, so fare on foot, till thou another gain, and let thy lady likewise do the same, or bear her on thy back with pleasing pain, and prove thy manhood on the billows vein. With which rude speech his lady much displeased did him reprove, yet could him not restrain, and would on her own palfrey him have eased, for pity of his dame, whom she saw so diseased. Sir Callapine her thanked, yet inly wroth against her knight, her gentleness refused, and carelessly into the river goeth, as in despite to be so foul abused of a rude churl, whom often he accused of foul discourtesy, unfit for knight, and strongly wading through the waves unused, with spear in one hand stayed himself upright, with the other stayed his lady up with steady might. And all the while that same discourteous knight stood on the further bank, beholding him, at whose calamity, for more despite, he laughed, and mocked to see him like to swim. But when as Callapine came to the brim, and saw his carriage past that peril well, looking at that same carle with countenance grim, his heart with vengeance inwardly did swell, and forth at last did break in speeches sharp and fell. Unknightly knight, the blemish of that name, and blot of all that arms upon them take, which is the badge of honor and of fame, lo, I defy thee, and here challenge make, that thou for ever do those arms forsake, and be for ever held a recreant knight, unless thou dare for thy dear lady's sake, and for thine own defence, on foot alight, to justify thy fault against me in equal fight. The dastard, that did hear himself defied, seemed not to weigh his threatful words at all, but laughed them out, as if his greater pride did scorn the challenge of so base a thrall, or had no courage, or else had no gall. So much the more was Callapine offended, that him to no revenge he forth could call, but both his challenge and himself contemned, ne cared as a coward so to be condemned. But he, not weighing what he said or did, turned his steed about another way, and with his lady to the castle rid, where was his won. Ne did the other stay, but after went directly as he may, for his sick charge some harbour there to seek, where he arriving with the fall of day, drew to the gate, and there with prayers meek and mild entreaty lodging did for her beseek. But the rude porter, that no manners had, did shut the gate against him in his face, and entrance boldly unto him forbade. Natheless the knight now in so needy case gan him entreat, even with submission base, and humbly prayed to let them in that night, who to him answered, that there was no place of lodging fit for any errant knight, unless that with his lord he formerly did fight. Full loath am I, quoth he, as now at erst, when day is spent and rest us needeth most, and that this lady, both whose sides are pierced with wounds, is ready to forego the ghost. Ne would I gladly combat with mine host, that should to me such courtesy afford, unless that I were thereunto enforced. But yet arede to me, how hight thy lord, that doth thus strongly ward the castle of the ford? His name, quoth he, if that thou list to learn, is hight Sir Turpin, one of mickle might and manhood rare, but terrible and stern in all assays to every errant knight, because of one that wrought him foul despite. Ill seems, said he, if he so valiant be, that he should be so stern to stranger wight. For seldom yet did living creature see that courtesy and manhood ever disagree. But go thy ways to him, and from me say, that here is at his gate an errant knight, that house-room craves, yet would be loath to say the proof of battle now in doubtful night, or courtesy with rudeness to requite. Yet if he needs will fight, crave leave till morn, and tell with all the lamentable plight in which this lady languisheth forlorn, that pity craves, as he of woman was y-born. The groom went straightway in, and to his lord declared the message which that knight did move, who, sitting with his lady then at board, not only did not his demand approve, but both himself reviled, and eke his love, albeit his lady that Blandina hight him of ungentle usage did reprove, and earnestly entreated that they might find favour to be lodged there for that same night. Yet would he not persuaded be for aught, ne from his currish will a whit reclaim, which answer when the groom returning brought to Callapine, his heart did inly flame with wrathful fury for so foul a shame, that he could not thereof avenged be, but most for pity of his dearest dame, whom now in deadly danger he did see, yet had no means to comfort, nor procure her glee. But all in vain, for why no remedy he saw the present mischief to redress, but that most end perforce for to abide, which that night's fortune would for him address. So down he took his lady in distress, and laid her underneath a bush to sleep, covered with cold, and wrapped in wretchedness, whiles he himself all night did naught but weep, and wary watch about her, for her safeguard keep. The morrow next, so soon as joyous day did show itself in sunny beams bedight, Serena, full of dolorous dismay, twixt darkness, dread, and hope of living light, upreared her head to see that cheerful sight. Then Callapine, however inly wroth, and greedy to avenge that vile despite, yet for the feeble lady's sake full loath to make their languor stay, forth on his journey goeth. He goeth on foot, all armed by her side, upstaying still herself upon her steed, being unable else alone to ride. So sore her sides, so much her wounds did bleed, till that at length, in his extremest need, he chanced far off an armed knight to spy, pursuing him apace with greedy speed, whom well he wist to be some enemy that meant to make advantage of his misery. Wherefore he stayed, till that he nearer drew, to weet what issue would thereof betide. Though, when as he approached nigh in view, by certain signs he plainly him descried to be the man that with such scornful pride had him abused and shamed yesterday. Therefore, misdoubting lest he should misguide his former malice to some new assay, he cast to keep himself so safely as he may. By this the other came in place likewise, and couching close his spear and all his power, as bent to some malicious enterprise, he bade him stand to bide the bitter stour of his sore vengeance, or to make avowal of the lewd words and deeds which he had done. With that ran at him, as he would devour his life at once, who naught could do but shun the peril of his pride, or else be overrun. Yet he him still pursued from place to place, with full intent him cruelly to kill, and like a wild goat round about did chase, flying the fury of his bloody will. But his best succour and refuge was still behind his lady's back, who to him cried and called oft with prayers loud and shrill, as ever he to lady was affied to spare her night, and rest with reason pacified. But he the more thereby enraged was, and with more eager fellness him pursued, so that at length, after long weary chase, having by chance a close advantage viewed, he overwrought him, having long eschewed his violence in vain, and with his spear struck through his shoulder, that the blood ensued in great abundance, as a well it were, that forth out of an hill fresh gushing did appear. Yet ceased he not for all that cruel wound, but chased him still for all his lady's cry, nor satisfied till on the fatal ground he saw his life poured forth dispiteously, the which was certes in great jeopardy, had not a wondrous chance his rescue wrought, and saved from his cruel villainy. Such chances oft exceed all human thought, that in another canto shall to end be brought.
End of Canto 3. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 4 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 4. Callapine by a salvage man from Turpine rescued is, and whilst an infant from a bear he saves, his love doth miss. Like as a ship with dreadful storm long tossed, having spent all her masts and her ground hold, now far from harbour likely to be lost, at last some fisher bark doth near behold, that giveth comfort to her courage cold. Such was the state of this most courteous knight, being oppressed by that fater bold, that he remained in most perilous plight, and his sad lady left in pitiful affright. Till that by fortune, passing all foresight, a salvage man, which in those woods did won, drawn with that lady's loud and piteous shright, toward the same incessantly did run, to understand what there was to be done. There he this most discourteous craven found, as fiercely yet as when he first begun, chasing the gentle Callapine around, ne sparing him the more for all his grievous wound. The salvage man, that never till this hour did taste of pity, neither gentlest knew, seeing his sharp assault and cruel stour, was much immoved at his perils view, that even his ruder heart began to rue, and feel compassion of his evil plight, against his foe that did him so pursue. From whom he meant to free him if he might, and him avenge of that so villainous despite. Yet arms or weapon had he none to fight, ne knew the use of warlike instruments, save such as sudden rage him lent to smite, but naked, without needful vestments to clad his course, with meek habiliments, he carried not for dint of sword nor spear, no more than for the stroke of straws or bents, for from his mother's womb which him did bear, he was invulnerable made by magic leer. He stayed not to advise which way were best his foe to sail, or how himself to guard, and with fierce fury and with force infest upon him ran, who being well prepared, his first assault full warily did ward, and with the push of his sharp-pointed spear full on the breast him strook, so strong and hard, that forced him back recoil, and reel arear, yet in his body made no wound nor blood appear. With that the wild man more enraged grew, like to a tiger that hath missed his prey, and with mad mood again upon him flew, regarding neither spear that mote him slay, nor his fierce steed that mote him much dismay. The savage nation doth all dread despise, though on his shield he gripple hold did lay, and held the same so hard, that by no wise he could him force to loose, or leave his enterprise. Long did he rest and wring it to and fro, and every way did try, but all in vain. For he would not his greedy gripe forego, but hailed and pulled with all his might and main, that from his steed him nigh he drew again. Who, having now no use of his long spear, so nigh at hand, nor force his shield to strain, both spear and shield, as things that needless were, he quite forsook, and fled himself away for fear. But after him the wild man ran apace, and him pursued with importune speed, for he was swift as any buck in chase, and had he not in his extremest need been helped through the swiftness of his steed, he had him overtaken in his flight, who ever as he saw him nigh succeed, gan cry aloud with horrible affright, and shriek it out, a thing uncomely for a knight. But when the savage saw his labour vain, in following of him that fled so fast, he weary walks, and back returned again with speed unto the place whereas he last had left that couple near their utmost cast. There he that night full sorely bleeding found, and eke the lady fearfully aghast, both for the peril of the present stound, and also for the sharpness of her rankling wound. For, though she were right glad so rid to be from that vile losel which her late offended, yet now no less encumbrance did she see, and peril by this savage man pretended, gainst whom she saw no means to be defended, by reason that her knight was wounded sore. Therefore herself she wholly recommended to God's sole grace, whom she did oft implore to send her succor, being of all hope forlore. But the wild man, contrary to her fear, came to her creeping like a fawning hound, and by rude tokens made to her appear his deep compassion of her doleful stound, kissing his hands and crouching to the ground. For other language he had none, nor speech, but a soft murmur and confused sound of senseless words, which nature did him teach, to express his passions, which his reason did impeach. And coming likewise to the wounded knight, when he beheld the streams of purple blood yet flowing fresh, as moved with the sight, he made great moan after his savage mood, and running straight into the thickest wood, a certain herb from thence unto him brought, whose virtue he by use well understood, the juice whereof into his wound he wrought, and stopped the bleeding straight, ere he had staunched thought. Then taking up that recreant's shield and spear which erst he left, he signs unto them made, with him to wend unto his woning near, to which he easily did them persuade. Far in the forest, by a hollow glade, covered with mossy shrubs, which spreading broad did underneath them make a gloomy shade, where foot of living creature never trode, ne scarce wild beasts durst come, there was this wight's abode. Thither he brought these unacquainted guests, to whom fair semblance as he could he showed, by signs, by looks, and all his other guests. But the bare ground with hoary moss bestrowed must be their bed, their pillow was unsowed, and the fruits of the forest was their feast. For their bad steward neither ploughed nor sowed, ne fed on flesh, ne ever of wild beast did taste the blood, obeying nature's first behest. Yet howsoever base and mean it were, they took it well, and thanked God for all, which had them freed from that deadly fear, and saved from being to that caitiff thrall. Here they of force, as fortune now did fall, compelled were themselves a while to rest, glad of that easement, though it were but small, that, having there their wounds a while redressed, they mote the abler be to pass unto the rest. During which time that wild man did apply his best endeavor, and his daily pain, in seeking all the woods both far and nigh for herbs to dress their wounds, still seeming fain, when aught he did that did their liking gain. So as ere long he had that night his wound recured well, and made him whole again. But that same lady's hurt no herb he found which could redress, for it was inwardly unsound. Now when as Calopine was waxen strong, upon a day he cast abroad to wend, to take the air and hear the thrush's song, unarmed, as fearing neither foe nor friend, and without sword his person to defend. There him befell, unlooked for before, an hard adventure with unhappy end. A cruel bear, the which an infant bore betwixt his bloody jaws, besprinkled all with gore. The little babe did loudly skrike and squall, and all the woods with piteous plaints did fill, as if his cry did mean for help to call to Calopine, whose ears those screeches shrill, piercing his heart, with pity's point did thrill, that after him he ran with zealous haste, to rescue the infant ere he did him kill, whom though he saw now somewhat overpast, yet by the cry he followed and pursued fast. Well then him chanced his heavy arms to want, whose burden mote impeach his needful speed, and hinder him from liberty to pant. For having long time as his daily weed them wont to wear, and wend on foot for need, now wanting them, he felt himself so light, that like an hawk, which feeling herself freed from bells and jesses, which did let her flight, him seemed his feet did fly, and in their speed delight. So well he sped him, that the weary bear ere long he overtook, and forced to stay, and without weapon him assailing near, compelled him soon the spoil down to lay. Wherewith the beast, enraged to lose his prey, upon him turned, and with greedy force and fury to be crossed in his way, gaping full wide, did think without remorse to be avenged on him, and to devour his corse. But the bold knight, no whit thereat dismayed, but catching up in hand a ragged stone, which lay thereby, so fortune did him aid, upon him ran, and thrust it all atone into his gaping throat, that made him groan and gasp for breath, that he nigh choked was, being unable to digest that bone, ne could it upward come, nor downward pass, ne could he brook the coldness of the stony mass, whom when as he thus cumbered did behold, striving in vain that nigh his bowels brast, he with him closed, and laying mighty hold upon his throat, did gripe his gorge so fast, that wanting breath him down to ground he cast. And then, oppressing him with urgent pain, ere long enforced to breathe his utmost blast, gnashing his cruel teeth at him in vain, and threatening his sharp claws, now wanting power to strain. Then took he up betwixt his armes twain the little babe, sweet relics of his prey, whom pitying to hear so sore complain, from his soft eyes the tears he wiped away, and from his face the filth that did it ray, and every little limb he searched around, and every part that under sweatbands lay, lest that the beast's sharp teeth had any wound made in his tender flesh, but whole them all he found. So having all his bands again uptied, he with him thought back to return again. But when he looked about on every side, to weet which way were best to entertain, to bring him to the place where he would fain, he could no path nor tract of foot descry, ne by inquiry learn, nor guess by aim, for naught but woods and forests far and nigh, that all about did close the compass of his eye. Much was he then encumbered, ne could tell which way to take. Now west he went a while, then north, then neither, but as fortune fell. So up and down he wandered many a mile, with weary travel and uncertain toil, yet not the nearer to his journey's end, and evermore his lovely little spoil, crying for food, did greatly him offend. So all that day in wandering vainly he did spend. At last, about the setting of the sun, himself out of the forest he did wind, and by good fortune the plain champion won, where looking all about where he mote find some place of succor to content his mind, at length he heard under the forest side a voice that seemed of some woman kind, which to herself lamenting loudly cried, and oft complained of fate, and fortune oft defied. To whom approaching, when as she perceived a stranger wight in place, her plaint she stayed, as if she doubted to have been deceived, or loath to let her sorrows be bewrayed. Whom when as Calapine saw so dismayed, he to her drew, and with fair blandishment her cheering up, thus gently to her said, What be you, woeful dame, which thus lament, and for what cause declare, so mote ye not repent? To whom she thus, What need me, sir, to tell that which yourself have erst read so right? A woeful dame ye have me termed well, so much more woeful as my woeful plight cannot redressed be by living wight. Natheless, quoth he, if need do not you bind, do it disclose, to ease your grieved sprite. Oft times it haps that sorrows of the mind find remedy unsought, which seeking cannot find. Then thus began the lamentable dame. Sith then ye needs will know the grief I hoard, I am the unfortunate Matilde by name, the wife of bold Sir Bruin, who is lord of all this land, late conquered by his sword from a great giant, called Cormorant, whom he did overthrow by yonder ford, and in 3 battles did so deadly daunt, that he dare not return for all his daily vaunt. So is my lord now seized of all the land, as in his fee, with peaceable estate, and quietly doth hold it in his hand. Ne any dares with him for it debate. But to these happy fortunes cruel fate hath joined one evil, which doth overthrow all these our joys, and all our bliss abate, and like in time to further ill to grow, and all this land with endless loss to overflow. For the heavens, envying our prosperity, had not vouchsafed to grant unto us twain the gladful blessing of posterity, which we might see after ourselves remain in heritage of our unhappy pain. So that for want of heirs it to defend, all is in time like to return again to that foul fiend, who daily doth attend to leap into the same after our lives' end. But most my lord is grieved herewithal, and makes exceeding moan, when he does think that all this land unto his foe shall fall, for which he long in vain did sweat and swink, that now the same he greatly doth forethink. Yet was it said, there should to him a son begotten, not begotten, which should drink and dry up all the water which doth run in the next brook, by whom that fiend should be fordone. Well hoped he then, when this was prophesied, that from his sides some noble child should rise, the which through fame should far be magnified, and this proud giant should with brave emprise quite overthrow, who now gains to despise the good Sir Bruin, growing far in years, who thinks from me his sorrow all doth rise. Lo, this my cause of grief to you appears, for which I thus do mourn, and pour forth ceaseless tears. Which when he heard, he inly touched was with tender ruth for her unworthy grief, and when he had devised of her case, he gan in mind conceive a fit relief for all her pain, if please her make the prief. And having cheered her, thus said, Fair dame, in evil's counsel is the comfort chief, which, though I be not wise enough to frame, yet, as I well it mean, vouchsafe it without blame. If that the cause of this your languishment be lack of children to supply your place, lo, how good fortune doth to you present this little babe, of sweet and lovely face, and spotless spirit, in which ye may enchase whatever forms ye list there to apply, being now soft and fit them to embrace, whether ye list him train in chivalry, or nursel up in lore of learned philosophy. And certes it hath oftentimes been seen, that of the like whose lineage was unknown, more brave and noble knights have raised been, as their victorious deeds have often shown, being with fame through many nations blown, than those which have been dandled in the lap. Therefore some thought that those brave imps were sown here by the gods, and fed with heavenly sap, that made them grow so high, tall honorable hap. The lady, hearkening to his senseful speech, found nothing that he said unmeet nor geason, having oft seen it tried, as he did teach. Therefore, inclining to his goodly reason, agreeing well both with the place and season, she gladly did of that same babe accept, as of her own by livery and season. And, having over it a little wept, she bore it thence, and ever as her own it kept. Right glad was Callapine to be so rid of his young charge, whereof he skilled not. Ne she less glad, for she so wisely did, and with her husband under hand so wrought, that when the infant unto him she brought, she made him think it surely was his own, and it in goodly thews so well upbrought, that it became a famous knight well known, and did right noble deeds, the which elsewhere are shown. But Callapine, now being left alone under the greenwood's side in sorry plight, without an arms or steed to ride upon, or house to hide his head from heaven's spite, albeit that dame, by all the means she might, him oft desired home with her to wend, and offered him his courtesy to requite, both horse and arms, and whatso else to lend, yet he them all refused, though thanked her as a friend. And for exceeding grief which inly grew, that he his love so luckless now had lost, on the cold ground maugre himself he threw, for fell despite to be so sorely crossed, and there all night himself in anguish tossed, vowing that never he in bed again his limbs would rest, ne lig in ease embossed, till that his lady's sight he mote attain, or understand that she in safety did remain.
End of Canto 4. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 5 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 5. The salvage serves Serena well, till she Prince Arthur find, who her, together with his squire with the hermit, leaves behind. Oh, what an easy thing is to descry the gentle blood, however it be wrapped in sad misfortune's foul deformity, and wretched sorrows which have often happed. For howsoever it may grow misshaped, like this wild man, being undisciplined, that to all virtue it may seem unapt, yet will it show some sparks of gentle mind, and at the last break forth in his own proper kind. That plainly may in this wild man be read, who, though he were still in this desert wood, mongst savage beasts, both rudely born and bred, ne ever saw fair guise, ne learned good, yet showed some token of his gentle blood by gentle usage of that wretched dame. For certes he was born of noble blood, however by hard hap he hither came, as ye may know when time shall be to tell the same. Who, when as now long time he lacked had the good Sir Calipene, that far was strayed, did wex exceeding sorrowful and sad, as he of some misfortune were afraid, and leaving there this lady all dismayed, went forth straightway unto the forest wide, to seek if he perchance asleep were laid, or whatso else were unto him betide. He sought him far and near, yet him nowhere he spied. Though back returning to that sorry dame, he showed semblant of exceeding moan, by speaking signs, as he them best could frame, now wringing both his wretched hands in one, now beating his hard head upon a stone, that ruth it was to see him so lament. By which she well perceiving what was done, gan tear her hair, and all her garments rent, and beat her breast, and piteously herself torment. Upon the ground herself she fiercely threw, regardless of her wounds, yet bleeding rife, that with their blood did all the floor imbrue, as if her breast, now launched with murderous knife, would straight dislodge the wretched weary life. There she long grovelling and deep groaning lay, as if her vital powers were at strife with stronger death, and feared their decay. Such were this lady's pangs and dolorous assay. Whom when the salvage saw so sore distressed, he reared her up from the bloody ground, and sought by all the means that he could best her to recure out of that stony swound, and staunch the bleeding of her dreary wound. Yet nold she be recomforted for naught, ne cease her sorrow and impatient stound, but day and night did vex her careful thought, and ever more and more her own affliction wrought. At length, when as no hope of his return she saw now left, she cast to leave the place and wend abroad, though feeble and forlorn, to seek some comfort in that sorry case. His steed, now strong through rest so long a space, well as she could she got and did bedight, and being thereon mounted, forth did pace withouten guide, her to conduct aright, or guard, her to defend from bold oppressor's might. Whom when her host saw ready to depart, he would not suffer her alone to fare, but gan himself address to take her part. Those warlike arms which Calipene whileare had left behind, he gan eftsoons prepare, and put them all about himself, unfit, his shield, his helmet, and his currets bear, but without sword upon his thigh to sit. Sir Calipene himself away had hidden it. So forth they travelled, an uneven pair, that mote to all men seem an uncouth sight, a salvage man matched with a lady fair, that rather seemed the conquest of his might, gotten by spoil, than purchased aright. But he did her attend most carefully, and faithfully did serve both day and night, withouten thought of shame or villainy, ne ever showed sign of foul disloyalty. Upon a day, as on their way they went, it chanced some furniture about her steed to be disordered by some accident, which to redress she did the assistance need of this her groom, which he by signs did read, and straight his cumbrous arms aside did lay upon the ground, withouten doubt or dread, and in his homely wise began to say to mend what was amiss, and put in right array. About which, whilst he was busied thus hard, lo, where a knight, together with his squire, all armed to point, came riding thitherward, which seemed by their portance and attire to be two errant knights, that did inquire after adventures, where they mote them get. Those were, to weet, if that ye it require, Prince Arthur and young Timaeus, which met by strange occasion that here needs forth beset. After that Timaeus had again recured the favour of belle Phoebe, as ye heard, and of her grace did stand again assured, to happy bliss he was full high upreared, neither of envy nor of change afeared, though many foes did him malign therefore, and with unjust detraction him did beard. Yet he himself so well and wisely bore, that in her sovereign liking he dwelt evermore. But of them all, which did his ruin seek, 3 mighty enemies did him most despite. 3 mighty ones, and cruel-minded eke, that him not only sought by open might to overthrow, but to supplant by sleight. The first of them by name was called Despetto, exceeding all the rest in power and height. The second, not so strong, but wise, Decetto. The third, nor strong nor wise, but spitefulest, Defetto. Oft times their sundry powers they did employ, and several deceits, but all in vain. For neither they by force could him destroy, ne yet entrap in treason's subtle train. Therefore, conspiring all together plain, they did their counsels now in one compound. Where singled forces fail, conjoined may gain. The blatant beast the fittest means they found to work his utter shame, and throughly him confound. Upon a day, as they the time did wait, when he did range the wood for salvage game, they sent that blatant beast to be a bait, to draw him from his dear beloved dame unawares into the danger of defame. For well they wist that squire to be so bold, that no one beast in forest, wild or tame, met him in chase, but he at challenge wold, and plucked the prey oft times out of their greedy hold. The hardy boy, as they devised had, seeing the ugly monster passing by, upon him set, of peril not adread, ne skilful of the uncouth jeopardy, and charged him so fierce and furiously, that his great force unable to endure, he forced was to turn from him and fly. Yet ere he fled, he with his tooth impure him heedless bit, the whiles he was thereof secure. Securely he did after him pursue, thinking by speed to overtake his flight, who through thick woods and brakes and briars him drew, to weary him the more and waste his spite, so that he now has almost spent his sprite, till that at length unto a woody glade he came, whose covert stopped his further sight. There his 3 foes, shrouded in guileful shade, out of their ambush broke, and gan him to invade. Sharply they all at once did him assail, burning with inward rancor and despite, and heaped strokes did round about him hail, with so huge force that seemed nothing might bear off their blows from piercing thorough quite. Yet he them all so warily did ward, that none of them in his soft flesh did bite, and all the while his back for best safeguard he leant against a tree, that backward onset barred. Like a wild bull, that being at a bay is baited of a mastiff and a hound and a cur dog, that do him sharp assay on every side, and beat about him round, but most that cur, barking with bitter sound, and creeping still behind, doth him encumber, that in his chafe he digs the trampled ground, and threats his horns, and bellows like the thunder. So did that squire his foes disperse and drive asunder. Him well behooved so, for his 3 foes sought to encompass him on every side, and dangerously did round about enclose. But most of all Defetto him annoyed, creeping behind him still to have destroyed. So did Decetto eke him circumvent. But stout Despetto in his greater pride did front him face to face, against him bent. Yet he them all withstood, and often made relent, till that at length, nigh tired with former chase, and weary now with careful keeping ward, he gan to shrink, and somewhat to give place, full like ere long to have escaped hard. When as unawares he in the forest heard a trampling steed, that with his neighing fast did warn his rider be upon his guard. With noise whereof the squire now nigh aghast revived was, and sad despair away did cast. Eftsoons he spied a knight approaching nigh, who seeing one in so great danger set, mongst many foes himself did faster hie, to rescue him and his weak part abet, for pity so to see him overset. Whom soon as his 3 enemies did view, they fled, and fast into the wood did get. Him booted not to think them to pursue, the covert was so thick, that did no passage shew. Then turning to that swain, him well he knew to be his Timaeus, his own true squire, whereof exceeding glad he to him drew, and him embracing twixt his arms entire, him thus bespake: My lief, my life's desire, why have ye me alone thus long yleft? Tell me, what world's despite or heaven's ire hath you thus long away from me bereft? Where have ye all this while been wandering? Where been weft? With that he sighed deep for inward pine, to whom the squire not answered again, but shedding few soft tears from tender eyne, his dear affect with silence did restrain, and shut up all his plaint in privy pain. There they a while some gracious speeches spent, as to them seemed fit time to entertain. After all which, up to their steeds they went, and forth together rode, a comely couplement. So now they be arrived both in sight of this wild man, whom they full busy found about the sad Serena things to dight, with those brave armors lying on the ground, that seemed the spoil of some right well renowned. Which when that squire beheld, he to them stepped, thinking to take them from that hilding hound. But he it seeing, lightly to him leapt, and sternly with strong hand it from his handling kept. Gnashing his grinded teeth with grisly look, and sparkling fire out of his furious eyne, him with his fist unwares on the head he strook, that made him down unto the earth incline. Whence soon upstarting, much he gan repine, and laying hand upon his wrathful blade, thought therewithal forthwith him to have slain. Who, it perceiving, hand upon him laid, and greedily him griping his avengement stayed. With that, aloud the fair Serena cried unto the knight them to dispart in twain, who to them stepping, did them soon divide, and did from further violence restrain. Albe the wild man hardly would refrain. Then gan the prince of her for to demand what and from whence she was, and by what train she fell into that savage villain's hand, and whether free with him she now were, or in band. To whom she thus: I am, as now ye see, the wretchedst dame that live this day on ground, who both in mind, the which most grieveth me, and body have received a mortal wound, that hath me driven to this dreary stound. I was erewhile the love of Calapine, who, whether he alive be to be found, or by some deadly chance be done to pine, since I him lately lost, uneath is to define. In savage forest I him lost of late, where I had surely long ere this been dead, or else remained in most wretched state, had not this wild man in that woeful stead kept, and delivered me from deadly dread. In such a savage wight, a brutish kind, amongst wild beasts in desert forests bred, it is most strange and wonderful to find so mild humanity and perfect gentle mind. Let me therefore this favor for him find, that ye will not your wrath upon him wreak, sith he cannot express his simple mind, ne yours conceive, ne but by tokens speak. Small praise to prove your power on wight so weak. With such fair words she did their heat assuage, and the strong course of their displeasure break. They to pity turned their former rage, and each sought to supply the office of her page. So, having all things well about her dight, she on her way cast forward to proceed, and they her forth conducted, where they might find harbor fit to comfort her great need. For now her wound's corruption gan to breed, and eke this squire, who likewise wounded was of that same monster late, for lack of heed, now gan to faint, and further could not pass through feebleness, which all his limbs oppressed has. So forth they rode together all in troop, to seek some place the which mote yield some ease to these sick twain, that now began to droop. And all the way the prince sought to appease the bitter anguish of their sharp disease, by all the courteous means he could invent. Some while with merry purpose fit to please, and other while with good encouragement, to make them to endure the pains did them torment. Mongst which Serena did to him relate the foul discourtesies and unknightly parts which Turpin unto her had shewed late, without compassion of her cruel smarts, although Blandina did with all her arts him otherwise persuade, all that she might. Yet he of malice, without her desarts, not only her excluded late at night, but also traitorously did wound her weary knight. Wherewith the prince sore moved there avowed that soon as he returned back again, he would avenge the abuses of that proud and shameful knight, of whom she did complain. This wise did they each other entertain, to pass the tedious travel of the way, till towards night they came unto a plain, by which a little hermitage there lay, far from all neighborhood, the which annoy it may. And nigh thereto a little chapel stood, which being all with ivy overspread, decked all the roof, and shadowing the rood, seemed like a grove fair branched overhead. Therein the hermit, which his life here led in strait observance of religious vow, was wont his hours and holy things to bed, and therein he likewise was praying now, when as these knights arrived, they wist not where nor how. They stayed not there, but straightway in did pass, whom when the hermit present saw in place, from his devotion straight he troubled was, which breaking off, he toward them did pace with stayed steps, and grave beseeming grace. For well it seemed that whilome he had been some goodly person and of gentle race, that could his good to all, and well did ween how each to entertain, and courtesy well beseen. And soothly it was said by common fame, so long as age enabled him thereto, that he had been a man of mickle name, renowned much in arms and daring do. But being aged now, and weary too of war's delight and world's contentious toil, the name of knighthood he did disavow, and hanging up his arms and warlike spoil, from all this world's encumbrance did himself assoil. He thence them led into his hermitage, letting their steeds to graze upon the green. Small was his house, and like a little cage for his own turn, yet inly neat and clean, decked with green boughs and flowers gay beseen. Therein he them full fair did entertain, not with such forged shows as fitter been for courting fools that courtesies would feign, but with entire affection and appearance plain. Yet was their fare but homely, such as he did use his feeble body to sustain, the which full gladly they did take in glee. Such as it was, they did of want complain, but being well sufficed, them rested fain. But fair Serene all night could take no rest, ne yet that gentle squire, for grievous pain of their late wounds, the which the blatant beast had given them, whose grief through sufferance sore increased. So all that night they passed in great dis-ease, till that the morning, bringing early light to guide men's labors, brought them also ease, and some assuagement of their painful plight. Then up they rose, and gan themselves to dight unto their journey. But that squire and dame so faint and feeble were, that they might endure to travel, nor one foot to frame. Their hearts were sick, their sides were sore, their feet were lame. Therefore the prince, whom great affairs in mind would not permit to make their languor stay, was forced there to leave them both behind in that good hermit's charge, whom he did pray to tend them well. So forth he went his way, and with him eke the salvage, that while'er seeing his royal usage and array was greatly grown in love of that brave peer, would needs depart, as shall declared be elsewhere.
End of Canto 5. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 6 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 6. The hermit heals both squire and dame of their sore maladies. He Turpin doth defeat, and shame for his late villainies. No wound which warlike hand of enemy inflicts with dint of sword, so sore doth light as doth the poisonous sting which infamy infixeth in the name of noble wight. For by no art, nor any leech's might, it ever can recured be again. Nay, all the skill which that immortal sprite of Podalirius did in it retain can remedy such hurts. Such hurts are hellish pain. Such were the wounds the which that blatant beast made in the bodies of that squire and dame, and being such, were now much more increased for want of taking heed unto the same, that now corrupt and cureless they became. Howbeit that careful hermit did his best with many kinds of medicines meet to tame the poisonous humour, which did most infest their rankling wounds, and every day them duly dressed. For he right well in leech's craft was seen, and through the long experience of his days, which had in many fortunes tossed been, and passed through many perilous assays, he knew the diverse went of mortal ways, and in the minds of men had great insight, which with sage counsel, when they went astray, he could inform, and them reduce aright, and all the passions heal which wound the weaker sprite. For whilome he had been a doughty knight, as any one that lived in his days, and proved oft in many perilous fight, of which he grace and glory won always, and in all battles bore away the bays. But being now attached with timely age, and weary of this world's unquiet ways, he took himself unto this hermitage, in which he lived alone, like careless bird in cage. One day, as he was searching of their wounds, he found that they had festered privily, and rankling inward with unruly stounds, the inner parts now gan to putrefy, that quite they seemed past help of surgery, but rather needed to be disciplined with wholesome rede of sad sobriety, to rule the stubborn rage of passion blind, give salves to every sore, but counsel to the mind. So taking them apart into his cell, he to that point fit speeches gan to frame, as he the art of words knew wondrous well, and eke could do as well as say the same. And thus he to them said, Fair daughter dame, and you fair son, which here thus long now lie in piteous languor, since ye hither came, in vain of me ye hope for remedy, and I likewise in vain do salves to you apply. For in yourself your only help doth lie, to heal yourselves, and must proceed alone from your own will to cure your malady. Who can him cure that will be cured of none? If therefore health ye seek, observe this one. First, learn your outward senses to refrain from things that stir up frail affection. Your eyes, your ears, your tongue, your talk restrain from that they most affect, and in due terms contain. For from those outward senses ill affected, the seed of all this evil first doth spring, which at the first, before it had infected, mote easy be suppressed with little thing. But being grown strong, it forth doth bring sorrow and anguish and impatient pain in inner parts, and lastly, scattering contagious poison close through every vein, it never rests till it have wrought his final bane. For that beast's teeth, which wounded you tofore, are so exceeding venomous and keen, made all of rusty iron, rankling sore, that where they bite, it booteth not to wean with salve, or antidote, or other mean, it ever to amend. Ne marvel aught, for that same beast was bred of hellish streen, and long in darksome Stygian den upbrought, begot of foul Echidna, as in books is taught. Echidna is a monster direful dread, whom gods do hate, and heavens abhor to see. So hideous is her shape, so huge her head, that even the hellish fiends affrighted be at sight thereof, and from her presence flee. Yet did her face and former parts profess a fair young maiden full of comely glee, but all her hinder parts did plain express a monstrous dragon full of fearful ugliness. To her the gods, for her so dreadful face, in fearful darkness, furthest from the sky and from the earth, appointed have her place mongst rocks and caves, where she enrolled doth lie in hideous horror and obscurity, wasting the strength of her immortal age. There did Typhaon with her company, cruel Typhaon, whose tempestuous rage make heavens tremble oft, and him with vows assuage. Of that commixtion they did then beget this hellish dog, that hight the blatant beast, a wicked monster, that his tongue doth whet gainst all, both good and bad, both most and least, and pours his poisonous gall forth to infest the noblest wights with notable defame. Ne ever knight that bore so lofty crest, ne ever lady of so honest name, but he them spotted with reproach, or secret shame. In vain therefore it were with medicine to go about to salve such kind of sore, that rather needs wise rede and discipline than outward salves, that may augment it more. Ay me, said then Serena, sighing sore, what hope of help doth then for us remain, if that no salves may us to health restore? But sith we need good counsel, said the swain, rede, good sire, some counsel that may us sustain. The best, said he, that I can you advise, is to avoid the occasion of the ill. For when the cause, whence evil doth arise, removed is, the effect surceaseth still. Abstain from pleasure, and restrain your will, subdue desire, and bridle loose delight. Use scanted diet, and forbear your fill, shun secrecy, and talk in open sight. So shall you soon repair your present evil plight. Thus having said, his sickly patients did gladly hearken to his grave behest, and kept so well his wise commandments, that in short space their malady was ceased, and eke the biting of that harmful beast was throughly healed. Though when they did perceive their wounds recured, and forces re-increased, of that good hermit both they took their leave, and went both on their way, ne each would other leave. But each the other vowed to company. The lady, for that she was much in dread, now left alone in great extremity. The squire, for that he courteous was indeed, would not her leave alone in her great need. So both together travelled, till they met with a fair maiden, clad in mourning weed, upon a mangy jade unmeetly set, and a lewd fool her leading thorough dry and wet. But by what means that shame to her befell, and how thereof herself she did acquite, I must a while forbear to you to tell, till that, as comes by course, I do recite what fortune to the Briton prince did light, pursuing that proud knight, the which whileare wrought to Sir Calidore so foul despite, and eke his lady, though she sickly were, so lewdly had abused, as ye did lately hear. The prince, according to the former token which fair Serene to him delivered had, pursued him straight, in mind to be ne roken of all the vile demean and usage bad, with which he had those two so ill bestad. Ne wight with him on that adventure went, but that wild man, whom though he oft forbade, yet for no bidding, nor for being shent, would he restrained be from his attendament. Arriving there, as did by chance befall, he found the gate wide ope, and in he rode, ne stayed till that he came into the hall, where soft dismounting like a weary load, upon the ground with feeble feet he trode, as he unable were for very need to move 1 foot, but there must make abode, the whiles the salvage man did take his steed, and in some stable near did set him up to feed. Ere long to him a homely groom there came, that in rude wise him asked what he was, that durst so boldly without let or shame into his lord's forbidden hall to pass. To whom the prince, him feigning to embase, mild answer made, he was an errant knight, the which was fallen into this feeble case through many wounds which lately he in fight received had, and prayed to pity his ill plight. But he, the more outrageous and bold, sternly did bid him quickly thence avaunt, or dear abye, for why his lord of old did hate all errant knights, which there did haunt, ne lodging would to any of them grant, and therefore lightly bade him pack away, not sparing him with bitter words to taunt, and therewithal rude hand on him did lay, to thrust him out of door, doing his worst to say. Which when the salvage, coming now in place, beheld, eftsoons he all enraged grew, and running straight upon that villain base, like a fell lion at him fiercely flew, and with his teeth and nails in present view him rudely rent, and all to pieces tore, so miserably him all helpless slew, that with the noise, whilst he did loudly roar, the people of the house rose forth in great uproar. Who, when on ground they saw their fellow slain, and that same knight and salvage standing by, upon them too they fell with might and main, and on them laid so huge and horribly, as if they would have slain them presently.
But the bold prince defended him so well, and their assault withstood so mightily, that, maugre all their might, he did repel and beat them back, whilst many underneath him fell. Yet he them still so sharply did pursue, that few of them he left alive, which fled, those evil tidings to their lord to shew. Who, hearing how his people badly sped, came forth in haste, where, whenas with the dead he saw the ground all strowed, and that same knight and salvage with their blood fresh streaming red, he walks nigh mad with wrath and fell despite, and with reproachful words him thus bespake on height: Art thou he, traitor, that with treason vile hast slain my men in this unmanly manner? And now triumphest in the piteous spoil of these poor folk, whose souls with black dishonour and foul defame do deck thy bloody banner? The meed whereof shall shortly be thy shame and wretched end, which still attendeth honour. With that himself to battle he did frame, so did his 40 yeomen, which there with him came. With dreadful force they all did him assail, and round about with boisterous strokes oppress, that on his shield did rattle like to hail in a great tempest, that in such distress he wist not to which side him to address, and evermore that craven cowherd knight was at his back with heartless heediness, waiting if he unwares him murther might, for cowardize doth still in villainy delight. Whereof, whenas the prince was well aware, he to him turned with furious intent, and him against his power gan to prepare, like a fierce bull, that being busy bent to fight with many foes about him meant, feeling some cur behind his heels to bite, turns him about with fell avengement. So likewise turned the prince upon the knight, and laid at him amain with all his will and might, who, when he once his dreadful strokes had tasted, durst not the fury of his force abide, but turned aback, and to retire him hasted through the thick press, there thinking him to hide. But when the prince had once him plainly eyed, he foot by foot him followed alway, ne would him suffer once to shrink aside, but joining close, huge load at him did lay, who flying still did ward, and warding fly away. But when his foe he still so eager saw, unto his heels himself he did betake, hoping unto some refuge to withdraw. Ne would the prince him ever foot forsake, whereso he went, but after him did make. He fled from room to room, from place to place, whilst every joint for dread of death did quake, still looking after him that did him chase. That made him evermore increase his speedy pace. At last he up into the chamber came, whereas his love was sitting all alone, waiting what tidings of her folk became. There did the prince him overtake anon, crying in vain to her him to bemoan, and with his sword him on the head did smite, that to the ground he fell in senseless swoon. Yet whether thwart or flatly it did light, the tempered steel did not into his brainpan bite. Which when the lady saw, with great affright, she starting up began to shriek aloud, and with her garment covering him from sight, seemed under her protection him to shroud, and falling lowly at his feet, her bowed upon her knee, entreating him for grace, and often him besought and prayed and vowed, that with the ruth of her so wretched case, he stayed his second stroke, and did his hand abase. Her weed she then withdrawing, did him discover, who now come to himself, yet would not rise, but still did lie as dead, and quake and quiver, that even the prince his baseness did despise, and eke his dame, him seeing in such guise, gan him recomfort, and from ground to rear, who rising up at last, in ghastly wise, like troubled ghost, did dreadfully appear, as one that had no life him left through former fear. Whom when the prince so deadly saw dismayed, he for such baseness shamefully him shent, and with sharp words did bitterly upbraid. Vile cowherd dog, now do I much repent that ever I this life unto thee lent, whereof thou, caitiff, so unworthy art, that both thy love for lack of hardiment, and eke thyself for want of manly heart, and eke all knights hast shamed with this knightless part.
Yet further hast thou heaped shame to shame, and crime to crime, by this thy cowherd fear. For first it was to thee reproachful blame to erect this wicked custom, which I hear 'gainst errant knights and ladies thou dost rear, whom when thou mayst, thou dost of arms despoil, or of their upper garment which they wear. Yet dost thou not with manhood, but with guile maintain this evil use, thy foes thereby to foil. And lastly, in approvance of thy wrong, to show such faintness and foul cowardize is greatest shame. For oft it falls that strong and valiant knights do rashly enterprise, either for fame or else for exercise, a wrongful quarrel to maintain by fight, yet have through prowess and their brave emprise gotten great worship in this world's sight. For greater force there needs to maintain wrong than right. Yet since thy life unto this lady fair I given have, live in reproach and scorn, ne ever arms, ne ever knighthood dare hence to profess, for shame is to adorn with so brave badges one so basely born, but only breathe, sith that I did forgive. So having from his craven body torn those goodly arms, he them away did give, and only suffered him this wretched life to live. There, whilst he thus was settling things above, between that lady mild and recreant knight, to whom his life he granted for her love, he gan to think him in what perilous plight he had behind him left that salvage wight amongst so many foes, whom sure he thought by this quite slain in so unequal fight. Therefore descending back in haste, he sought if yet he were alive, or to destruction brought. There he him found, environed about with slaughtered bodies, which his hand had slain, and laying yet afresh with courage stout upon the rest that did alive remain, whom he likewise right sorely did constrain, like scattered sheep to seek for safety, after he gotten had with busy pain some of their weapons, which thereby did lie, with which he laid about, and made them fast to fly. Whom when the prince so felly saw to rage, approaching to him near, his hand he stayed, and sought by making signs him to assuage, who them perceiving, straight to him obeyed, as to his lord, and down his weapons laid, as if he long had to his hests been trained. Hence he him brought away, and up conveyed into the chamber, where that dame remained with her unworthy knight, who ill him entertained. Whom when the savage saw from danger free, sitting beside his lady there at ease, he well remembered that the same was he which lately sought his lord for to displease, though all in rage he on him straight did seize, as if he would in pieces him have rent. And were not that the prince did him appease, he had not left one limb of him unrent, but straight he held his hand at his commandment. Thus, having all things well in peace ordained, the prince himself there all that night did rest, where him Blandina fairly entertained, with all the courteous glee and goodly feast, the which for him she could imagine best. For well she knew the ways to win good will of every wight, that were not too infest, and how to please the minds of good and ill, through tempering of her words and looks by wondrous skill. Yet were her words and looks but false and feigned, to some hid end to make more easy way, or to allure such fondlings, whom she trained into her trap unto their own decay. Thereto, when needed, she could weep and pray, and when her listed, she could fawn and flatter, now smiling smoothly, like to summer's day, now glooming sadly, so to cloak her matter. Yet were her words but wind, and all her tears but water. Whether such grace were given her by kind, as women want their guileful wits to guide, or learned the art to please, I do not find. This well I wot, that she so well applied her pleasing tongue, that soon she pacified the wrathful prince, and wrought her husband's peace, who, natheless, not therewith satisfied, his rancorous despite did not release, ne secretly from thought of fell revenge surcease. For all that night, whiles the prince did rest in careless couch, not weeting what was meant, he watched in close await with weapons pressed, willing to work his villainous intent on him that had so shamefully him shent. Yet durst he not for very cowardize effect the same, whilst all the night was spent. The morrow next the prince did early rise, and passed forth to follow his first enterprise.
End of Canto 6. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 7 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 7. Turpin is baffled. His 2 knights do gain their treason's meed. Fair Mirabella's punishment for love's disdain decreed. Like as the gentle heart itself bewrays in doing gentle deeds with frank delight, even so the baser mind itself displays in cankered malice and revengeful sprite. For to malign, to envy, choose shifting slight, be arguments of a vile dunghill mind, which what it dare not do by open might, to work by wicked treason ways doth find, by such discourteous deeds discovering his base kind. That well appears in this discourteous knight, the coward Turpin, whereof now I treat, who, notwithstanding that in former fight he of the prince his life received late, yet in his mind malicious and ingrate he gan devise to be avenged anew for all that shame which kindled inward hate. Therefore, so soon as he was out of view, himself in haste he armed, and did him fast pursue. Well did he tract his steps as he did ride, yet would not near approach in danger's eye, but kept aloof, for dread to be descried, until fit time and place he mote espy, where he mote work him scath and villainy. At last he met 2 knights to him unknown, the which were armed both agreeably, and both combined whatever chance were blown betwixt them to divide, and each to make his own. To whom false Turpin coming courteously, to cloak the mischief which he inly meant, gan to complain of great discourtesy, which a strange knight, that near afore him went, had done to him, and his dear lady shent. Which, if they would afford him aid at need for to avenge in time convenient, they should accomplish both a knightly deed, and for their pains obtain of him a goodly meed. The knights believed that all he said was true, and being fresh and full of youthly sprite, were glad to hear of that adventure new, in which they mote make trial of their might, which never yet they had approved in fight, and eke desirous of the offered meed. Said then the one of them, Where is that wight the which hath done to thee this wrongful deed, that we may it avenge and punish him with speed? He rides, said Turpin, there not far for, with a wild man soft-footing by his side, that if ye list to haste a little more, ye may him overtake in timely tide. Eftsoons they pricked forth with forward pride, and ere that little while they ridden had, the gentle prince not far away they spied, riding a softly pace, with portents sad, devising of his love more than of danger dread. Then one of them aloud unto him cried, bidding him turn again, false traitor knight, foul woman wronger, for he him defied. With that they both at once with equal spite did bend their spears, and both with equal might against him ran. But one did miss his mark, and being carried with his force forthright, glanced swiftly by, like to that heavenly spark which gliding through the air lights all the heavens dark. But the other, aiming better, did him smite full in the shield, with so impetuous power that all his lance in pieces shivered quite, and, scattered all about, fell on the flower. But the stout prince, with much more steady stour, full on his beaver did him strike so sore, that the cold steel, through piercing, did devour his vital breath, and to the ground him bore, where still he bathed lay in his own bloody gore. As when a cast of falcons make their flight at an hern-shaw that lies aloft on wing, the whiles they strike at him with heedless might, the wary fowl his bill doth backward wring, on which the first, whose force her first doth bring, herself quite through the body doth engore, and falleth down to ground like senseless thing. But the other, not so swift as she before, fails of her souse, and passing by doth hurt no more. By this the other which was passed by, himself recovering, was returned to fight, where when he saw his fellow lifeless lie, he much was daunted with so dismal sight, yet not abating of his former spite, let drive at him with so malicious mind, as if he would have passed through him quite. But the steelhead no steadfast hold could find, but glancing by, deceived him of that he designed. Not so the prince, for his well-learned spear took surer hold, and from his horse's back above a lance's length him forth did bear, and 'gainst the cold hard earth so sore him strake, that all his bones in pieces nigh he brake. Where seeing him so lie, he left his steed, and to him leaping, vengeance thought to take of him for all his former follies meed, with flaming sword in hand his terror more to breed. The fearful swain, beholding death so nigh, cried out aloud for mercy him to save, in lieu whereof he would to him describe great treason to him meant his life to reave. The prince soon hearkened, and his life forgave. Then thus said he, "There is a stranger knight, the which, for promise of great meed, us drave to this attempt, to wreak his hid despite, for that himself thereto did want sufficient might." The prince much mused at such villainy, and said, "Now sure ye well have earned your meed, for the one is dead, and the other soon shall die, unless to me thou hither bring with speed the wretch that hired you to this wicked deed. He, glad of life, and willing eke to wreak the guilt on him which did this mischief breed, swore by his sword that neither day nor week he would surcease, but him, whereso he were, would seek." So up he rose, and forth straightway he went back to the place where Turpin late he lore. There he him found in great astonishment to see him so bedight with bloody gore and grisly wounds that him appalled sore. Yet thus at length he said, "How now, Sir Knight? What meaneth this which here I see before? How fortuneth this foul uncomely plight, so different from that which erst ye seemed in sight?" "Perdies," said he, "in evil hour it fell that ever I for meed did undertake so hard a task as life for hire to sell, the which I erst adventured for your sake. Witness the wounds, and this wide bloody lake, which ye may see yet all about me steam. Therefore now yield, as ye did promise make, my due reward, the which right well I deem I yearned have, that life so dearly did redeem." "But where then is," quoth he, half wrathfully, "where is the booty, which thereof I bought, that cursed caitiff, my strong enemy, that recreant knight, whose hated life I sought? And where is eke your friend, which half it ought?" "He lies," said he, "upon the cold bare ground, slain of that errant knight, with whom he fought, whom afterwards myself with many a wound did slay again, as ye may see there in the stound." Thereof false Turpin was full glad and fain, and needs with him straight to the place would ride, where he himself might see his foeman slain, for else his fear could not be satisfied. So as they rode, he saw the way all dyed with streams of blood, which, tracting by the trail, ere long they came, whereas in evil tide that other swain, like ashes deadly pale, lay in the lap of death, rueing his wretched bale. Much did the craven seem to moan his case, that for his sake his dear life had forgone, and him bewailing with affection base, did counterfeit kind pity, where was none. For where's no courage, there's no ruth nor moan. Thence passing forth, not far away he found, whereas the prince himself lay all alone, loosely displayed upon the grassy ground, possessed of sweet sleep, that lulled him soft in swound. Weary of travel in his former fight, he there in shade himself had laid to rest, having his arms and warlike things undight, fearless of foes that mote his peace molest. The whiles his savage page, that wont be pressed, was wandered in the wood another way, to do something that seemed to him best, the whiles his lord in silver slumber lay, like to the evening star adorned with dewy ray. Whom when as Turpin saw so loosely laid,
He weened well that he indeed was dead, like as that other knight to him had said. But when he nigh approached, he mote read plain signs in him of life and livelihead, whereat much grieved against that stranger knight, that him too light of credence did mislead. He would have back retired from that sight, that was to him on earth the deadliest despite. But that same knight would not once let him start, but plainly gan to him declare the case of all his mischief and late luckless smart, how both he and his fellow there in place were vanquished, and put to foul disgrace, and how that he, in lieu of life him lent, had vowed unto the victor him to trace and follow through the world, whereso he went, till that he him delivered to his punishment. He therewith much abashed and afraid began to tremble every limb and vein, and softly whispering him, entirely prayed to advise him better than by such a train him to betray unto a stranger swain. Yet rather counselled him contrariwise, sith he likewise did wrong by him sustain, to join with him and vengeance to devise, whilst time did offer means him sleeping to surprise. Nathless, for all his speech, the gentle knight would not be tempted to such villainy, regarding more his faith which he did plight, all were it to his mortal enemy, than to entrap him by false treachery. Great shame in liege's blood to be embrued. Thus, whilst they were debating diversely, the salvage forth out of the wood issued, back to the place where as his lord he sleeping viewed. There, when he saw those two so near him stand, he doubted much what mote their meaning be, and throwing down his load out of his hand, to eat great store of forest fruit, which he had for his food late gathered from the tree, himself unto his weapon he betook, that was an oaken plant, which lately he rent by the root, which he so sternly shook, that like an hazel wand it quivered and quook. Whereat the prince awaking, when he spied the traitor Turpin with that other knight, he started up, and snatching near his side his trusty sword, the servant of his might, like a fell lion leaped to him light, and his left hand upon his collar laid. Therewith the cowherd, deaded with affright, fell flat to ground, ne word unto him said, but holding up his hands with silence mercy prayed. But he so full of indignation was, that to his prayer naught he would incline, but as he lay upon the humbled grass, his foot he set on his vile neck, in sign of servile yoke, that nobler hearts repine. Then, letting him arise, like abject thrall, he gan to him object his heinous crime, and to revile and rate, and recreant call, and lastly to despoil of knightly banner all. And after all, for greater infamy, he by the heels him hung upon a tree, and baffled so that all which passed by the picture of his punishment might see, and by the like ensample warned be, however they through treason do trespass. But turn we now back to that lady free, whom late we left riding upon an ass, led by a carle and fool, which by her side did pass. She was a lady of great dignity, and lifted up to honourable place, famous through all the land of Faerie, though of mean parentage and kindred base, yet decked with wondrous gifts of nature's grace, that all men did her person much admire, and praise the feature of her goodly face, the beams whereof did kindle lovely fire in the hearts of many a knight and many a gentle squire. But she thereof grew proud and insolent, that none she worthy thought to be her fear, but scorned them all that love unto her meant. Yet was she loved of many a worthy peer, unworthy she to be beloved so dear, that could not weigh of worthiness aright. For beauty is more glorious, bright, and clear, the more it is admired of many a wight, and noblest she that served is of noblest knight. But this coy damsel thought contrariwise, that such proud looks would make her praised more, and that the more she did all loves despise, the more would wretched lovers her adore. What cared she who sighed for her sore, or who did wail or watch the weary night? Let them that list their luckless lot deplore. She was born free, not bound to any wight, and so would ever live and love her own delight.
Through such her stubborn stiffness and hard heart, many a wretch, for want of remedy, did languish long in life-consuming smart, and at the last, through dreary dolour, die. Whilst she, the lady of her liberty, did boast her beauty had such sovereign might, that with the only twinkle of her eye she could or save or spill whom she would hite. What could the gods do more, but do it more aright? But lo, the gods that mortal follies view did worthily revenge this maiden's pride, and not regarding her so goodly hue, did laugh at her that many did deride, whilst she did weep, of no man mercified. For on a day when Cupid kept his court, as he is wont at each St. Valentine, unto the which all lovers do resort, that of their love's success they there may make report, it fortuned then that when the rolls were read, in which the names of all love's folk were filed, that many there were missing, which were dead, or kept in bands, or from their loves exiled, or by some other violence despoiled. Which when as Cupid heard, he wexed wroth, and doubting to be wronged or beguiled, he bade his eyes to be unblindfold both, that he might see his men and muster them by oath. Then found he many missing of his crew, which wont do suit and service to his might, of whom what was becomen no man knew. Therefore a jury was impanelled straight, to inquire of them whether by force or sleight, or their own guilt, they were away conveyed, to whom foul infamy and fell despite gave evidence, that they were all betrayed and murdered cruelly by a rebellious maid. Fair Mirabella was her name, whereby of all those crimes she there indicted was. All which when Cupid heard, he by and by in great displeasure willed a Capias should issue forth to catch that scornful lass. The warrant straight was made, and therewithal a bailiff errant forth in post did pass, whom they by name their Portamore did call, he which doth summon lovers to love's judgment hall. The damsel was attached, and shortly brought unto the bar, whereas she was arraigned. But she thereto no plead nor answer aught, even for stubborn pride which her restrained. So judgment passed, as is by law ordained, in cases like, which, when at last she saw, her stubborn heart, which love before disdained, gan stoop, and falling down with humble awe, cried mercy, to abate the extremity of law. The son of Venus, who is mild by kind, but where he is provoked with peevishness, unto her prayers piteously inclined, and did the rigour of his doom repress. Yet not so freely, but that natheless he unto her a penance did impose, which was, that through this world's wide wilderness she wander should in company of those, till she had saved so many loves as she did lose. So now she had been wandering 2 whole years throughout the world in this uncomely case, wasting her goodly hue in heavy tears, and her good days in dolorous disgrace. Yet had she not in all those 2 years' space saved but 2, yet in 2 years before, through her dispiteous pride, whilst love lacked place, she had destroyed 22 more. Ay me, how could her love make half amends therefore? And now she was upon the weary way, whenas the gentle squire, with fair Serene, met her in such misseeming foul array, the whiles that mighty man did her demean with all the evil terms and cruel mien that he could make, and eke that angry fool which followed her, with cursed hands unclean whipping her horse, did with his smarting tool oft whip her dainty self, and much augment her dule. Ne ought it mote avail her to entreat the one or th'other better her to use, for both so wilful were and obstinate, that all her piteous plaint they did refuse, and rather did the more her beat and bruise. But most the former villain, which did lead her tireling jade, was bent her to abuse, who, though she were with weariness nigh dead, yet would not let her light, nor rest a little stead. For he was stern and terrible by nature, and eke of person huge and hideous, exceeding much the measure of man's stature, and rather like a giant monstrous. Forsooth,
He was descended of the house of those old giants, which did wars darraign against the heaven in order battleless, and Sib to great Orgoglio, which was slain by Arthur, when as Una's knight he did maintain. His looks were dreadful, and his fiery eyes like two great beacons, glared bright and wide, glancing askew, as if his enemies he scorned in his overweening pride, and stalking stately like a crane, did stride at every step upon the tiptoes high. And all the way he went, on every side he gazed about, and stared horribly, as if he with his looks would all men terrify. He wore no armour, never none did care, as no whit dreading any living wight, but in a jacket, quilted richly rare upon checklaton, he was strangely dight, and on his head a roll of linen plight, like to the Moors of Malabar he wore, with which his locks, as black as pitchy night, were bound about, and voided from before, and in his hand a mighty iron club he bore. This was Disdain, who led that lady's horse through thick and thin, through mountains and through plains, compelling her where she would not by force, hailing her palfrey by the hempen reins. But that same fool which most increased her pains was Scorn, who, having in his hand a whip, her therewith yerks, and still when she complains, the more he laughs, and does her closely quip, to see her sore lament, and bite her tender lip. Whose cruel handling when that squire beheld, and saw those villains her so vilely used, his gentle heart with indignation swelled, and could no longer bear so great abuse, as such a lady so to beat and bruise. But to him stepping, such a stroke him lent, that forced him th' altar from his hand to loose, and maugre all his might back to relent, else had he surely there been slain, or foully shent. The villain, wroth for greeting him so sore, gathered himself together soon again, and with his iron baton which he bore, let drive at him so dreadfully amain, that for his safety he did him constrain to give him ground, and shift to every side, rather than once his burden to sustain. For bootless thing him seemed to abide so mighty blows, or prove the puissance of his pride. Like as a mastiff, having at a bay a salvage bull, whose cruel horns do threat desperate danger, if he them assay, traceth his ground, and round about doth beat, to spy where he may some advantage get, the whiles the beast doth rage and loudly roar. So did the squire, the whiles the carle did fret and fume in his disdainful mind the more, and oftentimes by Termagant and Mahound swore. Nathless, so sharply still he him pursued, that at advantage him at last he took, when his foot slipped. That slip he dearly rued, and with his iron club to ground him strook, where still he lay, ne out of swoon awoke, till heavy hand the carle upon him laid, and bound him fast. Though, when he up did look, and saw himself captived, he was dismayed, ne power had to withstand, ne hope of any aid. Then up he made him rise, and forward fair led in a rope, which both his hands did bind. Ne aught that fool for pity did him spare, but with his whip him following behind, him often scourged, and forced his feet to find. And other whiles with bitter mocks and mows he would him scorn, that to his gentle mind was much more grievous than the other's blows. Words sharply wound, but greatest grief of scorning grows. The fair Serena, when she saw him fall under that villain's club, then surely thought that slain he was, or made a wretched thrall, and fled away with all the speed she mought, to seek for safety, which long time she sought, and passed through many perils by the way, ere she again to Calopine was brought. The which discourse as now I must delay, till Mirabella's fortunes I do further say.
End of Canto 7. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 8 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 8. Prince Arthur overcomes disdain. quites Mirabell from dreed. Serena, found of salvages, by Callapine is freed. Ye gentle ladies, in whose sovereign power love hath the glory of his kingdom left, and the hearts of men, as your eternal dower, in iron chains of liberty bereft, delivered hath into your hands by gift, be well aware how ye the same do use, that pride do not to tyranny you lift, lest if men you of cruelty accuse, he from you take that chiefdom which ye do abuse. And as ye soft and tender are by kind, adorned with goodly gifts of beauty's grace, so be ye soft and tender eke in mind, but cruelty and hardness from you chase, that all your other praises will deface, and from you turn the love of men to hate. An example take of Mirabella's case, who from the high degree of happy state fell into wretched woes, which she repented late. Who, after thraldom of the gentle squire, which she beheld with lamentable eye, was touched with compassion entire, and much lamented his calamity, that for her sake fell into misery, which booted not for prayers, nor for threat to hope for to release or mollify. For the more that she did them entreat, the more they him misused, and cruelly did beat. So as they forward on their way did pass, him still reviling and afflicting sore, they met Prince Arthur and Sir Aeneas, that was that courteous knight whom he before, having subdued, yet did to life restore. To whom as they approached, they gan augment their cruelty, and him to punish more, scourging and hailing him more vehement, as if it them should grieve to see his punishment. The squire himself, when as he saw his lord, the witness of his wretchedness in place, was much ashamed, that with an hempen cord he like a dog was led in captive case, and did his head for bashfulness abase, as loath to see or to be seen at all, shame would be hid. But when as Aeneas beheld two such villains thrall, his manly mind was much immoved therewithal, and to the prince thus said, See you, Sir Knight, the greatest shame that ever I yet saw, yond lady and her squire, with foul despite abused, against all reason and all law, without regard of pity or of awe? See how they do that squire beat and revile, see how they do the lady hail and draw. But if ye please to lend me leave a while, I will them soon acquite, and both of blame assoil. The prince assented, and then he straightway dismounting light, his shield about him threw, with which approaching, thus he gan to say, Abide, ye caitiff treachetours untrue, that have with treason thralled unto you these two unworthy of your wretched bands, and now your crime with cruelty pursue. Abide, and from them lay your loathly hands, or else abide the death that hard before you stands. The villain stayed not answer to invent, but with his iron club preparing way, his mind's sad message back unto him sent, the which descended with such dreadful sway, that seemed not the course thereof could stay, no more than lightning from the lofty sky, ne list the knight the power thereof assay, whose doom was death, but lightly slipping by unwares defrauded his intended destiny. And to requite him with the like again, with his sharp sword he fiercely at him flew, and strook so strongly that the carle with pain saved himself, but that he there him slew. Yet saved not so, but that the blood it drew, and gave his foe good hope of victory, who therewith fleshed upon him set anew, and with the second stroke sought certainly to have supplied the first, and paid the usury. But fortune answered not unto his call, for as his hand was heaved up on height, the villain met him in the middle fall, and with his club bet back his brand iron bright so forcibly, that with his own hand's might rebeaten back upon himself again, he driven was to ground in self-despite. From whence, ere he recovery could gain, he in his neck had set his foot with fell disdain. With that, the fool which did that end await came running in, and whilst on ground he lay, laid heavy hands on him, and held so straight that down he kept him with his scornful sway, so that he could not weld him any way. The whiles that other villain went about him to have bound and thralled without delay, whiles the fool did him revile and flout, threatening to yoke them to and tame their courage stout. As when a sturdy ploughman with his hind by strength have overthrown a stubborn steer, they down him hold, and fast with cords do bind, till they him force the buxom yoke to bear. So did these two this night oft tug and tear, which when the prince beheld, there standing by, he left his lofty steed to aid him near, and buckling soon himself, gan fiercely fly upon that carle to save his friend from jeopardy. The villain, leaving him unto his mate, to be captived and handled as he list, himself addressed unto his new debate, and with his club him all about so blist, that he which way to turn him scarcely wist. Sometimes aloft he laid, sometimes alow, now here, now there, and oft him near he missed, so doubtfully that hardly one could know whether more wary were to give or ward the blow. But yet the prince so well inured was with such huge strokes, approved oft in fight, that way to them he gave forthright to pass, ne would endure the danger of their might, but waited vantage when they down did light. At last the caitiff, after long discourse, when all his strokes he saw avoided quite, resolved in one to assemble all his force, and make one end of him without ruth or remorse. His dreadful hand he heaved up aloft, and with his dreadful instrument of ire, thought sure have pounded him to powder soft, or deep embowelled in the earth entire. But fortune did not with his will conspire, for ere his stroke attained his intent, the noble child, preventing his desire, under his club with wary boldness went, and smote him on the knee, that never yet was bent. It never yet was bent, ne bent it now, albeit the stroke so strong and puissant were, that seemed a marble pillar it could bow. But all that leg, which did his body bear, it cracked throughout, yet did no blood appear, so as it was unable to support so huge a burden on such broken gear, but fell to ground, like to a lump of dirt, whence he essayed to rise, but could not for his hurt. Eftsoons the prince to him full nimbly stepped, and lest he should recover foot again, his head meant from his shoulders to have swept. Which when the lady saw, she cried amain, "Stay, stay, Sir Knight, for love of God, abstain from that unwares ye weetless do intend. Slay not that carle, though worthy to be slain, for more on him doth than himself depend. My life will by his death have lamentable end." He stayed his hand according her desire, yet not the more him suffered to arise, but still suppressing, gan of her inquire what meaning mote those uncouth words comprise, that in that villain's health her safety lies, that were no might in man, nor heart in knights, which durst her dreaded rescue enterprise, yet heavens themselves, that favor feeble rights, would for itself redress, and punish such despites. Then bursting forth in tears, which gushed fast, like many water streams, a while she stayed, till the sharp passion being overpast, her tongue to her restored, then thus she said, "Nor heavens nor men can me, most wretched maid, deliver from the doom of my desart, the which the God of love hath on me laid, and damned to endure this direful smart, for penance of my proud and hard rebellious heart. In prime of youthly years, when first the flower of beauty gan to bud, and blossom delight, and nature me endued with plenteous dower of all her gifts, that pleased each living sight, I was beloved of many a gentle knight, and sued and sought with all the service due. Full many a one for me deep groaned and sight, and to the door of death for sorrow drew, complaining out on me that would not on them rue. But let them love that list, or live or die, me list not die for any lover's duel. Ne list me leave my loved liberty, to pity him that list to play the fool. To love myself I learned had in school. Thus I triumphed long in lover's pain, and sitting careless on the scorner's stool, did laugh at those that did lament and plain. But all is now repaid with interest again, for lo, the winged God that woundeth hearts caused me be called to account therefore, and for revengement of those wrongful smarts, which I to others did inflict afore, had deemed me to endure this penance sore, that in this wise, and this unmeet array, with these two lewd companions, and no more, disdain and scorn, I through the world should stray, till I have saved so many as I erst did slay. Certes, said then the prince, the God is just, that taketh vengeance of his people's spoil. For were no law in love, but all that lust might them oppress and painfully turmoil, his kingdom would continue but a while. But tell me, lady, Wherefore do you bear this bottle thus before you with such toil, and eke this wallet at your back arear, that for these carles to carry much more comely were? Here in this bottle, said the sorry maid, I put the tears of my contrition, till to the brim I have it full defrayed. And in this bag, which I behind me don, I put repentance for things past and gone. Yet is the bottle leak, and bag so torn, that all which I put in falls out anon, and is behind me trodden down of scorn, who mocketh all my pain, and laughs the more I mourn. The infant hearkened wisely to her tale, and wondered much at Cupid's judgment wise, that could so meekly make proud hearts avail, and wreak himself on them that him despise. Then suffered he disdain up to arise, who was not able up himself to rear, by means his leg, through his late luckless prize, was cracked in twain, but by his foolish fear was holpen up, who him supported standing near. But being up, he looked again aloft, as if he never had received fall, and with stern eyebrows stared at him oft, as if he would have daunted him with all, and standing on his tiptoes to seem tall, down on his golden feet he often gazed, as if such pride the other could appall, who was so far from being aught amazed, that he his looks despised, and his boast dispraised. Then, turning back unto that captive thrall, who all this while stood there beside them bound, unwilling to be known or seen at all, he from those bands weened him to have unwound. But when approaching near he plainly found it was his own true groom, the gentle squire, he thereat waxed exceedingly astound, and him did oft embrace and oft admire, they could with seeing satisfy his great desire. Meanwhile the savage man, when he beheld that huge great fool oppressing the other knight, whom with his weight unwieldy down he held, he flew upon him like a greedy kite, unto some carrion offered to his sight, and down him plucking, with his nails and teeth, gan him to hail and tear and scratch and bite, and from him taking his own whip, therewith so sore him scourgeth, that the blood down followeth. And sure I ween, had not the lady's cry procured the prince his cruel hand to stay, he would with whipping him have done to die, but being checked, he did abstain straightway, and let him rise. Then thus the prince gan say, Now, lady, sith your fortunes thus dispose, that if ye list have liberty ye may, unto yourself I freely leave to choose, whether I shall you leave, or from these villains loose. Ah, nay, sir knight, said she, it may not be, but that I needs must by all means fulfill this penance, which enjoined is to me, lest unto me betide a greater ill, yet no less thanks to you for your good will. So humbly taking leave, she turned aside, but Arthur with the rest went onward still on his first quest, in which did him betide a great adventure, which did him from them divide. But first it falleth me by course to tell of fair Serena, who, as erst you heard, when first the gentle squire at variance fell with those two carles, fled fast away, afeard of villainy to be to her inferred. So fresh the image of her former dread, yet dwelling in her eye, to her appeared, that every foot did tremble which did tread, and every body two and two she four did read. Through hills and dales, through bushes and through briers, long thus she fled, till that at last she thought herself now past the peril of her fears. Then looking round about, and seeing naught which doubt of danger to her offer mought, she from her palfrey lighted on the plain, and sitting down, herself a while bethought of her long travel and toiling pain, and often did of love, and oft of luck complain. And evermore she blamed Calipene, the good Sir Calipene, her own true knight, as the only author of her woeful tyne, for being of his love to her so light, as her to leave in such a piteous plight. Yet never turtle truer to his make than he was tried unto his lady bright, who all this while endured for her sake great peril of his life, and restless pains did take. Though, when as all her plaints she had displayed, and well disburdened her engrieved breast, upon the grass herself adown she laid, where, being tired with travel, and oppressed with sorrow, she betook herself to rest. There, whilst in Morpheus' bosom safe she lay, fearless of aught that mote her peace molest. False fortune did her safety betray unto a strange mischance that menaced her decay. In these wild deserts, where she now abode, there dwelt a savage nation, which did live of stealth and spoil, and making nightly rode into their neighbours' borders. They did give themselves to any trade, as for to drive the painful plough, or cattle for to breed, or by adventurous merchandise to thrive, but on the labours of poor men to feed, and serve their own necessities with others' need. Thereto they used one most accursed order, to eat the flesh of men, whom they mote find, and strangers to devour, which on their border were brought by error or by wreckful wind. A monstrous cruelty gainst course of kind. They towards evening, wandering every way to seek for booty, came by fortune blind, whereas this lady, like a sheep astray, now drowned in the depth of sleep, all fearless lay. Soon as they spied her, Lord, what gladful glee they made amongst themselves. But when her face like the fair ivory shining they did see, each gan his fellow solace and embrace, for joy of such good hap by heavenly grace. Then gan they to devise what course to take, whether to slay her there upon the place, or suffer her out of her sleep to wake, and then her eat at once, or many meals to make. The best advisement was, of bad, to let her sleep out her fill without encumberment, for sleep, they said, would make her battle better. Then, when she waked, they all gave one consent, that since by grace of God she there was sent, unto their God they would her sacrifice, whose share, her guiltless blood, they would present, but of her dainty flesh they did devise to make a common feast, and feed with gourmandize. So round about her they themselves did place upon the grass, and diversely dispose, as each thought best to spend the lingering space. Some with their eyes the daintest morsels chose, some praise her paps, some praise her lips and nose, some whet their knives and strip their elbows bare. The priest himself a garland doth compose of finest flowers, and with full busy care his bloody vessels wash, and holy fire prepare. The damsel wakes, then all at once upstart, and round about her flock like many flies, whooping and hallowing on every part, as if they would have rent the brazen skies. Which when she sees with ghastly griefful eyes, her heart does quake, and deadly pallid hue benumbs her cheeks. Then out aloud she cries, where none is nigh to hear, that will her rue, and rends her golden locks, and snowy breasts embrue. But all boots not. They hands upon her lay, and first they spoil her of her jewels dear, and afterwards of all her rich array, the which amongst them they in pieces tear, and of the prey each one a part doth bear. Now being naked, to their sordid eyes the goodly treasures of nature appear, which, as they view with lustful fantasies, each wisheth to himself, and to the rest envies. Her ivory neck, her alabaster breast, her paps, which like two silken pillows were, for love in soft delight thereon to rest, her tender sides, her belly white and clear, which like an altar did itself uprear, to offer sacrifice divine thereon, her goodly thighs, whose glory did appear like a triumphal arch, and thereupon the spoils of princes hanged, which were in battle won. Those dainty parts, the dearlings of delight, which mote not be profaned of common eyes, those villains viewed with loose lascivious sight, and closely tempted with their crafty spies. And some of them gan mongst themselves devise, thereof by force to take their beastly pleasure. But them the priest rebuking, did advise to dare not to pollute so sacred treasure, vowed to the gods, religion held even thieves in measure. So being stayed, they her from thence directed unto a little grove not far aside, in which an altar shortly they erected to slay her on. And now the eventide his broad black wings had through the heavens wide by this dispread, that was the time ordained for such a dismal deed their guilt to hide. A few green turfs an altar soon they feigned, and decked it all with flowers, which they nigh hand obtained. Though, when as all things ready were aright, the damsel was before the altar set, being already dead with fearful fright, to whom the priest, with naked arms full net, approaching nigh, and murderous knife well whet, gan mutter close a certain secret charm, with other divilish ceremonies met. Which done, he gan aloft advance his arm, whereat they shouted all, and made a loud alarm. Then gan the bagpipes and the horns to shrill and shriek aloud, that, with the people's voice confused, did the air with terror fill, and made the wood to tremble at the noise. The while she wailed, the more they did rejoice. Now, mote ye understand that to this grove Sir Calipene, by chance more than by choice, the self same evening fortune hither drove, as he to seek Serena through the woods did rove. Long had he sought her, and through many a soil had travelled still on foot in heavy arms, ne aught was tired with his endless toils, ne aught was feared of his certain harms, and now, all weetless of the wretched storms in which his love was lost, he slept full fast, till being waked with these loud alarms, he lightly started up like one aghast, and catching up his arms, straight to the noise forth passed. There, by the uncertain glimpse of starry night, and by the twinkling of their sacred fire, he mote perceive a little dawning sight of all which there was doing in that choir, mongst whom a woman, spoiled of all attire, he spied lamenting her unlucky strife, and groaning sore from grieved heart and pyre. Eftsoons he saw one with a naked knife, ready to launce her breast, and let out loved life. With that he thrusts into the thickest throng, and even as his right hand adown descends, he him preventing, lays on earth along, and sacrificeth to the infernal fiends. Then to the rest his wrathful hand he bends, of whom he makes such havoc and such hue, that swarms of damned souls to hell he sends. The rest, that scape his sword and death eschew, fly like a flock of doves before a falcon's view. From them returning to that lady back, whom by the altar he doth sitting find, yet fearing death, and next to death the lack of clothes, to cover what they ought by kind, he first her hands beginneth to unbind, and then to question of her present woe, and afterwards to cheer with speeches kind. But she, for naught that he could say or do, one word durst speak, or answer him a whit thereto. So inward shame of her uncomely case she did conceive, through care of womanhood, that though the night did cover her disgrace, yet she in so unwomanly a mood would not bewray the state in which she stood. So all that night to him unknown she passed. But day, that doth discover bad and good, ensuing, made her known to him at last, the end whereof I'll keep until another cast.
End of Canto 8. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 9 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 9. Calidore hosts with Melibea, and loves fair Pastorelle. Corydon envies him, yet he for ill rewards him well. Now turn again my team, thou jolly swain, back to the furrow which I lately left. I lately left a furrow one or twain unplowed, the which my coulter hath not cleft. Yet seemed the soil both fair and fruitful eft, as I had passed, that were too great a shame that so rich fruit should be from us bereft. Besides the great dishonour and defame which should befall to Calidore's immortal name. Great travel hath the gentle Calidore and toil endured, sith I left him last, suing the blatant beast, which I forbore to finish then for other present haste. Full many paths and perils he hath passed, through hills and dales, through forests and through plains, in that same quest which fortune on him cast, which he achieved to his own great gains, reaping eternal glory of his restless pains. So sharply he the monster did pursue, that day nor night he suffered him to rest, ne rested he himself, but nature's due, for dread of danger, not to be redressed, if he for sloth forslacked so famous quest. Him first from court he to the cities coursed, and from the cities to the towns impressed, and from the towns into the country forced, and from the country back to private farms he scoursed. From thence into the open fields he fled, whereas the herds were keeping of their neat, and shepherds singing to their flocks that fed, lays of sweet love, and youth's delightful heat. Him thither eke, for all his fearful threat, he followed fast, and chased him so nigh, that to the folds where sheep at night do seat, and to the little cots where shepherds lie in winter's wrathful time, he forced him to fly. There on a day, as he pursued a chase, he chanced to spy a sort of shepherd grooms playing on pipes and carolling apace, the whiles their beasts there in the budded brooms beside them fed, and nipped the tender blooms. For other worldly wealth they cared not. To whom Sir Calidore, yet sweating, comes, and them to tell him courteously besought, if such a beast they saw, which he had thither brought. They answered him that no such beast they saw, nor any wicked fiend that mote offend their happy flocks, nor danger to them draw. But if that such there were, as none they kenned, they prayed high God him far from them to send. Then one of them, him seeing so to sweat, after his rustic wise that well he weened, offered him drink, to quench his thirsty heat, and if he hungry were, he offered eke to eat. The knight was nothing nice, where was no need, and took their gentle offer. So adown they prayed him sit, and gave him for to feed such homely what as serves the simple clown, that doth despise the dainties of the town. Though having fed his fill, he there beside saw a fair damsel, which did wear a crown of sundry flowers with silken ribbons tied, clad in home-made green that her own hands had dyed. Upon a little hillock she was placed, higher than all the rest, and round about environed with a girland goodly graced of lovely lasses, and them all without the lusty shepherd swains sate in a rout, the which did pipe and sing her praises due, and oft rejoice, and oft for wonder shout, as if some miracle of heavenly hue were down to them descended in that earthly view. And soothly sure she was full fair of face, and perfectly well shaped in every limb, which she did more augment with modest grace and comely carriage of her countenance trim, that all the rest like lesser lamps did dim, who, her admiring as some heavenly wight, did for their sovereign goddess her esteem, and carolling her name both day and night, the fairest pastorella her by name did hight. Ne was there herd, nor was there shepherd's swain, but did her honor, and eke many a one burnt in her love, and with sweet pleasing pain, full many a night for her did sigh and groan. But most of all, the shepherd Corydon for her did languish, and his dear life spend. Yet neither she for him nor other one did care a whit, ne any liking lend. Though mean her lot, yet higher did her mind ascend. Her while Sir Calidore there viewed well, and marked her rare demeanour, which him seemed so far the mean of shepherds to excel, as that he in his mind her worthy deemed to be a prince's paragon esteemed. He was unwares surprised in subtle bands of the blind boy, ne thence could be redeemed by any skill out of his cruel hands, caught like the bird which gazing still on others stands. So stood he still long gazing thereupon, ne any will had thence to move away, although his quest were far afore him gone. But after he had fed, yet did he stay, and sate there still, until the flying day was far forth spent, discoursing diversely of sundry things as fell to work delay. And evermore his speech he did apply to the herds, but meant them to the damsel's fantasy. By this the moisty night approaching fast, her dewy humour gan on the earth to shed, that warned the shepherds to their homes to hast their tender flocks, now being fully fed, for fear of wetting them before their bed. Then came to them a good old aged sire, whose silver locks bedecked his beard and head, with shepherd's hook in hand and fit attire, that willed the damsel rise. The day did now expire. He was, to weet, by common voice esteemed, the father of the fairest pastorelle, and of herself in very deed so deemed. Yet was not so, but as old stories tell, found her by fortune, which to him befell in th' open fields, an infant left alone. and taking up brought home, and nursed well as his own child, for other he had none, that she in tract of time accounted was his own. She at his bidding meekly did arise, and straight into her little flock did fare. Then all the rest about her rose likewise, and each his sundry sheep with several care gathered together, and them homeward bare, whilst every one with helping hands did strive amongst themselves, and did their labours share, to help fair Pastorella home to drive her fleecy flock. But Corydon most help did give. But Melibea, so hight that good old man, now seeing Calidore left all alone, and night arrived hard at hand, began him to invite unto his simple home, which, though it were a cottage clad with loam and all things therein mean, yet better so to lodge than in the salvage fields to roam. The knight full gladly soon agreed thereto, being his heart's own wish, and home with them did go. There he was welcomed of that honest sire, and of his aged beldame homely well, who him besought himself to disattire, and rest himself till supper time befell, by which home came the fairest Pastorelle, after her flock she in the fold had tied. And supper ready dight, they to it fell with small ado, and nature satisfied, the which doth little crave, contented to abide. Though when they had their hunger slaked well, and the fair maid the table ta'en away, the gentle knight, as he that did excel in courtesy, and well could do and say, for so great kindness as he found that day, gan greatly thank his host and his good wife, and drawing thence his speech another way, gan highly to commend the happy life which shepherds lead, without debate or bitter strife. How much, said he, more happy is the state in which ye, father, here do dwell at ease, leading a life so free and fortunate from all the tempests of these worldly seas, which toss the rest in dangerous disease, where wars and wrecks and wicked enmity do them afflict, which no man can appease. That certes I your happiness envy, and wish my lot were placed in such felicity. Surely, my son, then answered he again, if happy, then it is in this intent, that having small, yet do I not complain of want, ne wish for more it to augment, but do myself with that I have content. So taught of nature, which doth little need of foreign helps to life's due nourishment, the fields my food, my flock my raiment breed, no better do I wear, no better do I feed. Therefore I do not any one envy, nor am envied of any one therefore. They that have much fear much to lose thereby, and store of cares doth follow riches' store. The little that I have grows daily more, without my care, but only to attend it. My lambs do every year increase their score, and my flock's father daily doth amend it. What have I but to praise th' Almighty that doth send it? To them that list the world's gay shows I leave, and to great ones such follies do forgive, which oft through pride do their own peril weave, and through ambition down themselves do drive to sad decay, that might contented live. Me no such cares nor cumbrous thoughts offend, no once my mind's unmoved quiet grieve, but all the night in silver sleep I spend, and all the day to what I list I do attend. Sometimes I hunt the fox, the vowed foe unto my lambs, and him dislodge away. Sometime the fawn I practice from the doe, or from the goat her kid how to convey. Another while I baits and nets display, the birds to catch or fishes to beguile. And when I weary am, I down do lay my limbs in every shade, to rest from toil, and drink of every brook, when thirst my throat doth boil. The time was once in my first prime of years, when pride of youth forth pricked my desire, that I disdained amongst mine equal peers to follow sheep, and shepherds' base attire. For further fortune then I would inquire, and leaving home to royal court I sought, where I did sell myself for yearly hire, and in the prince's garden daily wrought. There I beheld such vainness as I never thought, with sight whereof soon cloyed, and long deluded with idle hopes, which them do entertain, After I had 10 years myself excluded from native home, and spent my youth in vain, I gan my follies to myself to plain, and this sweet peace, whose lack did then appear. Though back returning to my sheep again, I from thenceforth have learned to love more dear this lowly quiet life, which I inherit here. Whilst thus he talked, the knight with greedy ear hung still upon his melting mouth attent, whose senseful words empierced his heart so near that he was rapt with double ravishment, both of his speech, that wrought him great content, and also of the object of his view, on which his hungry eye was always bent, that twixt his pleasing tongue and her fair hue he lost himself, and like one half entranced grew. Yet to occasion means to work his mind, and to insinuate his heart's desire, he thus replied, Now surely, sire, I find that all this world's gay shows which we admire be but vain shadows to this safe retire of life, which here in lowliness ye lead, fearless of foes, or fortune's wrackful ire, which tosseth states, and under foot doth tread the mighty ones, afraid of every change's dread. That even I, which daily do behold the glory of the great, mongst whom I won, and now have proved what happiness ye hold in this small plot of your dominion, now loathe great lordship and ambition, and wish the heavens so much had graced me as grant me live in like condition, or that my fortunes might transposed be from pitch of higher place unto this low degree. In vain, said then old Melody, do men the heavens of their fortunes' fault accuse, sith they know best what is the best for them. For they to each such fortune do diffuse, as they do know each can most aptly use. For not that which men covet most is best, nor that thing worst which men do most refuse, but fittest is that all contented rest with that they hold, each hath his fortune in his breast. It is the mind that maketh good or ill, that maketh wretch or happy, rich or poor. For some that hath abundance at his will hath not enough, but wants in greatest store, and other that hath little asks no more, but in that little is both rich and wise, for wisdom is most riches. Fools therefore they are, which fortunes do by vows devise, sith each unto himself his life may fortunize. Since then in each man's self, said Calidore, it is to fashion his own life's estate, give leave a while, good father, in this shore to rest my bark, which hath been beaten late with storms of fortune and tempestuous fate, in seas of trouble and of toilsome pain, that whether quite from them for to retreat I shall resolve, or back to turn again, I may here with yourself some small repose obtain. Not that the burden of so bold a guest shall chargeful be, or change to you at all, for your mean food shall be my daily feast, and this your cabin both my bower and hall. Besides, for recompense hereof, I shall you well reward, and golden guerdon give, that may perhaps you better much withal, and in this quiet make you safer live. So forth he drew much gold, and toward him it drive. But the good man, not tempted with the offer of his rich mould, did thrust it far away, and thus bespake, Sir Knight, your bounteous proffer be far from me, to whom ye ill display that mucky mass, the cause of men's decay, that mote impair my peace with dangers dread. But if ye all gates covet to essay the simple sort of life that shepherds lead, be it your own. Our rudeness to yourself a rede. So there that night Sir Calidore did dwell, and long time after, whilst him list remain, daily beholding the fair pastorelle, and feeding on the bait of his own bane, during which time he did her entertain with all kind courtesies he could invent, and every day, her company to gain, when to the field she went, he with her went. So for to quench his fire, he did it more augment. But she that never had acquainted been with such quaint usage, fit for queens and kings, ne ever had such knightly service seen, but being bred under base shepherds' wings, had ever learned to love the lowly things, did little whit regard his courteous guise, but cared more for Colin's carolings than all that he could do or ever devise. His lays, his loves, his looks, she did them all despise. Which Calidore perceiving, thought it best to change the manner of his lofty look, and doffing his bright arms, himself addressed in shepherd's weed, and in his hand he took, instead of steelhead spear, a shepherd's hook, that who had seen him then would have bethought of Phrygian Paris by Plexippus brook, when he the love of fair Oenone sought, what time the golden apple was unto him brought. So being clad, unto the fields he went with the fair Pastorella every day, and kept her sheep with diligent attent, watching to drive the ravenous wolf away, the whilst at pleasure she mote sport and play, and every evening helping them to fold. And other whiles, for need, he did essay in his strong hand their rugged teats to hold, and out of them to press the milk, love so much cold. Which seeing Corydon, who her likewise long time had loved and hoped her love to gain, he much was troubled at that stranger's guise, and many jealous thoughts conceived in vain, that this, of all his labor and long pain, should reap the harvest, ere it ripened were. That made him scowl and pout, and oft complain of Pastorelle to all the shepherds there, that she did love a stranger swain than him more dear. And ever when he came in company where Calidore was present, he would lour and bite his lip, and even for jealousy was ready oft his own heart to devour, impatient of any paramour, who on the other side did seem so far from malicing or grudging his good hour, that all he could he graced him with her, ne ever showed sign of rancor or of jar. And oft when Corydon unto her brought of little sparrows stolen from their nest, or wanton squirrels in the woods far sought, or other dainty thing for her addressed, he would commend his gift, and make the best. Yet she no whit his presence did regard, ne him could find a fancy in her breast. This new-come shepherd had his market marred. Old love is little worth, when new is more preferred. One day, when as the shepherd swains together were met, to make their sports and merry glee, as they are wont in fair sunshiny weather, the whiles their flocks in shadows shrouded be, they fell to dance. Then did they all agree that Colin Clout should pipe, as one most fit, and Calidore should lead the ring, as he that most in Pastorella's grace did sit. Thereat frowned Corydon, and his lip closely bit. But Calidore, of courteous inclination, took Corydon and set him in his place, that he should lead the dance, as was his fashion. For Corydon could dance, and trimly trace. And when as Pastorella, him to grace, her flowery garland took from her own head and placed on his, he did it soon displace, and did it put on Corydon's instead. Then Corydon walks frolic, that erst seemed dead. Another time, when as they did dispose to practice games and masteries to try, they for their judge did Pastorella chose. A garland was the meed of victory. There Corydon, forth stepping openly, did challenge Calidore to wrestling game, for he, through long and perfect industry, therein well practised was, and in the same thought sure to avenge his grudge, and work his foe great shame. But Calidore he greatly did mistake, for he was strong and mightily stiff-piped, that with one fall his neck he almost brake, and had he not upon him fallen light, his dearest joint he sure had broken quite. Then was the oaken crown by Pastorelle given to Calidore as his due right, but he, that did in courtesy excel, gave it to Corydon, and said he won it well. Thus did the gentle knight himself abear amongst that rustic rout in all his deeds, that even they, the which his rivals were, could not malign him, but commend him needs. For courtesy amongst the rudest breeds goodwill and favour. So it surely wrought with this fair maid, and in her mind the seeds of perfect love did sow, that last forth brought the fruit of joy and bliss, though long time dearly bought. Thus Calidore continued there long time to win the love of the fair pastorelle, which having got, he used without crime or blameful blot, but managed so well that he of all the rest which there did dwell was favoured, and to her grace commended. But what strange fortunes under him befell, ere he attained the point by him intended, shall more conveniently in other place be ended.
End of Canto 9. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 10 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 10. Calidore sees the Graces dance to Colin's melody, the whiles his pastorelle is led into captivity. Who now does follow the foul blatant beast, whilst Calidore does follow that fair maid, unmindful of his vow and high behest, which by the Faerie Queene was on him laid, that he should never leave, nor be delayed from chasing him, till he had it achieved. But now, entrapped of love, which him betrayed, he mindeth more how he may be relieved with grace from her whose love his heart hath sore ingrieved. That from henceforth he means no more to sue his former quests, so full of toil and pain. Another quest, another game in view he hath, the guerdon of his love to gain, with whom he minds for ever to remain, and set his rest amongst the rustic sort, rather than hunt still after shadows vain of courtly favour, fed with light report of every blast, and sailing always in the port. Nay, certes mote he greatly blamed be, from so high step to stoop unto so low. For who had tasted once, as oft did he, the happy peace which there doth overflow, and proved the perfect pleasures which do grow amongst poor hinds, in hills, in woods, in dales, would never more delight in painted show of such false bliss as there is set for stales, to entrap unwary fools in their eternal bales. For what hath all that goodly glorious gaze like to one sight which Calidore did view, the glance whereof their dimmed eyes would daze, that never more they should endure the shew of that sunshine that makes them look askew? Nay, aught in all that world of beauties rare, save only Gloriana's heavenly hue, to which what can compare? Can it compare? The which, as cometh now by course, I will declare. One day, as he did range the fields abroad, whilst his fair pastorella was elsewhere, he chanced to come, far from all peoples trod, unto a place whose pleasance did appear to pass all others on the earth which were. For all that ever was by nature's skill devised to work delight was gathered there, and there by her were poured forth at fill, as if this to adorn she all the rest did pill. It was an hill placed in an open plain, that round about was bordered with a wood of matchless height, that seemed th' earth to disdain, in which all trees of honour stately stood, and did all winter, as in summer, bud, spreading pavilions for the birds to bower, which in their lower branches sung aloud, and in their tops the soaring hawk did tower, sitting like king of fowls in majesty and power. And at the foot thereof a gentle flood his silver waves did softly tumble down, unmarred with ragged moss or filthy mud. Ne mote wild beasts, ne mote the ruder clown there to approach, ne filth mote therein drown. But nymphs and fairies by the banks did sit in the wood shade, which did the waters crown, keeping all noisome things away from it, and to the waters fall, tuning their accents fit. And on the top thereof a spacious plain did spread itself, to serve to all delight, either to dance, when they to dance would fain, or else to course about their bases light. Ne aught there wanted, which for pleasure might desired be, or thence to banish bale. So pleasantly the hill with equal height did seem to overlook the lowly vale. Therefore it rightly cleaped was Mount Acidale. They say that Venus, when she did dispose herself to pleasance, used to resort unto this place, and therein to repose and rest herself, as in a gladsome port, or with the Graces there to play and sport. that even her own Cytheron, though in it she used most to keep her royal court, and in her sovereign majesty to sit, she in regard hereof refused, and thought unfit. Unto this place, when as the elfin knight approached, him seemed that the merry sound of a shrill pipe he playing heard on height, and many feet fast thumping the hollow ground, that through the woods their echo did rebound. He nigher drew, to weet what mote it be. There he a troop of ladies dancing found full merrily, and making gladful glee, and in the midst a shepherd piping he did see. He durst not enter into the open green, for dread of them unwares to be descried, for breaking of their dance, if he were seen. But in the covert of the wood did bide, beholding all, yet of them unespied. There he did see that pleased much his sight, that even he himself his eyes envied, 100 naked maidens lily white, all ranged in a ring, and dancing in delight. All they without were ranged in a ring, and danced round, but in the midst of them 3 other ladies did both dance and sing, the whilst the rest them round about did hem, and like a girland did encompass stem. And in the midst of those same 3 was placed another damsel, as a precious gem amidst a ring most richly well enchased, that with her goodly presence all the rest much graced. Look how the crown which Ariadne wore upon her ivory forehead, that same day that Theseus her unto his bridal bore, when the bold centaurs made that bloody fray with the fierce Lapiths, which did them dismay, being now placed in the firmament, through the bright heaven doth her beams display, and is unto the stars an ornament, which round about her move in order excellent. Such was the beauty of this goodly band, whose sundry parts were here too long to tell. But she that in the midst of them did stand seemed all the rest in beauty to excel, crowned with a rosy girland that right well did her beseem. And ever as the crew about her danced, sweet flowers that far did smell, and fragrant odors they upon her threw. But most of all those 3 did her with gifts endue. Those were the Graces, daughters of delight, handmaids of Venus, which are wont to haunt upon this hill, and dance there day and night. Those 3 to men all gifts of grace do grant,
And all that Venus in herself doth vaunt is borrowed of them.
But that fair one, that in the midst was placed paravant, was she to whom that shepherd piped alone, that made him pipe so merrily as never none. She was, to weet, that jolly shepherd's lass, which piped there unto that merry rout. That jolly shepherd which there piped was poor Colin Clout, who knows not Colin Clout. He piped apace, whilst they him danced about. Pipe, jolly shepherd, pipe thou now apace unto thy love, that made thee low to lout. Thy love is present there with thee in place, thy love is there advanced to be another grace. Much wondered Calidore at this strange sight, whose like before his eye had never seen, and standing long astonished in sprite, and rapt with pleasance, wist not what to ween, whether it were the train of beauty's queen, or nymphs, or fairies, or enchanted show, with which his eyes mote have deluded been. Therefore resolving what it was to know, out of the wood he rose, and toward them did go. But soon as he appeared to their view, they vanished all away out of his sight, and clean were gone, which way he never knew. All save the shepherd, who for fell despite of that displeasure broke his bagpipe quite, and made great moan for that unhappy turn. But Calidore, though no less sorry wight for that mishap, yet seeing him to mourn, drew near, that he the truth of all by him mote learn. And first him greeting, thus unto him spake: Hail, jolly shepherd, which thy joyous days here leadest in this goodly merry make, frequented of these gentle nymphs always, which to thee flock to hear thy lovely lays. Tell me, what mote these dainty damsels be, which here with thee do make their pleasant plays? Right happy thou that mayst them freely see. But why, when I them saw, fled they away from me? Not I so happy, answered then that swain, as thou unhappy, which them thence did chase. whom by no means thou canst recall again. For being gone, none can them bring in place, but whom they of themselves list so to grace. Right sorry I, said then Sir Calidore, that my ill fortune did them hence displace. But since things passed none may now restore, tell me, what were they all whose lack thee grieves so sore? Though gan that shepherd thus for to dilate, then wot thou, shepherd, whatsoever thou be, that all those ladies which thou sawest late are Venus' damsels, all within her fee, but differing in honour and degree. They all are graces which on her depend, besides 1,000 more, which ready be her to adorn, whenso she forth doth wend. But these 3 in the midst do chief on her attend. They are the daughters of sky-ruling Jove, by him begot of fair Eurynome, the ocean's daughter, in this pleasant grove. As he, this way coming from feastful glee of Thetis' wedding, with Aeacide, in summer's shade himself here rested weary. The first of them hight mild Euphrosyne, next fair Aglaia, last Thalia Mary, sweet goddesses all 3, which me in mirth do cherry. These 3 on men all gracious gifts bestow, which deck the body or adorn the mind, to make them lovely or well favoured show, as comely carriage, entertainment kind, sweet semblant, friendly offices that bind, and all the compliments of courtesy. They teach us how to each degree and kind we should ourselves demean, to low, to high, to friends, to foes, which skill men call civility. Therefore they always smoothly seem to smile, that we likewise should mild and gentle be, and also naked are, that without guile or false dissemblance all them plain may see, simple and true, from covert malice free. And eke themselves so in their dance they bore, that 2 of them still froward seemed to be, but one still towards showed herself afore, that good should from us go, then come in greater store. Such were those goddesses which ye did see, but that 4th maid, which there amidst them traced, who can read what creature mote she be, whether a creature or a goddess graced with heavenly gifts from heaven first enraced? But what so sure she was, she worthy was to be the 4th with those 3 other placed. Yet was she certes but a country lass, yet she all other country lasses far did pass, so far as doth the daughter of the day all other lesser lights in light excel. So far doth she in beautiful array above all other lasses bear the bell. Ne less in virtue that beseems her well doth she exceed the rest of all her race. For which the graces that here wont to dwell have for more honour brought her to this place, and graced her so much to be another grace. Another grace she well deserves to be, in whom so many graces gathered are, excelling much the mean of her degree. Divine resemblance, beauty sovereign rare, firm chastity, that spite ne blemish dare, all which she with such courtesy doth grace, that all her peers cannot with her compare, but quite are dimmed when she is in place. She made me often pipe, and now to pipe apace. Sun of the world, great glory of the sky, that all the earth dost lighten with thy rays, great Gloriana, greatest Majesty, pardon thy shepherd, mongst so many lays as he hath sung to thee in all his days, to make one minim of thy poor handmaid, and underneath thy feet to place her praise, that when thy glory shall be far displayed to future age, of her this mention may be made. When thus that shepherd ended had his speech, said Calidore, Now sure it irketh me that to thy bliss I made this luckless breach, as now the author of thy bale to be, thus to bereave thy love's dear sight from thee. But, gentle shepherd, pardon thou my shame, who rashly sought that which I mote not see. Thus did the courteous knight excuse his blame, and to recomfort him all comely means did frame. In such discourses they together spent long time, as fit occasion forth them led. with which the knight himself did much content, and with delight his greedy fancy fed, both of his words, which he with reason read, and also of the place whose pleasures rare with such regard his senses ravished, that thence he had no will away to fare, but wished that with that shepherd he mote dwelling share. But that envenomed sting, the which of yore his poisonous point deep fixed in his heart had left, now gan afresh to rankle sore, and to renew the rigour of his smart, which to recure no skill of leech's art mote him avail, but to return again to his wound's worker, that with lovely dart dinting his breast had bred his restless pain, like as the wounded whale to shore flies from the main. So taking leave of that same gentle swain, he back returned to his rustic one, where his fair pastorella did remain, to whom, in sort as he at first begun, he daily did apply himself to done all dewful service, void of thoughts impure. Ne any pains ne peril did he shun, by which he might her to his love allure, and liking in her yet untamed heart procure. And evermore the shepherd Corydon, whatever thing he did her to agrate, did strive to match with strong contention, and all his pains did closely emulate, whether it were to carol as they sate, keeping their sheep, or games to exercise, or to present her with their labours late, through which if any grace chanced to arise to him, the shepherd straight with jealousy did frise. One day, as they all three together went to the green wood to gather strawberries, there chanced to them a dangerous accident. A tiger forth out of the wood did rise, that with fell claws full of fierce gourmandize, and greedy mouth, wide gaping like hell gate, did run at pastorelle her to surprise, whom she beholding, now all desolate, gan cry to them aloud to help her all too late. Which Corydon first hearing, ran in haste to rescue her, but when he saw the fiend, through cowherd fear he fled away as fast, ne durst abide the danger of the end. His life he esteemed dearer than his friend. But Calidore soon coming to her aid, when he the beast saw ready now to rend his love's dear spoil, in which his heart was prayed, he ran at him and raged instead of being frayed. He had no weapon but his shepherd's hook to serve the vengeance of his wrathful will, with which so sternly he the monster strook, that to the ground astonished he fell. Whence ere he could recover, he did him quell, and hewing off his head, he it presented before the feet of the fair pastorelle, who scarcely yet from former fear exempted, 1,000 times him thanked that had her death prevented. From that day forth she gan him to affect, and daily more her favour to augment. But Corydon for cowherdize reject, fit to keep sheep, unfit for love's content. The gentle heart scorns base disparagement, yet Calidore did not despise him quite, but used him friendly for further intent, that by his fellowship he colour might both his estate and love from skill of any wight. So well he wooed her, and so well he wrought her with humble service and with daily suit, that at the last unto his will he brought her, which he so wisely well did prosecute, that of his love he reaped the timely fruit, and joyed long in close felicity, till fortune, fraught with malice, blind and brute, that envies lovers' long prosperity, blew up a bitter storm of foul adversity. It fortuned one day when Calidore was hunting in the woods, as was his trade, a lawless people, brigands height of yore, that never used to live by plough nor spade, but fed on spoil and booty, which they made upon their neighbours which did nigh them border, the dwelling of these shepherds did invade, and spoiled their houses, and themselves did murder, and drove away their flocks, with other much disorder. Amongst the rest, the which they then did prey, they spoiled old Melody of all he had, and all his people captive led away, mongst which this luckless maid away was led, fair pastorella, sorrowful and sad, most sorrowful, most sad that ever sight, now made the spoil of thieves and brigands bad, which was the conquest of the gentlest knight that ever lived, and th' only glory of his might. With them also was taken Corydon, and carried captive by those thieves away, who in the covert of the night, that none mote them descry, nor rescue from their prey, unto their dwelling did them close convey. Their dwelling in a little island was, covered with shrubby woods, in which no way appeared for people in nor out to pass, nor any footing find for overgrown grass. For underneath the ground their way was made through hollow caves, that no man mote discover, for the thick shrubs which did them always shade from view of living wight, and covered over. But darkness dread and daily night did hover through all the inner parts wherein they dwelt. Ne lighted was with window nor with lover, but with continual candlelight, which dealt a doubtful sense of things, not so well seen as felt. Hither those brigands brought their present prey, and kept them with continual watch and ward, meaning, so soon as they convenient may, for slaves to sell them, for no small reward, to merchants, which them kept in bondage hard, or sold again. Now when fair Pastorelle into this place was brought, and kept with guard of grisly thieves, she thought herself in hell, where with such damned fiends she should in darkness dwell. But for to tell the doleful dreariment and pitiful complaints which there she made, where day and night she naught did but lament her wretched life, shut up in deadly shade, and waste her goodly beauty, which did fade like to a flower that feels no heat of sun, which may her feeble leaves with comfort glade. But what befell her in that thievish one will in another canto better be begun.
End of Canto 10. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 11 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 11. The thieves fall out for Pastorelle, whilst Melibea is slain. Her Calidore from them redeems, and bringeth back again. The joys of love, if they should ever last, without affliction or disquietness, that worldly chances do amongst them cast, would be on earth too great a blessedness, liker to heaven than mortal wretchedness. Therefore the winged God, to let men weet that here on earth is no sure happiness, 1,000 sours hath tempered with one sweet, to make it seem more dear and dainty, as is meet. Like as is now befallen to this fair maid, fair Pastorelle, of whom is now my song, who being now in dreadful darkness laid amongst those thieves, which her in bondage strong detained, yet fortune, not with all this wrong contented, greater mischief on her threw, and sorrows heaped on her in greater throng. But whoso hears her heaviness would rue and pity her sad plight, so changed from pleasant hue. Whilst thus she in these hellish dens remained, rapid in wretched cares and heart's unrest, it so befell, as fortune had ordained, that he which was their captain professed, and had the chief command of all the rest, one day, as he did all his prisoners view, with lustful eyes beheld that lovely guest, fair Pastorella, whose sad mournful hue like the fair morning clad in misty fog did shew. At sight whereof his barbarous heart was fired, and inly burnt with flames most raging hot, that her alone he for his part desired of all the other prey which they had got, and her in mind did to himself allot. From that day forth he kindness to her showed, and sought her love by all the means he mought. With looks, with words, with gifts he oft her wooed, and mixed threats among, and much unto her vowed. But all that ever he could do or say, her constant mind could not a whit remove, nor draw unto the lure of his lewd lay, to grant him favour or afford him love. Yet ceased he not to sue, and always prove by which he mote accomplish his request, saying and doing all that mote behoove. Ne day nor night he suffered her to rest, but her all night did watch, and all the day molest. At last, when him she so importune saw, fearing lest he at length the reins should lend unto his lust, and make his will his law, Sith in his power she was, to foe or friend, she thought it best, for shadow, to pretend some show of favour, by him gracing small, that she thereby mote either freely wend, or at more ease continue there his thrall. A little well is lent, that gaineth more withal. So from thenceforth, when love he to her made, with better terms she did him entertain, which gave him hope, and did him half persuade that he in time her joyance should obtain. But when she saw, through that small favour's gain, that further than she willing was he pressed, she found no means to bar him, but to feign a sudden sickness, which her sore oppressed, and made unfit to serve his lawless mind's behest. By means whereof she would not him permit once to approach to her in privity, but only mongst the rest by her to sit, mourning the rigour of her malady, and seeking all things meet for remedy. But she resolved no remedy to find, nor better cheer to show in misery, till fortune would her captive bonds unbind. Her sickness was not of the body, but the mind. During which space that she thus sick did lie, it chanced a sort of merchants, which were wont to skim those coasts, for bondmen there to buy, and by such traffic after gains to hunt, arrived in this isle, though bare and blunt, t'inquire for slaves, where being ready met by some of these same thieves at the instant brunt, were brought unto their captain, who was set by his fair patient's side with sorrowful regret. To whom they showed how those merchants were arrived in place their bondslaves for to buy, and therefore prayed that those same captives there mote to them for their most commodity be sold, and mongst them share it equally. This their request the captain much appalled, yet could he not their just demand deny, and willed straight the slaves should be forth-called, and sold for most advantage, not to be forestalled. Then forth the good old Melody was brought, and Corydon, with many other mo, whom they before in divers spoils had caught. All which he to the merchants' sale did show, till some, which did the sundry prisoners know, gan to inquire for that fair shepherdess, which with the rest they took not long ago, and gan her form and features to express, the more to augment her price through praise of comeliness. To whom the captain in full angry wise made answer, that the maid of whom they spake was his own purchase and his only prize, with which none had to do, ne aught partake but he himself, which did that conquest make. Little for him to have one silly lass, besides through sickness now so wan and weak, that nothing meet in merchandise to pass. So showed them her, to prove how pale and weak she was, the sight of whom, though now decayed and marred, and eke but hardly seen by candlelight, yet like a diamond of rich regard, in doubtful shadow of the darksome night, with starry beams about her shining bright, these merchants' fixed eyes did so amaze, that what through wonder and what through delight, a while on her they greedily did gaze, and did her greatly like, and did her greatly praise. At last, when all the rest them offered were, and prizes to them placed at their pleasure, they all refused in regard of her, ne aught would buy, however prized with measure, withouten her, whose worth above all treasure they did esteem, and offered store of gold. But then the captain, fraught with more displeasure, bade them be still, his love should not be sold, the rest take if they would, he her to him would hold. Therewith some other of the chiefest thieves boldly him bade such injury forbear, for that same maid, however it him grieves, should with the rest be sold before him there, to make the prizes of the rest more dear. That with great rage he stoutly doth deny, and fiercely drawing forth his blade, doth swear that whoso hardy hand on her doth lay, it dearly shall abye, and death for handsel pay. Thus as they words amongst them multiply, they fall to strokes, the fruit of too much talk, and the mad steel about doth fiercely fly, not sparing wight, ne leaving any balk, but making way for death at large to walk, who in the horror of the grisly night, in thousand dreadful shapes doth mongst them stalk, and makes huge havoc, whilst the candlelight, outquenched, leaves no skill nor difference of white. Like as a sort of hungry dogs, ymet about some carcass by the common way, do fall together, striving each to get the greatest portion of the greedy prey, all on confused heaps themselves assay, and snatch and bite and rend and tug and tear, that who them sees would wonder at their fray, and who sees not would be afraid to hear. Such was the conflict of those cruel brigands there. But first of all their captives they do kill, lest they should join against the weaker side, or rise against the remnant at their will. Old Melibea is slain, and him beside his aged wife, with many others wide. But Corydon, escaping craftily, creeps forth of doors, whilst darkness him doth hide, and flies away as fast as he can hie, ne stayeth leave to take before his friends do die. But Pastorella, woeful wretched elf, was by the captain all this while defended, who, minding more her safety than himself, his target always over her pretended, by means whereof, that mote not be amended, he at the length was slain, and laid on ground, yet holding fast twixt both his arms extended fair Pastorelle, who, with the self-same wound, launched through the arm, fell down with him in dreary swound. There lay she covered with confused press of carcasses, which dying on her fell, though, when as he was dead, the fray gan cease, and each to other calling did compel to stay their cruel hands from slaughter fell, sith they that were the cause of all were gone. Thereto they all at once agreed well, and lighting candles new, gan search anon how many of their friends were slain, how many foen. Their captain there they cruelly found killed, and in his arms the dreary dying maid, like a sweet angel twixt two clouds uphilled. Her lovely light was dimmed and decayed, with cloud of death upon her eyes displayed. Yet did the cloud make even that dimmed light seem much more lovely in that darkness laid, and twixt the twinkling of her eyelids bright, to spark out little beams like stars in foggy night. But when they moved the carcasses aside, they found that life did yet in her remain. Then all their helps they busily applied to call the soul back to her home again, and wrought so well with labor and long pain, that they to life recovered her at last, who sighing sore as if her heart in twain had riven been, and all her heartstrings brast, with dreary drooping eyne looked up like one aghast. There she beheld, that sore her grieved to see, her father and her friends about her lying, herself sole left, a second spoil to be of those that, having saved her from dying, renewed her death by timely death denying. What now is left her but to wail and weep, wringing her hands and ruefully loud crying, ne cared she her wound in tears to steep, albe with all their might those brigands did her keep. But when they saw her now relived again, they left her so in charge of one the best of many worst, who with unkind disdain and cruel rigor her did much molest, scarce yielding her due food or timely rest, and scarcely suffering her infestered wound that sore her pained by any to be dressed. So leave we her in wretched thraldom bound, and turn we back to Calidore, where we him found, who, when he back returned from the wood, and saw his shepherd's cottage spoiled quite, and his love reft away, he wexed wood, and half enraged at that rueful sight, that even his heart for very fell despite, and his own flesh he ready was to tear. He chafed, he grieved, he fretted, and he sight, and fared like a furious wild bear, whose whelps are stolen away, she being otherwhere. Ne wight he found to whom he might complain, ne wight he found of whom he might inquire, that more increased the anguish of his pain. He sought the woods, but no man could see there. He sought the plains, but could no tidings hear. The woods did not but echoes vain rebound, the plains all waste and empty did appear. Where wont the shepherds oft their pipes resound, and feed 100 flocks, there now not one he found. At last, as there he roamed up and down, he chanced one coming towards him to spy, that seemed to be some sorry simple clown, with ragged weeds and locks upstaring high, as if he did from some late danger fly, and yet his fear did follow him behind, who, as he unto him approached nigh, he mote perceive by signs which he did find, that Corydon it was, the silly shepherd's hind. Though to him running fast, he did not stay to greet him first, but asked, where were the rest, where Pastorell, who, full of fresh dismay, and gushing forth in tears, was so oppressed, that he no word could speak, but smit his breast, and up to heaven his eyes fast streaming threw. Whereat the knight amazed, yet did not rest, but asked again, what meant that rueful hue? Where was his Pastorell? Where all the other crew? Ah, well away, said he, then sighing sore, that ever I did live this day to see, this dismal day, and was not dead before I saw fair Pastorella die. Die? Out, alas! Then Calidore did cry, how could the death dare ever her to quell? But read, thou shepherd, read what destiny, or other direful hap from heaven or hell, hath wrought this wicked deed. Do fear away, and tell. Though when the shepherd breathed had a while, he thus began, where shall I then commence this woeful tale? Or how those brigands vile, with cruel rage and dreadful violence, spoiled all our cots, and carried us from hence? Or how fair Pastorell should have been sold to merchants, but was saved with strong defence? Or how those thieves, whilst one sought her to hold, fell all at odds, and fought through fury fierce and bold? In that same conflict, woe is me, befell this fatal chance, this doleful accident, whose heavy tidings now I have to tell. First, all the captives which they here had hent were by them slain by general consent. Old Meleby and his good wife withal these eyes saw die, and dearly did lament. But when the lot to Pastorell did fall, their captain long withstood, and did her death forestall. But what could he gainst all them do alone? It could not boot, needs mote she die at last. I only scaped through great confusion of cries and clamours, which amongst them passed in dreadful darkness, dreadfully aghast. That better were with them to have been dead, than here to see all desolate and waste, despoiled of those joys and jollyhead, which with those gentle shepherds here I want to lead. When Calidore these rueful news had wrought, his heart quite deaded was with anguish great, and all his wits with dule were nigh distraught, that he his face, his head, his breast did beat, and death itself unto himself did threat, oft cursing the heavens, that so cruel were to her whose name he often did repeat, and wishing oft that he were present there when she was slain, or had been to her succour near. But after grief a while had had his course, and spent itself in mourning, he at last began to mitigate his swelling source, and in his mind with better reason cast, how he might save her life, if life did last, or if that dead, how he her death might wreak, sith otherwise he could not mend thing past. Or if it to revenge he were too weak, then for to die with her, and his lives threed to break. Though Corydon he prayed, sith he well knew the ready way unto that thievish one, to wend with him, and be his conduct true unto the place, to see what should be done. But he whose heart through fear was late fordone, would not for aught be drawn to former dreed, but by all means the danger known did shun. Yet Calidore so well him wrought with meed, and fair bespoke with words, that he at last agreed. So forth they go together, God before, both clad in shepherd's weeds agreeably, and both with shepherd's hooks, but Calidore had underneath him armed privily. Though to the place when they approached nigh, they chanced upon an hill not far away some flocks of sheep and shepherds to espy, to whom they both agreed to take their way, in hope their news to learn, how they mote best assay. There did they find, that which they did not fear, the self-same flocks, the which those thieves had reft from Melibee, and from themselves whileare, and certain of the thieves there by them left, the which for want of herds themselves then kept. Right well knew Corydon his own late sheep, and seeing them for tender pity wept. But when he saw the thieves which did them keep, his heart gan fail, albeit he saw them all asleep. But Calidore, recomforting his grief, though not his fear, for naught may fear dissuade, him hardly forward drew, whereas the thief lay sleeping soundly in the bushes' shade. Whom Corydon him counselled to invade, now all unwares, and take the spoil away. But he that in his mind had closely made a further purpose, would not so them slay, but gently waking them, gave them the time of day. Though sitting down by them upon the green, of sundry things he purpose gan to feign, that he by them might certain tidings ween of Pastorell, were she alive or slain. Mongst which the thieves them questioned again, what Mr. men, and eke from whence they were. To whom they answered, as did appertain, that they were poor herd grooms, the which whileare had from their maisters fled, and now sought hire elsewhere. Whereof right glad they seemed, and offer made to hire them well, if they their flocks would keep. For they themselves were evil grooms, they said, unwont with herds to watch, or pasture sheep, but to foray the land, or scour the deep. Thereto they soon agreed, and earnest took, to keep their flocks for little hire and cheap. For they for better hire did shortly look. So there all day they bode, till light the sky forsook. Though, when as towards darksome night it drew, unto their hellish dens those thieves them brought, where shortly they in great acquaintance grew, and all the secrets of their entrails sought. There did they find, contrary to their thought, that Pastorell yet lived, but all the rest were dead, right so as Corydon had taught, whereof they both full glad and blithe did rest, but chiefly Calidore, whom grief had most possessed. At length, when they occasion fittest found, in dead of night, when all the thieves did rest, after a late foray, and slept full sound, Sir Calidore him armed as he thought best, having of late, by diligent inquest, provided him a sword of meanest sort, with which he straight went to the captain's nest. But Corydon durst not with him consort, ne durst abide behind, for dread of worse effort. When to the cave they came, they found it fast, but Calidore with huge resistless might the doors assailed, and the locks upbrast. With noise whereof the thief awaking light, unto the entrance ran, where the bold knight encountering him with small resistance slew. The whiles fair Pastorell through great affright was almost dead, misdoubting lest of new some uproar were, like that which lately she did view. But when as Calidore was comen in, and gan aloud for Pastorell to call, knowing his voice, although not heard long sin, she sudden was revived therewithal, and wondrous joy felt in her spirit's thrall, like him that, being long in tempest tossed, looking each hour into death's mouth to fall, at length espies at hand the happy coast, on which he safety hopes, that erst feared to be lost. Her gentle heart, that now long season past had never joyance felt, nor cheerful thought, began some smack of comfort new to taste, like lifeful heat to numbed senses brought, and life to feel that long for death had sought. Ne less in heart rejoiced Calidore, when he her found, but like to one distraught and robbed of reason, towards her him bore, 1,000 times embraced, and kissed 1,000 more. But now by this, with noise of late uproar, the hue and cry was raised all about, and all the brigands, flocking in great store, unto the cave gan press, not having doubt of that was done, and entered in a rout. But Calidore in th'entry close did stand, and entertaining them with courage stout, still slew the foremost that came first to hand, so long till all the entry was with bodies manned. Though when no more could nigh to him approach, he breathed his sword, and rested him till day, which when he spied upon the earth t'encroach, Through the dead carcasses he made his way, mongst which he found a sword of better say, with which he forth went into the open light, where all the rest for him did ready stay, and fierce assailing him, with all their might gan all upon him lay. There gan a dreadful fight. How many flies in hottest summer day do seize upon some beast whose flesh is bare, that all the place with swarms do overlay, and with their little stings right felly fare, so many thieves about him swarming are, all which to him assail on every side, and sore oppress, ne any him doth spare, but he doth with his raging brawn divide their thickest troops, and round about him scattereth wide. Like as a lion mongst an herd of deer disperseth them to catch his choicest prey, so did he fly amongst them here and there, and all that near him came did hew and slay, till he had strode with bodies all the way, that none his danger daring to abide, fled from his wrath, and did themselves convey into their caves, their heads from death to hide, ne any left that victory to him envied. Then back returning to his dearest dear, he her gan to recomfort all he might, with gladful speeches and with lovely cheer, and forth her bringing to the joyous light, whereof she long had lacked the wishful sight, devised all goodly means from her to drive the sad resemblance of her wretched plight. So her uneath at last he did revive, that long had lien dead, and made again alive. This done, into those thievish dens he went, and thence did all the spoils and treasures take, which they from many long had robbed and rent. But fortune now the victor's meed did make, of which the best he did his love betake, and also all those flocks which they before had reft from Melibea and from his make, he did them all to Corydon restore, so drove them all away, and his love with him bore.
End of Canto 11. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 6, Canto 12 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 12. Fair Pastorella by great hap her parents understands. Calidore doth the blatant beast subdue, and bind in bands. Like as a ship that through the ocean wide directs her course unto one certain coast, is met of many a counter wind and tide, with which her winged speed is let and crossed, and she herself in stormy surges tossed, yet making many a board and many a bay, still winneth way, ne hath her compass lost. Right so it fares with me in this long way, whose course is often stayed, yet never is astray. For all that hitherto hath long delayed this gentle knight from suing his first quest, though out of course, yet hath not been missayed, to show the courtesy by him professed, even unto the lowest and the least. But now I come into my course again, to his achievement of the blatant beast, who all this while at will did range and reign, whilst none was him to stop, nor none him to restrain. Sir Calidore, when thus he now had wrought fair Pastorella from those brigands' power, unto the castle of Belgard her brought, whereof was lord the good Sir Bellamour, who whilome was, in his youth's freshest flower, a lusty knight as ever wielded spear, and had endured many a dreadful stour in bloody battle for a lady dear, the fairest lady then of all that living were. Her name was Claribel, whose father hight the lord of many islands, far renowned for his great riches and his greater might. He, through the wealth wherein he did abound, this daughter thought in wedlock to have bound unto the prince of Pixland bordering near. But she, whose sides before with secret wound of love to Bellamour empierced were, by all means shunned to match with any foreign fear. And Bellamour again so well her pleased, with daily service and attendance due, that of her love he was entirely seized, and closely did her wed, but known to few. Which when her father understood, he grew in so great rage, that them in dungeon deep without compassion cruelly he threw, yet did so straitly them asunder keep, that neither could the company of th' other creep. Natheless Sir Bellamaur, whether through grace or secret gifts, so with his keepers wrought, that to his love sometimes he came in place, whereof her womb unwist to white was fraught, and in due time a maiden child forth brought, which she straightway, for dread lest if her sire should know thereof, to slay he would have sought, delivered to her handmaid, that for hire she should at cause be fostered under strange attire. The trusty damsel, bearing it abroad into the empty fields, where living wight mote not bewray the secret of her load, she forth gan lay unto the open light the little babe to take thereof a sight, whom whilst she did with watery eyne behold, upon the little breast, like crystal bright, she mote perceive a little purple mold, that like a rose her silken leaves did fair unfold. Well she had marked, and pitied the more, yet could not remedy her wretched case, but closing it again like as before, bedewed with tears, there left it in the place. Yet left not quite, but drew a little space behind the bushes, where she did her hide, to weet what mortal hand, or heaven's grace, would for the wretched infant's help provide, for which it loudly called, and pitifully cried. At length a shepherd, which thereby did keep his fleecy flock upon the plains around, led with the infant's cry, that loud did weep, came to the place, where when he rapid found the abandoned spoil, he softly it unbound, and seeing there that did him pity sore, he took it up, and in his mantle wound. So home unto his honest wife it bore, who as her own it nursed, and named evermore. Thus long continued Claribel a thrall, and Bellamaur in bands, till that her sire departed life, and left unto them all. Then all the storms of fortune's former ire were turned, and they to freedom did retire. Thenceforth they joyed in happiness together, and lived long in peace and love entire, without disquiet or dislike of either, till time that Calidore brought Pastorella thither. Both whom they goodly well did entertain, for Bellamaur knew Calidore right well, and loved for his prowess, sith they twain long since had fought in field. All's Claribel no less did tender the fair Pastorelle, seeing her weak and wan through durance long. There they a while together thus did dwell in much delight, and many joys among, until the damsel gan to wex more sound and strong. Though gan Sir Calidore him to advise of his first quest, which he had long forlore, ashamed to think how he that enterprise, the which the Faerie Queene had long afore bequeathed to him, forslacked had so sore, that much he feared lest reproachful blame with foul dishonour him mote blot therefore, besides the loss of so much lose and fame, as through the world thereby should glorify his name. Therefore, resolving to return in haste unto so great achievement, he bethought to leave his love, now peril being past, with Claribel, whilst he that monster sought throughout the world, and to destruction brought. So taking leave of his fair Pastorelle, whom to recomfort all the means he wrought, with thanks to Bellamaur and Claribel, he went forth on his quest, and did that him befell. But first, ere I do his adventures tell in this exploit, me needeth to declare what did betide to the fair Pastorelle during his absence left in heavy care, through daily mourning and nightly misfare. Yet did that ancient matron all she might to cherish her with all things choice and rare, and her own handmaid, that Melissa hight, appointed to attend her duly day and night, who in a morning, when this maiden fair was dighting her, having her snowy breast as yet not laced, nor her golden hair into their comely tresses duly dressed, chanced to espy upon her ivory chest the rosy mark, which she remembered well that little infant had, which forth she kest, the daughter of her lady Claribel, the which she bore the whiles in prison she did dwell. Which well avising, straight she gan to cast in her conceitful mind, that this fair maid was that same infant, which so long sith past she in the open fields had loosely laid to fortune's spoil, unable it to aid. So full of joy, straight forth she ran in haste unto her mistress, being half dismayed, to tell her how the heavens had her graced, to save her child, which in misfortune's mouth was placed. The sober mother, seeing such her mood, yet knowing not what meant that sudden throw, asked her how mote her words be understood, and what the matter was that moved her so. My lief, said she, ye know that long ago, whilst ye in durance dwelt, ye to me gave a little maid, the which ye childed though. The same again, if now ye list to have, the same is yonder lady, whom high God did save. Much was the lady troubled at that speech, and gan to question straight how she it knew. Most certain marks, said she, do me it teach, for on her breast I with these eyes did view the little purple rose which thereon grew, whereof her name ye then to her did give. Besides her countenance and her likely hue, matched with equal years, do surely prove that yon same is your daughter sure, which yet doth live. The matron stayed no longer to inquire, but forth in haste ran to the stranger maid, whom catching greedily for great desire, rent up her breast and bosom open laid, in which that rose she plainly saw displayed. Then her embracing twixt her arms twain, she long so held, and softly weeping said, And livest thou, my daughter, now again? And art thou yet alive, whom dead I long did feign? Though further asking her of sundry things, and times comparing with their accidents, she found at last, by very certain signs, and speaking marks of passed monuments, that this young maid, whom chance to her presents, is her own daughter, her own infant dear. Though, wondering long at those so strange events, 1,000 times she her embraced near, with many a joyful kiss, and many a melting tear. Whoever is the mother of one child, which having thought long dead she finds alive, let her by proof of that which she hath filed in her own breast, this mother's joy describe. For other none such passion can contrive in perfect form, as this good lady felt, when she so fair a daughter saw survive, as Pastorella was, that nigh she swelt for passing joy, which did all into pity melt. Thence running forth unto her loved lord, she unto him recounted all that fell, who joining joy with her in one accord, acknowledged for his own fair Pastorell. There leave we them in joy, and let us tell of Calidore, who, seeking all this while that monstrous beast by final force to quell, through every place, with restless pain and toil, him followed by the tract of his outrageous spoil. Through all estates he found that he had passed, in which he many massacres had left, and to the clergy now was come at last, in which such spoil, such havoc, and such theft he wrought, that thence all goodness he bereft, that endless were to tell. The elfin knight, who now no place besides unsought had left, at length into a monaster did light, where he him found despoiling all with main and might. Into their cloisters now he broken had, through which the monks he chased here and there, and them pursued into their daughters sad, and searched all their cells and secrets near, in which what filth and ordure did appear were yerksome to report. Yet that foul beast, not sparing them, the more did toss and tear, and ransack all their dens, from most to least, regarding not religion, nor their holy heast. From thence into the sacred church he broke, and robbed the chancel, and the desks down through, and altars fouled, and blasphemy spoke, and images, for all their goodly hue, did cast to ground, whilst none was them to rue. So all confounded and disordered there. But seeing Calidore, away he flew, knowing his fatal hand by former fear. But he, him fast pursuing, soon approached near.
Him in a narrow place he overtook,
and fierce assailing, forced him turn again. Sternly he turned again, when he him strook with his sharp steel, and ran at him amain with open mouth, that seemed to contain a full good peck within the utmost brim, all set with iron teeth in ranges twain, that terrified his foes, and armed him, appearing like the mouth of Orcus, grisly grim. And therein were 1,000 tongues empite of sundry kinds, and sundry quality. Some were of dogs, that barked day and night, and some of cats, that rawling still did cry, and some of bears, that groined continually, and some of tigers, that did seem to gren and snarl at all that ever passed by. But most of them were tongues of mortal men, which spake reproachfully, not caring where nor when. And them amongst were mingled here and there the tongues of serpents, with 3-forked stings, that spat out poison and gore bloody gear at all that came within his ravenings, and spake licentious words and hateful things of good and bad alike, of low and high. Ne Caesars spared he a whit, nor kings, but either blotted them with infamy, or bit them with his baneful teeth of injury. But Calidore, thereof no whit afraid, rencountered him with so impetuous might, that the outrage of his violence he stayed, and bet aback, threatening in vain to bite, and spitting forth the poison of his spite, that foamed all about his bloody jaws. Though, rearing up his former feet on height, he ramped upon him with his ravenous paws, as if he would have rent him with his cruel claws. But he, right well aware his rage to ward, did cast his shield atween, and therewithal, putting his puissance forth, pursued so hard that backward he enforced him to fall. And being down, ere he new help could call, his shield he on him threw, and fast down held, like as a bullock that in bloody stall of butcher's baleful hand to ground is felled, is forcibly kept down, till he be throughly quelled. Full cruelly the beast did rage and roar, to be down held, and mastered so with might, that he gan fret and foam out bloody gore, striving in vain to rear himself upright. For still the more he strove, the more the knight did him suppress and forcibly subdue. That made him almost mad for fell despite. He grinned, he bit, he scratched, he venom threw, and fared like a fiend right horrible in hue. Or like the hell-born Hydra, which they feign that great Alcides whilome overthrew, after that he had laboured long in vain to crop his 1,000 heads, the which still new forth budded, and in greater number grew. Such was the fury of this hellish beast, whilst Calidore him under him down threw, who now the more his heavy load released, but the more he raged, the more his power increased. Though when the beast saw he mote not avail by force, he gan his 100 tongues apply, and sharply at him to revile and rail with bitter terms of shameful infamy, oft interlacing many a forged lie, whose like he never once did speak nor hear, nor ever thought things so unworthily. Yet did he not for all that him forbear, but strained him so straitly that he choked him near. At last, when as he found his force to shrink and rage to quail, he took a muzzle strong of surest iron made with many a link. Therewith he mured up his mouth along, and therein shut up his blasphemous tongue, for never more defaming gentle knight, or unto lovely lady doing wrong. And thereunto a great long chain he tight, with which he drew him forth, even in his own despite. Like as whilome that strong Terinthian swain brought forth with him the dreadful dog of hell, against his will fast bound in iron chain, and roaring horribly, did him compel to see the hateful sun, that he might tell to grisly Pluto what on earth was done, and to the other damned ghosts which dwell for aye in darkness, which daylight doth shun. So led this knight his captive, with like conquest won. Yet greatly did the beast repine at those strange bands, whose like till then he never bore, ne ever any durst till then impose, and chafed inly, seeing now no more him liberty was left allowed to roar. Yet durst he not draw back, nor once withstand the proved power of noble Calidore, but trembled underneath his mighty hand, and like a fearful dog him followed through the land. Him through all fairyland he followed so, as if he learned had obedience long, that all the people, whereso he did go, out of their towns did round about him throng, to see him lead that beast in bondage strong, and seeing it much wondered at the sight. And all such persons as he erst did wrong, rejoiced much to see his captive plight, and much admired the beast, but more admired the knight. Thus was this monster by the maestering might of doughty Calidore suppressed and tamed, that never more he mote and damage wight with his vile tongue, which many had defamed, and many causeless caused to be blamed. So did he eke long after this remain, until that, whether wicked fate so framed, or fault of men, he broke his iron chain, and got into the world at liberty again. Thenceforth more mischief and more scath he wrought to mortal men than he had done before, ne ever could by any more be brought into like bands, ne mastered any more. Albe that long time after Calidore the good Sir Pelleas him took in hand, and after him Sir Lamorak of yore, and all his brethren born in Britain land. Yet none of them could ever bring him into band. So now he rangeth through the world again, and rageth sore in each degree and state. Nay, any is that may him now restrain, he growen is so great and strong of late, barking and biting all that him do bait, albe they worthy blame, or clear of crime. Ne spareth he most learned wits to rate, ne spareth he the gentle poet's rhyme, but rends without regard of person or of time. Ne may this homely verse, of many meanest, hope to escape his venomous despite, more than my former writs, all were they cleanest from blameful blot, and free from all that white, with which some wicked tongues did it backbite, and bring into a mighty peer's displeasure, that never so deserved to indict. Therefore do you, my rhymes, keep better measure, and seek to please that now is counted wise men's treasure.
End of Canto 12. Recording by Thomas Copeland. End of Book 6, Canto 12 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 7, Canto 6 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
2 cantos of mutability, which for form and matter appear to be parcel of some following book of the Faerie Queene, under the legend of Constancy, never before imprinted. Canto 6. Proud Change, not pleased in mortal things beneath the moon to reign, pretends as well of gods as men to be the sovereign. What man that sees the ever-whirling wheel of change, the which all mortal things doth sway, but that thereby doth find and plainly feel how mutability in them doth play her cruel sports to many men's decay, which that to all may better yet appear, I will rehearse that whilom I heard say, how she at first herself began to rear against all the gods, and th' empire sought from them to bear. But first here falleth fittest to unfold her antique race and lineage ancient, as I have found it registered of old in fairyland mongst records permanent. She was, to weet, a daughter by descent of those old Titans, that did whilom strive with Saturn's son for heaven's regiment, whom though high Jove of kingdom did deprive, yet many of their stem long after did survive. And many of them afterwards obtained great power of Jove and high authority, as Hecate, in whose almighty hand he placed all rule and principality to be by her disposed diversely, to gods and men, as she them list divide, and dread Bellona, that doth sound on high wars and alarums unto nations wide, that makes both heaven and earth to tremble at her pride. So likewise did this Titaness aspire, rule and dominion to herself to gain, that as a goddess men might her admire, and heavenly honors yield as to them twain. At first on earth she sought it to obtain, where she such proof and sad examples shewed of her great power, to many one's great pain, that not men only, whom she soon subdued, but eke all other creatures, her bad doings rued. For she the face of earthly things so changed, that all which nature had established first in good estate, and in meet order ranged, she did pervert, and all their statutes burst, and all the world's fair frame, which none yet durst of gods or men to alter or misguide, she altered quite, and made them all accursed that God had blessed, and did at first provide in that still happy state for ever to abide. Ne she the laws of nature only break, but eke of justice and of policy, and wrong of right, and bad of good did make, and death for life exchanged foolishly, since which all living wights have learned to die, and all this world is waxen daily worse. O piteous work of mutability, by which we all are subject to that curse, and death instead of life have sucked from our nurse. And now, when all the earth she thus had brought to her behest, and thralled to her might, she gan to cast in her ambitious thought to tempt the empire of the heavens' height, and Jove himself to shoulder from his right. And first she passed the region of the air and of the fire, whose substance thin and slight made no resistance, ne could her contraire, but ready passage to her pleasure did prepare. Thence to the circle of the moon she came, where Cynthia reigns in everlasting glory, to whose bright shining palace straight she came, all fairly decked with heaven's goodly story, whose silver gates, by which there sate an hoary old aged sire, with hourglass in hand, hight Time, she entered, were he lief or sorry, ne stayed till she the highest stage had scanned, where Cynthia did sit that never still did stand. Her sitting on an ivory throne she found, drawn of 2 steeds, one black, the other white, environed with 10,000 stars around, that duly her attended day and night. And by her side there ran her page, that hight Vesper, whom we the evening star intend, that with his torch, still twinkling like twilight, her lightened all the way where she should wend, and joy to weary wandering travellers did lend. That when the hardy Titaness beheld the goodly building of her palace bright, made of the heaven substance, and upheld with 1,000 crystal pillars of huge height, she gan to burn in her ambitious sprite, and envy her that in such glory reigned. Eftsoons she cast by force and tortious might her to displace, and to herself to have gained the kingdom of the night, and waters by her waned. Boldly she bid the goddess down descend, and let herself into that ivory throne, for she herself more worthy thereof wend, and better able it to guide alone, whether to men, whose fall she did bemoan, or unto gods, whose state she did malign, or to the infernal powers, her need give loan of her fair light and bounty most benign, herself of all that rule she deemed most condign. But she that had to her that sovereign seat by highest Jove assigned, therein to bear night's burning lamp, regarded not her threat, ne yielded aught for favour or for fear, but with stern countenance and disdainful cheer, bending her horned brows, did put her back, and boldly blaming her for coming there, bade her at once from heaven's coast to pack, or at her peril bide the wrathful thunder's rack. Yet gnaw the more the giantess forbear, but boldly pressing on, wrought forth her hand to pluck her down perforce from off her chair, and therewith lifting up her golden wand, threatened to strike her if she did withstand, whereat the stars which round about her blazed, and eke the moon's bright wagon, still did stand, all being with so bold attempt amazed, and on her uncouth habit and stern look still gazed. Meanwhile the lower world, which nothing knew of all that chanced here, was darkened quite, and eke the heavens and all the heavenly crew of happy wights, now unpurveyed of light, were much afraid, and wondered at that sight, fearing lest chaos broken had his chain, and brought again on them eternal night. But chiefly Mercury, that next doth reign, ran forth in haste unto the King of gods to plain. All ran together with a great outcry to Jove's fair palace fixed in heaven's height, and beating at his gates full earnestly, gan call to him aloud with all their might, to know what meant that sudden lack of light. The father of the gods, when this he heard, was troubled much at their so strange affright, doubting lest Typhon were again upreared, or other his old foes, that once him sorely feared. Eftsoons the son of Maia forth he sent down to the circle of the moon, to know the cause of this so strange astonishment, and why she did her wonted course forslow, and if that any were on earth below, that did with charms or magic her molest, him to attach, and down to hell to throw. But if from heaven it were, then to arrest the author, and him bring before his presence pressed. The wing-foot god so fast his plumes did beat, that soon he came whereas the Titaness was striving with fair Cynthia for her seat, at whose strange sight and haughty hardiness he wondered much, and feared her no less. Yet, laying fear aside to do his charge, at last he bade her, with bold steadfastness, cease to molest the moon to walk at large, or come before high Jove her doings to discharge. And therewithal he on her shoulder laid his snaky wreathed mace, whose awful power doth make both gods and hellish fiends afraid. Whereat the Titaness did sternly lour, and stoutly answered, that in evil hour he from his Jove such message to her brought, to bid her leave fair Cynthia's silver bower, sith she his Jove and him esteemed not, no more than Cynthia's self, but all their kingdom sought. The heaven's heralds stayed not to reply, but passed away his doings to relate unto his lord, who now in highest sky was placed in his principal estate, with all the gods about him congregate, to whom when Hermes had his message told, it did them all exceedingly amate, save Jove, who, changing not his countenance bold, did unto them at length these speeches wise unfold. Hearken to me awhile, ye heavenly powers. Ye may remember since the earth's cursed seed sought to assail the heaven's eternal towers, and to us all exceeding fear did breed. But how we then defeated all their deed, ye all do know, and them destroyed quite. Yet not so quite, but that there did succeed an offspring of their blood, which did alight upon the fruitful earth, which doth us yet despite. Of that bad seed is this bold woman bred, that now with bold presumption doth aspire to thrust fair Phoebe from her silver bed, and eke ourselves from heaven's high empire, if that her might were matched to her desire. Wherefore it now behooves us to advise what way is best to drive her to retire, whether by open force or counsel wise, areed, ye sons of God, as best ye can devise. So having said, he ceased, and with his brow, his black eyebrow, whose doomful dreaded beck is wont to wield the world unto his vow, and even the highest powers of heaven to check, made sign to them in their degrees to speak, who straight gan cast their counsel grave and wise. Meanwhile the earth's daughter, though she not did reck of Hermes' message, yet gan now advise what course were best to take in this hot bold emprise. Eftsoons she thus resolved, that whilst the gods, after return of Hermes' embassy, were troubled and amongst themselves at odds, before they could new counsels really, to set upon them in that ecstasy, and take what fortune, time, and place would lend. So forth she rose, and through the purest sky to Jove's high palace straight cast to ascend, to prosecute her plot. Good onset bodes good end. She there arriving, boldly in did pass, where all the gods she found in council close, all quite unarmed, as then their manner was. At sight of her they sudden all arose in great amaze, ne wist what way to chose. But Jove, all fearless, forced them to abide, and in his sovereign throne gan straight dispose himself, more full of grace and majesty, that mote encheer his friends, and foes mote terrify. That when the haughty Titaness beheld, all were she fraught with pride and impudence, yet with the sight thereof was almost quelled, and inly quaking, seemed as reft of sense and void of speech in that dread audience, until that Jove herself bespake. Speak, thou frail woman, Speak with confidence. Whence art thou, and what dost thou here now make? What idle errand hast thou earth's mansion to forsake? She, half confused with his great command, yet gathering spirit of her nature's pride, him boldly answered thus to his demand. I am a daughter by the mother's side of her that is grandmother magnified of all the gods, great earth, great chaos child. But by the father's, be it not envied, I greater am in blood, whereon I build, than all the gods, though wrongfully from heaven exiled. For Titan, as ye all acknowledge must, was Saturn's elder brother by birthright, both sons of Uranus, but by unjust and guileful means, through Corybantes' slight, the younger thrust the elder from his right. Since which thou, Jove, injuriously hast held the heavens' rule from Titan's sons by might, and them to hellish dungeons down hast felled. Witness, ye heavens, the truth of all that I have telled. Whilst she thus spake, the gods that gave good ear to her bold words, and marked well her grace, being of stature tall as any there of all the gods, and beautiful of face as any of the goddesses in place, stood all astonied, like a sort of steers, mongst whom some beast of strange and foreign race unwares is chanced, far straying from his peers. So did their ghastly gaze bewray their hidden fears. Till, having paused a while, Jove thus bespake. Will never mortal thoughts cease to aspire, in this bold sort to heaven claim to make, and touch celestial seats with earthly mire? I would have thought that bold Procrustes' hire, or Typhon's fall, or proud Ixion's pain, or great Prometheus' tasting of our ire, would have sufficed the rest for to restrain, and warned all men by their example to refrain. But now this offscum of that cursed fry dare to renew the like bold enterprise, and challenge the heritage of this our sky, whom what should hinder, but that we likewise should handle as the rest of her allies, and thunder drive to hell? With that he shook his nectar-dewed locks, with which the skies and all the world beneath for terror quook, and eft his burning levin-brand in hand he took. But when he looked on her lovely face, in which fair beams of beauty did appear, that could the greatest wrath soon turn to grace, such sway doth beauty even in heaven bear, he stayed his hand, and having changed his cheer, he thus again in milder wise began. But if God should strive with fresh fear, then shortly should the progeny of man be rooted out, if Jove should do still what he can. But thee, fair Titan's child, I rather ween through some vain error or inducement light, to see that mortal eyes have never seen, or through ensample of thy sister's might, Bellona, whose great glory thou dost spite, since thou hast seen her dreadful power below, mongst wretched men, dismayed with her affright, to bandy crowns and kingdoms to bestow, and sure thy worth no less than hers doth seem to show. But what thou this, thou hardy Titaness, that not the worth of any living wight may challenge aught in heaven's interests, much less the title of old Titan's right. For we by conquest of our sovereign might, and by eternal doom of fate's decree, have won the empire of the heavens bright, which to ourselves we hold, and to whom we shall worthy deem partakers of our bliss to be. Then cease thy idle claim, thou foolish girl, and seek by grace and goodness to obtain that place from which by folly Titan fell. Thereto thou mayst, perhaps, if so thou fain, have Jove thy gracious lord and sovereign. So having said, she thus to him replied, Cease, Saturn's son, to seek by proffers vain of idle hopes to lure me to thy side, for to betray my right before I have it tried. But thee, O Jove, no equal judge I deem of my desert, or of my dewful right, that in thine own behalf mayst partial seem. But to the highest him that is behight father of gods and men by equal might, to weet the God of nature I appeal. Thereat Jove waxed wroth, and in his sprite did inly grudge, yet did it well conceal, and bade Dan Phoebus scribe her appellation seal. Eftsoons the time and place appointed were, where all, both heavenly powers and earthly wights, before great nature's presence should appear, for trial of their titles and best rights. That was to weet upon the highest heights of Arlo Hill. Who knows not Arlo Hill? That is the highest head in all men's sights of my old father Mole, whom shepherds quill renowned hath with hymns fit for a rural skill. And were it not ill-fitting for this file to sing of hills and woods mongst wars and nights, I would abate the sternness of my style, mongst these stern sounds to mingle soft delights, and tell how Arlo, through Diana's spites, being of old the best and fairest hill that was in all this holy highland's heights, was made the most unpleasant and most ill. Meanwhile, O Clio, lend Calliope thy quill. Whilome, when Ireland flourished in fame of wealths and goodness, far above the rest of all that bear the British Islands' name, the gods then used for pleasure and for rest oft to resort thereto, when seemed them best. But none of all therein more pleasure found than Cynthia, that is sovereign queen professed of woods and forests, which therein abound, sprinkled with wholesome waters, more than most on ground. But mongst them all, as fittest for her game, either for chase of beasts with hound or bow, or for to shroud in shade from Phoebus' flame, or bathe in fountains that do freshly flow, or from high hills, or from the dales below, she chose this Arlo, where she did resort with all her nymphs enranged on a row, with whom the woody gods did oft consort. For with the nymphs the satyrs loved to play and sport. Amongst the which there was a nymph that hight Molana, daughter of old father Mole, and sister unto Mulla, fair and bright, unto whose bed false Bregog whilome stole, that shepherd Colin dearly did condole, and made her luckless loves well known to be. But this Molana, were she not so shoal, were no less fair and beautiful than she. Yet as she is, a fairer flood may no man see. For first she springs out of two marble rocks, on which a grove of oaks high mounted grows, that as a girland seems to deck the locks of some fair bride, brought forth with pompous shows out of her bower, that many flowers strows. So through the flowery dales she tumbling down, through many woods and shady coverts flows, that on each side her silver channel crown, till to the plain she come, whose valleys she doth drown. In her sweet streams Diana used oft, after her sweaty chase and toilsome play, to bathe herself, and after on the soft and downy grass her dainty limbs to lay in covert shade, where none behold her may. For much she hated sight of living eye. Foolish god Faunus, though full many a day he saw her clad, yet longed foolishly to see her naked mongst her nymphs in privity. No way he found to compass his desire, but to corrupt Molana, this her maid, her to discover for some secret hire. So her with flattering words he first essayed, and after pleasing gifts for her purveyed, queen apples and red cherries from the tree, with which he her allured and betrayed, to tell what time he might her lady see, when she herself did bathe, that he might secret be. Thereto he promised, if she would him pleasure with this small boon, to quit her with a better. To weet, that whereas she had out of measure long loved the fanchion, who by naught did set her, that he would undertake for this to get her to be his love, and of him liked well. Besides all which, he vowed to be her debtor for many mo good turns than he would tell, the least of which this little pleasure should excel. The simple maid did yield to him anon, and eft him placed where he close might view that never any saw, save only one, who for his hire to so foolhardy due, was of his hounds devoured in hunter's hue. Though, as her manner was on sunny day, Diana, with her nymphs about her, drew to this sweet spring, where, doffing her array, she bathed her lovely limbs for Jove a likely prey. There Faunus saw that pleased much his eye, and made his heart to tickle in his breast, that for great joy of somewhat he did spy, he could him not contain in silent rest, but breaking forth in laughter, loud professed his foolish thought. O foolish Fawn, indeed, that couldst not hold thyself so hidden blest, but wouldest needs thine own conceit areed, babblers unworthy been of so divine a meed. The goddess, all abashed with that noise, in haste forth started from the guilty brook, and running straight whereas she heard his voice, enclosed the bush about, and there him took like darrid lark, not daring up to look on her whose sight before so much he sought. Thenceforth they drew him by the horns, and shook nigh all to pieces, that they left him not. And then into the open light they forth him brought, like as an hussif that with busy care thinks of her dairy to make wondrous gain, finding whereas some wicked beast unware that breaks into her dare house, there doth drain her creaming pans, and frustrate all her pain, hath in some snare or gin set close behind entrapped him, and caught into her train, then thinks what punishment were best assigned, and thousand deaths deviseth in her vengeful mind. So did Diana and her maidens all use silly Faunus, now within their bale. They mock and scorn him, and him foul miscall. Some by the nose him plucked, some by the tail, and by his goatish beard some did him hail. Yet he, poor soul, with patience all did bear, for naught against their wills might countervail. Nay, aught he said, whatever he did hear, but hanging down his head did like a mome appear. At length, when they had flouted him their fill, they gan to cast what penance him to give. Some would have gelt him, but that same would spill the wood god's breed, which must for ever live. Others would through the river him have drive, and duck it deep, but that seemed penance light. But most agreed, and did this sentence give, him in deer's skin to clad, and in that plight to hunt him with their hounds, himself save how he might. But Cynthia's self, more angry than the rest, thought not enough to punish him in sport, and of her shame to make a gamesome jest, but gan examine him in straiter sort, which of her nymphs or other close consort him thither brought, and her to him betrayed. He, much afeared, to her confessed short, that 'twas Molana which her so bewrayed. Then all at once her hands upon Molana laid. But him, according as they had decreed, with a deer's skin they covered, and then chased with all their hounds, that after him did speed. But he, more speedy, from them fled more fast than any deer, so sore him dread aghast. They after followed all with shrill outcry, shouting as they the heavens would have brast, that all the woods and dales where he did fly did bring again, and loud re-echo to the sky. So they him followed till they weary were, when, back returning to Molan again, they by commandment of Diana there her whelmed with stones. Yet Faunus, for her pain, of her beloved Fanchon did obtain that her he would receive unto his bed. So now her waves passed through a pleasant plain, till with the Fanchon she herself do wed, and, both combined, themselves in one fair river spread. Natheless Diana, full of indignation, thenceforth abandoned her delicious brook, in whose sweet stream before that bad occasion so much delight to bathe her limb she took. Nay, only her, but also quite forsook all those fair forests about Arlo hid, and all that mountain which doth overlook the richest champaign that may else be rid, and the fair shore in which are thousand salmons bred. Them all, and all that she so dear did weigh, thenceforth she left, and parting from the place, thereon an heavy hapless curse did lay, to weet that wolves, where she was wont to space, should harbored be, and all those woods deface, and thieves should rob and spoil that coast around, since which those woods and all that goodly chase doth to this day with wolves and thieves abound. which too true that land's indwellers since have found.
End of Canto 6. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 7, Canto 7 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.
Canto 7. Pealing from Jove to nature's bar, bold alteration pleads large evidence, but nature soon her righteous doom areeds. Ah, whither dost thou now, thou greater muse, me from these woods and pleasing forests bring? And my frail spirit, that doth oft refuse this too high flight, unfit for her weak wing, lift up aloft to tell of heaven's King, thy sovereign sire, his fortunate success, and victory in bigger notes to sing, which he obtained against that Titaness, that him of heaven's empire sought to dispossess. Yet, sith I needs must follow thy behest, do thou my weaker wit with skill inspire, fit for this turn, and in my feeble breast kindle fresh sparks of that immortal fire which learned minds inflameth with desire of heavenly things. For who but thou alone, that art born of heaven and heavenly sire, can tell things done in heaven so long agone, so far past memory of man that may be known? Now at the time that was before agreed, the gods assembled all on Arlo hill, as well those that are sprung of heavenly seed, as those that all the other world do fill, and rule both sea and land unto their will. Only the infernal powers might not appear, as well for horror of their countenance ill, as for the unruly fiends which they did fear, yet Pluto and Proserpina were present there. And thither also came all other creatures, whatever life or motion do retain, according to their sundry kinds of features, that Arlo scarcely could them all contain, so full they filled every hill and plain. And had not nature's sergeant, that is order, them well disposed by his busy pain, and ranged far abroad in every border, they would have caused much confusion and disorder. Then forth issued great goddess, great Dame Nature, with goodly port and gracious majesty, being far greater and more tall of stature than any of the gods or powers on high. Yet certes by her face and physiognomy, whether she man or woman inly were, that could not any creature well descry, for with a veil that wimpled everywhere her head and face was hid, that mote to none appear. That, some do say, was so by skill devised, to hide the terror of her uncouth hue from mortal eyes, that should be sore agrised, for that her face did like a lion's shoe, that eye of white could not endure to view. But others tell that it so beauteous was, and round about such beams of splendor threw, that it the sun 1,000 times did pass, ne could be seen but like an image in a glass. That well may seem true, for well I ween, that this same day when she on Arlo sat, her garment was so bright and wondrous sheen, that my frail wit cannot devise to what it to compare, nor find like stuff to that. As those 3 sacred saints, though else most wise, yet on Mount Thabor quite their wits forgat, when they their glorious Lord in strange disguise transfigured saw, his garments so did daze their eyes. In a fair plain upon an equal hill she placed was in a pavilion, not such as craftsmen by their idle skill are wont for princes' states to fashion, but the earth herself of her own motion, out of her fruitful bosom, made to grow most dainty trees, that shooting up anon did seem to bow their blossoming heads full low, for homage unto her, and like a throne did show. So hard it is for any living wight all her array and vestments to tell, that old Dan Geoffrey, in whose gentle sprite the pure wellhead of poesy did dwell, in his fowl's parley durst not with it mell, but it transferred to Allen, who he thought had in his plaintive kinds described it well, which who will read set forth so as it ought, go seek ye out that Allen where he may be sought. And all the earth far underneath her feet was dight with flowers that voluntary grew out of the ground, and sent forth odors sweet, 10,000 mores of sundry scent and hue, that might delight the smell or please the view, the which the nymphs from all the brooks thereby had gathered, which they at her footstool threw, that richer seemed than any tapestry that princes' bowers adorn with painted imagery. The mole himself, to honor her the more, did deck himself in freshest fair attire, and his high head that seemeth always hoar with hardened frosts of former winter's ire, he with an oaken girland now did tire, as if the love of some new nymph late seen had in him kindled youthful fresh desire, and made him change his grey attire to green. Ah, gentle mole, such joyance hath thee well beseen. Was never so great joyance since the day that all the gods whilome assembled were on Hemus hill in their divine array, to celebrate the solemn bridal cheer twixt Peleus and Dame Thetis pointed there, where Phoebus' self, that god of poets' height, they say did sing the spousal hymn full clear, that all the gods were ravished with delight of his celestial song and music's wondrous might. This great grandmother of all creatures bred, great nature, ever young yet full of eld, still moving yet unmoved from her stead, unseen of any yet of all beheld, thus sitting on her throne, as I have telled, before her came Dame Mutability, and being low before her presence felled, with meek obeisance and humility, thus gan her plaintive plea with words to amplify. To thee, O greatest goddess, only great, and humble suppliant, lo, I lowly fly, seeking for right, which I of thee entreat, who right to all dost deal indifferently, damning all wrong and tortious injury, which any of thy creatures do to other, oppressing them with power unequally, sith of them all thou art the equal mother, and knittest each to each as brother unto brother. To thee, therefore, of this same Jove I plain, and of his fellow gods that feign to be, that challenge to themselves the whole world's reign, of which the greatest part is due to me, and heaven itself by heritage in fee. For heaven and earth I both alike do deem, sith heaven and earth are both alike to thee, and gods no more than men thou dost esteem, for even the gods to thee as men to gods do seem. Then weigh, O sovereign goddess, by what right these gods do claim the world's whole sovereignty, and that is only due unto thy might arrogate to themselves ambitiously. As for the gods' own principality, which Jove usurps unjustly, that to be my heritage Jove's self cannot deny, from my great-grandsire Titan unto me derived by due descent, as is well known to thee. Yet maugre Jove and all his gods beside, I do possess the world's most regiment, as if he please it into parts divide, and every part's inholders to convent, shall to your eyes appear incontinent. And first, the earth, great mother of us all, that only seems unmoved and permanent, and unto mutability not thrall, yet is she changed in part, and eke in general. For all that from her springs and isybred, however fair it flourish for a time, yet see we soon decay, and being dead, to turn again unto their earthly slime. Yet out of their decay and mortal crime we daily see new creatures to arise, and of their winter spring another prime, unlike in form, and changed by strange disguise. So turn they still about, and change in restless wise. As for her tenants, that is, man and beasts, the beasts we daily see massacred die as thralls and vassals unto men's behests. And men themselves do change continually, from youth to eld, from wealth to poverty, from good to bad, from bad to worst of all. Ne do their bodies only flit and fly, but eke their minds, which they immortal call, still change and vary thoughts as new occasions fall. Ne is the water in more constant case, whether those same on high or these below. For the ocean moveth still from place to place,
and every river still doth ebb and flow, ne any lake that seems most still and slow, ne pool so small that can his smoothness hold, when any wind doth under heaven blow, with which the clouds are also tossed and rolled, now like great hills, and straight like sluices them unfold. So likewise are all watery living wights, still tossed and turned with continual change, never abiding in their steadfast plights. The fish, still floating, do at random range, and never rest, but evermore exchange their dwelling places, as the streams them carry. Ne have the watery fowls a certain grange wherein to rest, ne in one stead do tarry, but flitting still do fly, and still their places vary. Next is the air, which who feels not by sense, for of all sense it is the middle mean, to flit still, and with subtle influence of his thin spirit, all creatures to maintain in state of life. O weak life that does lean on things so tickle as than steady air, which every hour is changed and altered clean with every blast that bloweth foul or fair. The fair doth it prolong, the foul doth it impair. Therein the changes infinite behold, which to her creatures every minute chance. Now boiling hot, straight freezing deadly cold. Now fair sunshine that makes all skip and dance, straight bitter storms and baleful countenance that makes them all to shiver and to shake. Rain, hail, and snow do pay them sad penance, and dreadful thunderclaps that make them quake, with flames and flashing lights that thousand changes make. Last is the fire, which, though it live for ever, ne can be quenched quite, yet every day we see his parts, so soon as they do sever, to lose their heat, and shortly to decay. So makes himself his own consuming prey. Ne any living creatures doth he breed, but all that are of others bred doth slay, and with their death his cruel life doth feed, naught leaving but their barren ashes without seed. Thus all these four, the which the groundwork be of all the world, and of all living wights, to thousand sorts of change we subject see. Yet are they changed by other wondrous sleights into themselves, and lose their native mights, the fire to air, and air to water sheer, and water into earth. Yet water fights with fire, and air with earth approaching near. Yet all are in one body, and as one appear. So in them all reigns mutability. However these that gods themselves do call, of them do claim the rule and sovereignty, as Vesta of the fire ethereal, Vulcan of this, with us so usual, Ops of the earth, and Juno of the air, Neptune of seas, and nymphs of rivers all, for all those rivers to me subject are, and all the rest which they usurp be all my share. Which to a proven true, as I have told, vouchsafe, O goddess, to thy presence call the rest, which do the world in being hold, as times and seasons of the year that fall, of all the which demand in general, or judge thyself by verdict of thine eye, whether to me they are not subject all. Nature did yield thereto, and by bade order call them all before her majesty. So forth issued the seasons of the year. First lusty spring, all dight in leaves of flowers that freshly budded, and new blooms did bear, in which 1,000 birds had built their bowers, that sweetly sung to call forth paramours. And in his hand a javelin he did bear, and on his head, as fit for warlike stowers, a gilt and graven morion he did wear, that, as some did him love, so others did him fear. Then came the jolly summer, being dight in a thin silken cassock, colored green, that was unlined all, to be more light, and on his head a girland well beseen he wore, from which, as he had chauffed been, the sweat did drop, and in his hand he bore a bow and shafts, as he in forest green had hunted late the libbard or the boar, and now would bathe his limbs with labor heated sore. Then came the autumn, all in yellow clad,
as though he joyed in his plenteous store, laden with fruits that made him laugh full glad that he had banished hunger, which tofore had by the belly oft him pinched sore. Upon his head a wreath that was enrolled with ears of corn of every sort he bore, and in his hand a sickle he did hold, to reap the ripened fruits, the which the earth had yold. Lastly came winter, clothed all in frieze, chattering his teeth for cold that did him chill, whilst on his hoary beard his breath did freeze, and the dull drops that from his purple bill, as from a limbeck, did a down distil. In his right hand a tipped staff he held, with which his feeble steps he stayed still, for he was faint with cold, and weak with eld, that scarce his lucid limbs he able was to weld. These marching softly thus in order went, and after them the months all riding came. First sturdy March, with brows full sternly bent, and armed strongly, rode upon a ram, the same which over Hellespont swam. Yet in his hand a spade he also hent, and in a bag all sorts of seeds sisam, which on the earth he strowed as he went, and filled her womb with fruitful hope of nourishment. Next came fresh April, full of lusty head, and wanton as a kid whose horn knew buds. Upon a bull he rode, the same which led Europa floating through the Argolic floods. His horns were gilden all with golden studs, and garnished with garlands goodly dight of all the fairest flowers and freshest buds, which the earth brings forth, and wet he seemed in sight with waves, through which he waded for his love's delight. Then came fair May, the fairest maid on ground, decked all with dainties of her season's pride, and throwing flowers out of her lap around. Upon two brethren's shoulders she did ride, the twins of Leda, which on either side supported her, like to their sovereign queen. Lord, how all creatures laughed when her they spied, and leaped and danced as they had ravished been, and Cupid's self about her fluttered all in green. And after her came jolly June, arrayed all in green leaves, as he a player were, yet in his time he wrought as well as played, that by his plough irons mote right well appear. Upon a crab he rode, that him did bear with crooked clawing steps and uncouth pace, and backward yode, as bargemen wont to fare, bending their force contrary to their face, like that ungracious crew which feigns demurest grace. Then came hot July, boiling like to fire, that all his garments he had cast away. Upon a lion raging, yet with ire, he boldly rode, and made him to obey. It was the beast that whilom did foray the Nemean forest, till them Phytrianide him slew, and with his hide did him array. Behind his back a scythe, and by his side, under his belt, he bore a sickle circling wide. The 6th was August, being rich arrayed in garment all of gold down to the ground. Yet rode he not, but led a lovely maid forth by the lily hand, the which was crowned with ears of corn, and full her hand was found. That was the righteous virgin which of old lived here on earth, and plenty made abound. But after wrong was loved, and justice sold, she left th' unrighteous world, and was to heaven extolled. Next him September marched eke on foot, yet was he heavy laden with the spoil of harvest's riches, which he made his boot, and him enriched with bounty of the soil. In his one hand, as fit for harvest's toil, he held a knife hook, and in t'other hand a pair of weights, with which he did assoil both more and less, where it in doubt did stand, and equal gave to each, as justice duly scanned. Then came October, full of merry glee, for yet his Noel was taughty of the must which he was treading in the wine-fat sea, and of the joyous oil whose gentle gust made him so frolic and so full of lust. Upon a dreadful scorpion he did ride, the same which by Diana's doom unjust slew great Orion, and eke by his side he had his ploughing share and coulter ready tied. Next was November, he full gross and fat, as fed with lard, and that right well might seem.
For he had been a fatting hogs of late, that yet his brows with sweat did reek and steam, and yet the season was full sharp and green. In planting eke he took no small delight, whereon he rode not easy was to deem, for it a dreadful centaur was in sight, the seed of Saturn and Ferneus, Chiron hight. And after him came next the chill December. Yet he, through merry feasting which he made, and great bonfires, did not the cold remember. His Saviour's birth his mind so much did glad. Upon a shaggy bearded goat he rade, the same wherewith Dan Jove in tender years they say was nourished by the Idaean maid. And in his hand a broad deep bowl he bears, of which he freely drinks in health to all his peers. Then came old January, rapid well in many weeds to keep the cold away. Yet did he quake and quiver like to quell, and blow his nails to warm them if he may. For they were numbed with holding all the day an hatchet keen, with which he felled wood, and from the trees did lop the needless spray. Upon an huge great earth pot stein he stood, from whose wide mouth there flowed forth the Roman flood. And lastly came cold February, sitting in an old wagon, for he could not ride, drawn of 2 fishes for the season fitting, which through the flood before did softly slide and swim away. Yet had he by his side his plough and harness fit to till the ground, and tools to prune the trees, before the pride of hasting prime did make them burgeon round. So passed the 12 months forth, and their due places found. And after these there came the day and night, riding together both with equal pace, one on a palfrey black, the other white. But night had covered her uncomely face with a black veil, and held in hand a mace, on top whereof the moon and stars were pight, and sleep and darkness round about did trace. But day did bear upon his sceptre's height the goodly sun, encompassed all with beames bright. Then came the hours, fair daughters of high Jove and timely night, the which were all endued with wondrous beauty, fit to kindle love. But they were virgins all, and love eschewed, that might forslack the charge to them foreshewed by mighty Jove, who did them porters make of heaven's gate, whence all the gods issued, which they did daily watch, and nightly wake, by even turns, ne ever did their charge forsake. And after all came life, and lastly death. Death with most grim and grisly visage seen, yet is he not but parting of the breath, ne ought to see, but like a shade to ween, unbodied, unsouled, unheard, unseen. But life was like a fair young lusty boy, such as they feigned and Cupid to have been, full of delightful health and lively joy, decked all with flowers, and wings of gold fit to employ. When these were past, thus gan the Titaness: Lo, mighty mother, now be judge, and say whether in all thy creatures more or less change doth not reign, and bear the greatest sway. For who sees not that time on all doth prey? But times do change and move continually, so nothing here long standeth in one stay. Wherefore this lower world who can deny, but to be subject still to mutability? Then thus gan Jove: Right true it is that these and all things else that under heaven dwell are changed of time, who doth them all disseize of being. But who is it, to me tell, that time himself doth move, and still compel to keep his course? Is not that namely we, which pour that virtue from our heavenly cell that moves them all, and makes them changed be? So them we gods do rule, and in them also thee. To whom thus mutability: The things which we see not, how they are moved and swayed, ye may attribute to yourselves as kings, and say they by your secret power are made. But what we see not, who shall us persuade?
But were they so, as ye them feign to be, moved by your might, and ordered by your aid, yet what if I can prove that even ye yourselves are likewise changed and subject unto me? And first, concerning her that is the first, even you, fair Cynthia, whom ye so much make Jove's dearest darling, she was bred and nursed on Cynthus hill, whence she her name did take. Then is she mortal born, howso ye crake. Besides, her face and countenance every day we changed see, and sundry forms partake, now horned, now round, now bright, now brown and grey, so that as changeful as the moon, men used to say. Next Mercury, who though he less appear to change his hue, and always seem as one, yet he his course doth alter every year, and is of late far out of order gone. So Venus eke, that goodly paragon, though fair all night, yet is she dark all day, and Phoebus' self, who lightsome is alone, yet is he oft eclipsed by the way, and fills the darkened world with terror and dismay. Now Mars, that valiant man, is changed most, for he sometimes so far runs out of square, that he his way doth seem quite to have lost, and clean without his usual sphere to fare, that even these star-gazers astonished are at sight thereof, and damn their lying books. So likewise grim Sir Saturn oft doth spare his stern aspect, and calm his crabbed looks. So many turning cranks these have, so many crooks. But you, Dan Jove, that only constant are, and king of all the rest, as ye do claim, are you not subject eke to this Miss Fair? Then let me ask you this withouten blame. Where were ye born? Some say in Crete by name, others in Thebes, and others otherwhere. But wheresoever they comment the same, they all consent that ye begotten were, and born here in this world, ne other can appear. Then are ye mortal born, and thrall to me, unless the kingdom of the sky ye make immortal and unchangeable to be. Besides, that power and virtue which ye spake, that ye here work, doth many changes take, and your own natures change. For each of you that virtue have, or this or that to make, is checked and changed from his nature true, by others' opposition or obliquid view. Besides, the sundry motions of your spheres, so sundry ways and fashions as clerks feign, some in short space, and some in longer years. What is the same but alteration plain? Only the starry sky doth still remain. Yet do the stars and signs therein still move, and even itself is moved, as wizards sayn. But all that moveth doth mutation love. Therefore both you and them to me I subject prove. Then, since within this wide great universe nothing doth firm and permanent appear, but all things tossed and turned by transverse, what then should let but I aloft should rear my trophy, and from all the triumph bear? Now judge then, O thou greatest goddess true, according as thyself dost see and hear, and unto me a doom that is my due, that is the rule of all being ruled by you. So having ended, silence long ensued, ne nature to or fro spake for a space, but with firm eyes affixed the ground still viewed. Meanwhile, all creatures looking in her face, expecting the end of this so doubtful case, did hang in long suspense what would ensue, to whether side should fall the sovereign place. At length she, looking up with cheerful view, the silence brake, and gave her doom in speeches few. I well consider all that ye have said, and find that all things steadfastness do hate and changed be. Yet being rightly weighed, they are not changed from their first estate, but by their change their being do dilate, and turning to themselves at length again, do work their own perfection so by fate. Then over them change doth not rule and reign, but they reign over change, and do their states maintain. Cease therefore, daughter, further to aspire, and ye content thus to be ruled by me. For thy decay thou seek'st by this desire, but time shall come that all shall changed be, and from thenceforth none no more change shall see. So was the Titaness put down and whist, and Jove confirmed in his imperial see. Then was that whole assembly quite dismissed, and nature's self did vanish, whither no man wist. The 8th Canto, Unperfect. When I bethink me on that speech while air of mutability, and well it weigh, meseems that though she all unworthy were of the heavens' rule, yet, very sooth to say, in all things else she bears the greatest sway, which makes me loathe this state of life so tickle, and love of things so vain to cast away, whose flowering pride, so fading and so fickle, short time shall soon cut down with his consuming sickle. Then gin I think on that which nature said, of that same time when no more change shall be, but steadfast rest of all things firmly stayed upon the pillars of eternity, that is contraire to mutability. For all that moveth doth in change delight, but thenceforth all shall rest eternally with him that is the God of Sabbath height. O thou great Sabbath God, grant me that Sabbath's sight.
End of Canto 7. Recording by Thomas Copeland. End of Book 7 of the Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. End of the Faerie Queene.